community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasslotteries.ca.
Burning the candle at both ends? What a weird saying. What if there's no wick at the bottom end? So many questions. But what I don't question is where I get my tires. When your vehicle needs the right tires, see your local Cooper tire dealer. Your local Cooper tire dealer carries Cooper Discover Road and Trail AT tires. They have a durable tread that helps resist cutting, cranking, and tearing that occurs on rough trails. Ask your local Cooper tire dealer about Cooper Discoverer Road and Trail AT tires today.
You know them as TM Auctions, but Terry McDougall and Tam Kostanek would like to introduce their new name, McBids. Now known as McBids, they will continue to proudly serve Saskatchewan. With over 50 years combined experience in the auction and appraisal industry, experience, trust, and transparency are words they live by, and they will continue to do so as they invite you to join them as they continue their journey as McBids. Give them a call at 306-262-6327 or visit mcbids.ca. McBids, same trusted team, bold new brand.
Rider Nation, it's game day, and this is the Crofty Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. On the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network, streaming at sportscates.com, and on your radio and around the world at 620ckrm.com. Here's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, and Wes Cates.
Welcome inside the Sports Cage Lounge. That is right, live at Mosaic Stadium right now, and a very smoky Mosaic Stadium that is. Party in the Park already been postponed due to air quality conditions. I think 5:30 is when they're going to be opening up all the festivities for this home preseason game. Gentlemen, a little smoky in here.
Yeah, it's making me want barbecue, sad to say. It's like a, nice, smells like a good smoker with some nice cedar going on or something. But
get the ribs on the barbecue, man.
Hopefully no damage to any property while we're smelling all the smoke coming from up north.
You know, I must admit, it's thick. It's real thick, and you can smell it in the building. I believe we're at a 10 plus as we sit right now. So obviously, we're going to be monitoring that situation. I know the CFL is as well.
That's right. They're going to have an update meeting at 5 p.m. local time to see where the air quality is at. Obviously, it's being caused by the aforementioned wildfires that are going on. We hope everybody is as safe as they can be out there. So we'll give you the absolute latest when we have it.
And we are, by the way, streaming at sportscage.com, and you can come see us once the door is open. Now, we do have a couple of things on deck here. Of course, we're going to be chatting with Dre McCrae, Saskatchewan Roughrider receiver and returner. Great showing last weekend in the first preseason game. So we'll get to that. TSN analyst and rider legend Glenn Suter also going to be chatting with us. And then, of course, Jeff Fairholm joining the show a little bit later on this hour. In the meantime, why don't we get to what's trending? Now, this is brought to you by Karst Holdings, Integra Tire, Assiniboia. Proudly serving Southern Saskatchewan for 30 years, Darren, Tracy, Dylan, and staff welcome you for all your automotive and ag tire needs. Karst Holdings, Integra Tire, Assiniboia, truly local.
What's trending off the top? We got Jake Mayer starting at quarterback, and Corey Mace not holding back when he's talking about competition for these final roster spots on his football team. Mace explains how the Riders approach releasing players.
Appreciate the effort, but for us, it's important that they get a conversation with Jo, Kyle, myself, Larry, whomever. Where it's kind of all hands on deck from I think from a respect standpoint as well. Just make sure that you can look them in the eye and tell them that you appreciate all the work that they've put in physically and sacrificed, to come up here and push for their dream, man. So it's unfortunate, yet we all know what it is, and we chose this game, right? But there is an opportunity we see all the time is it might not be us, but it could be somebody else. So put your best foot forward when you have your opportunity.
And how do you approach that? Like Noah is a perfect example, right? He gets released and then comes back. Do you tell guys like, hey, stay ready, you're this close. If somebody goes down, you might get a call from them?
Absolutely. And, you know, with this camp, I thought it was tough, man. We really enjoyed our depth. And there were, like, Noah's a perfect example of, you know, I think somebody had asked me the day after, and I said, look, we think still highly of the kid. It's just the way that it shook out. So, yeah, you know, we give those guys a heads up, like, hey, stay ready, because we've seen it a ton, you know, specifically here and certainly around the league. You're one injury away from being on the roster, you know what I mean? So, you know, for Noah, it obviously was easy for him because he was local. But, you know, for us, it's we needed a good Canadian offensive lineman, and we know what he is, and we still believe he was that. Just the timing wasn't the greatest for us and him at the time, but now it's, you know, the story's changed, and he came right in like he never left, man. So it's excellent.
Potentially on the line if indeed this game does go ahead. Corey Mace specifically said he's looking to fill those back-end roster spots. Lots of competition to keep an eye on as we go through our pregame show. We'll note a number of those players. And one of the spots that at least I think is locked up is backup quarterback just based on his contract, and that's Jake Maier, who is playing to win regardless if people believe that exhibition games are meaningless.
Yeah, I would say that anybody that's playing preseason game, the outcome absolutely matters. It's how you earn a job in this league. I've never really believed in playing in any sort of competition or game and not feeling like the winning or losing aspect doesn't matter. Now, are you focusing on things that are more process-oriented in these types of settings? Absolutely. But I'm telling you right now, anybody that's going to stoop is going to have the intention of winning and going to do everything they can to make sure that happens, because, you know, when you get to a second preseason game, it's a lot of younger guys, a lot of guys trying to prove themselves and earn a roster spot. So you'll see some high-intensity stuff for sure, especially from the younger guys.
Wes, as a player, you've been in that situation before as a rookie competing for a roster spot. So how important are these preseason games?
Oh, they're extremely important. I mean, as far as the win goes, yes, as a team, you want to get out there and put your best foot forward and show that you're coming together as a group and get the W. Doesn't really matter. Not necessarily, especially when you're not bringing, you know, most of your vets out to play the majority of the game. So, yes, you do always want to have that winning mentality, but at the end of the day, as an individual, you just want to go out there, get all your assignments right, fly around, react well, and make plays when they come to you. So whether that be the quarterback just handling his snaps well, getting the ball out to the right receiver, reading his coverages right, or just a receiver seeing a coverage and maybe making an adjustment in his route, or a DB knowing what he's seeing and jumping routes early, or a D lineman just getting off the ball, using the techniques that he needs to get to the quarterback quick and put some pressure on the opposing quarterback. So all that stuff is just the things that the coaches have to evaluate to make sure you're taking care of the basics. And then when you show some athleticism and show some instinct, that's just a little, you know, a little extra cherry on top of your performance.
And, of course, we are slated for a 7 o'clock kickoff tonight. Now, how long do you think Jake Maier is going to be out on that field? Do you think he's going to play a half? Do you think it's going to be less than that?
Corey Mace kind of alluded to it and said he's thinking about giving Jake Maier a half and Jack Cohn a half, but that means that Tommy Stevens doesn't get any burn. Perhaps that tells us that he's pigeonholed in that short yardage role, but he also said that feel can come into it. If he feels like Jake Maier needs to go a little longer, he'll leave him in there, but if it's shorter, he'll do that too.
Yeah, I think if he comes out and he's just looking sharp, you know, they go down and get a first drive touchdown or maybe put 14, 17 points up, and it's halfway through the second quarter, then, yeah, you pull Jake and say, yeah, Maier's done. He's shown us enough, and you give the other guys a little more time. But if he's struggling, or if, you know, the opposing offense has the ball most of the first half and he doesn't get a lot of reps, then maybe you play him into the third quarter a bit and take a little more time from Cohn and Stevens.
And, of course, it's still smoky out there. Party in the Park has been delayed here at Mosaic Stadium, and that is where you can find us right now. We're actually in the Sports Cage Lounge, streaming live on YouTube. Make sure you check out our channel here. But 5:30 is when Party in the Park is scheduled to resume. And, of course, the CFL is monitoring this situation. At last check, we were sitting at a pretty high air quality index when it comes to that wildfire smoke. So we are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back and chat with Dre McCrae. This is 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Broadcast Network.
I hate when my power's out. It doesn't matter if it's a storm, accident, or planned outage. Losing power is frustrating. But you can keep your lights on with a Generac standby generator from Croft Electric. Even when your neighbors are sitting in the dark, a Generac standby generator can power your home. Don't let power outages ruin your day. Get your home a Generac standby generator from Croft Electric. Financing now available. CroftElectric.com.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Strasbourg, Last Mountain Lake area, call Dean at SolidWorks Carpentry or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Two tremendous collector sales coming next week at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. Planes, trains, and automobiles, plus farm toys, Coca-Cola items, sports cards, memorabilia, military badges, salt and peppers, glassware, and much, much more. It's all here on display at our location in Indian Head, and we're open from 10 till 6 daily, so you can come and take a look. Register and bid at 2sauctioneers.highbid.com. That's the big collectible auction closing next week at 2sauctioneers.ca in Indian Head.
SEIU West members are
phlebotomist, food service worker, security officer, plumber,
continuing care assistant,
porter, licensed practical nurse, medical device reprocessing worker, purchasing agent,
environmental services worker,
social services worker, cook, health information management practitioner, switchboard operator,
distribution worker.
The backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seius.ca.
You're raising your livestock, while Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer, is raising your cell phone bars. No matter how deep in the field you are, you can expect excellent and consistent coverage, so you can do what farmers do best, multitask. Like this guy. He's out here milking cows and managing his fantasy football team. With today's smartphones, farmers are checking the weather, pricing soybeans, and swiping right, all before breakfast. Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin.
It's game time at Two-Way Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two-Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for two to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two-Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
Hear that? What a tackle.
That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. It's an all-access pass to everything you need to know about your Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And as we get set to tie a bow on the preseason for the Saskatchewan Roughriders with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers in town, this is the countdown to kickoff for Nelson Homes, supplying home packages and RTMs for over 65 years. By the way, we are live in the Sports Cage studio, and you can stream us sportscage.com or on our YouTube channel. Now we're going to shift over to Shot Thoughts with JD. It's brought to you by Taco Time. It's a Rider game day. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at all 5 Regina locations.
Dre McCrae is our feature today, and he tells us how he started playing football and shares a nugget about his sprinter speed. This dude is fast.
Growing up, I have a lot of cousins. I'm pretty much the youngest, one of the youngest at least, and I just wanted to be like my cousins. And I grew up playing football with them, and then I got into school. I'm like, Mom, can I really go play? And can I try this out? And then it turned into me playing up until this point. So,
was football your first and only sport, or did you play anything else?
No, it wasn't. I actually thought I was going to be a basketball player, and then I stopped growing. So I was like, I should maybe focus on football a little bit more. And then I ran track in high school too.
Can you still dunk?
Yes, sir.
Damn. We're talking 360 windmill dunks or what?
Nah, just simple dunks, nothing crazy.
Were you a point guard in basketball?
Yes, sir.
And you said you ran track. What's your fastest 100-meter time?
10.33.
That is really quick. Did you ever think about specializing and going into track?
No, I didn't. I didn't start running track until my sophomore year of high school, and my football coach was the track coach at the time, so I was like, I'll give it a try, and I know it'll help me out. And then a lot of hard workouts turned into something good. So,
what year did you run the 10.33?
My senior year, so 2021.
And was that at the state championship, or where was it?
It was at a district track meet, I believe. So.
That's quick, man. Like, that's almost world-class speed. Do you know that?
I mean, yeah, I know, but it was a while ago, so we got to leave it in the past. And it matters what I do right now.
From a football standpoint, when you were growing up, was there anybody that you modeled your game after?
I'll say DeAnthony Thomas a little bit, and then whenever I got older, just taking bits and pieces from different people and just trying to make it my own.
And when you were in high school, when did you start to realize that this could be something that you could play collegiately and potentially in the pros?
I had a lot of coaches that believed in me whenever I was younger, and people around me, friends and family, so I kind of knew whenever I was young, maybe 8th or 9th grade, that I would have a shot as long as I worked hard and stayed at it and listened to the people around me.
Coming out of high school, who were you being recruited by?
I was originally committed to Georgia Southern for a while, and then I ended up going to Austin Peay late in the process, and I played there for 2 years before I transferred. So.
And how did that transfer to Texas Tech come to be? Was that early in the portal era?
Yeah, I think it was pretty early. It was in 2022. I got in the portal just trying to see what would happen, and 2 of my old coaches from Austin Peay were actually at Texas Tech, so I had a relationship with them already, and then I ended up there. So.
After you finished at Texas Tech, did you have any NFL interest or tryouts?
I didn't have any tryouts. We were hoping for some, but it just didn't work out that way. But I'm glad to be here, and I'm going to make the most of this opportunity.
And what about from the CFL perspective? Were the Riders the only team after you?
Yes, sir.
And when did you find out that you were on the negotiation list, or what a negotiation list even was?
I have a friend who plays quarterback for the Argos right now. He's trying to make the team, and I was talking to him. We trained at the same place, and he told me what a negotiation list was, and I was like, oh, okay, I didn't know this. So that's when I found out, probably right before I got up here, not too long before I got up here.
Who's your friend that plays for the Argos?
Tucker Horn.
Quarterback, you look pretty good in his preseason debut, like you. You guys been talking through the week after your first preseason game?
Yes, sir. Just talking and just saying stay the course, prepare like we always do, and just make the most of the opportunities.
What do you need to do in the last preseason game to cement your status on this roster going into the regular season?
Just the same thing. It starts today. It started early in the week. Just prepare. Then just make the plays when they come and trust my teammates, and I know they'll put a great product out there, so make them look good.
Watching on our live stream at sportscage.com, you would have seen the highlights from what McCrae did in his first preseason outing with the Roughriders. Ripped off a 51-yard kickoff return. He totaled 5 punt returns for 46 yards in that game, 3 kickoff returns for 110 yards, which has upped the battle for that returner spot with the Saskatchewan Roughriders. And I asked Corey Mace what he needs to see from McCrae and the veteran Mario Alford in the second preseason game to help make this difficult decision.
It's a competition. That's just what it is. You know, I told everybody, you know, fellas, 9 All-Stars, like that's last year. It's what have you done for us lately kind of business, and it's competition now. And saying so, Mario's Mario, you know, and Dre definitely showed well in the first game. We'll see what the both of them can do in the second game, and. The one thing I do understand is we will always make the decision what we feel is best for the team, and potentially that could be both. You know, you never know. So.
the way, has the Roughriders career record for most return touchdowns with 8. Wes, when you hear about this battle, you think back to your days of doing everything you could to make the team, which included being a returner. How do you break it down?
Well, I mean, you definitely, if the coach says, hey, do you want to go do it? For sure, I'm ready. Put me back there, you know what I mean? But I came up in high school catching and returning, so it wasn't that big of a stretch for me, but obviously a bigger body back for the CFL. There was smaller guys that were quicker, that were more apt to return the ball, but I was definitely a security guy, like somebody who could get back there, catch it, field it, and you know, get you 20, 25 yards for sure if I had to. I did some returning with the Stamps as a rookie, and I did my first couple games with the Riders as well. So, you know, I had a couple broken tackles, almost broke 1 or 2, but yeah, never saw the end zone. Don't worry, Mario, your your record was safe with me out there. But
what do you think the Riders do here? You got the veteran Mario Alford, 34 years old, the young kid Dre McCrae, 22 years old. And Mace alluded to it at the end there. You know, perhaps they keep both. You could see a scenario where Alford starts the season, Dre McCrae continues to develop on the practice roster. How would you assess it?
Yeah, one thing Mace touched on that I think is important is how they fit in the locker room. Obviously, I think Mario Alford is a locker room guy, or, you know, a glue guy. It seems that way anyway. And he was a big play guy, so he got the team riled up and got them excited, and maybe, you know, switch the momentum a bit in some crucial games. But also, when you have a young guy that's capable of the same things, you're always looking at it at an age and how long are we going to have the same level of performance out of a guy. So clearly McCrae is way ahead in that category. So you're kind of tossing up between, do I want to deal with some of the headaches of teaching a young guy over how long or how much more can I get out of this vet? And I would say that scale is kind of weighing a little heavier on the McCrae side, just because he's 10 years younger, right? And put up a good showing. So it's really going to come down to what he does, I think, with his opportunities this week. If he does the same thing again this week, and it doesn't look like a fluke, although you're going against the same team, I'm like, hey, we might have to, you know, go McCrae's way with this.
How do you weigh it, though? The Riders are a team with Grey Cup aspirations, and you potentially put a rookie back there. And if you released Mario Alford, what if, let's say, he went to a team like the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, who brought in Peyton Logan in the offseason, who's going to be out for a number of games? So that's why I think what Mace said at the end there is the most intriguing about potentially keeping both, considering what's on the line for the Riders this season and having a veteran-laden team.
I'm saying if there's an opportunity for us to keep both, for sure. I mean, McCrae obviously is a receiver, so you could you know, kind of force him more into a receiver role and get your use out of Mario Alford that way. So if there's any way that they can find a way to keep both, because the last thing you want to do is, like you said, ship Mario off, and then he returns a kick and a missed field goal or something, and basically wins the game against you. So you don't want to let good talent go and have it come back to bite you in the butt.
Well, he definitely caught the attention of Rider Nation, that Dre McCrae, so intrigued to see what more he can do on the field. 7 o'clock kickoff scheduled right here at Mosaic Stadium tonight. Winnipeg Blue Bombers in town, of course. We're going to take a quick break and be right back. Jeff Fairholm is going to be joining us on the panel. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi, I'm Fraser Tolmney, your Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan. Saskatchewan is my home, and representing our province in Ottawa is my top priority. That's why I'm working hard to bring home lower prices for you and your family, standing up for our farmers, and so much more. Canadian football is such an important part of our over 60 communities I serve in Ottawa and brings so many different people together in a positive way. Let's unite and bring it home for Saskatchewan.
A successful crop requires each plant to be seeded at the same depth, regardless of soil conditions and terrain. Vatterstad Seedhawk's independent opener design follows the ground independently. The consistent contour following allows each seed the best possible start, across the entire toolbar evenly. The result is quick, uniform crop emergence, better quality, and higher yields for a better return on investment on your farm. Precise, reliable. See Young's Equipment or visit vatterstad.com to learn more.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till June 4th, it's Maytag month. Buy any 2 qualifying Maytag major kitchen appliances and save an extra $150. Buy 3 or more and save an extra $300. Buy any 4 eligible Maytag kitchen appliances and save an extra $400. And buy any Maytag eligible washer and dryer pair and save an extra $100. See in store for all the details. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Radville-Weyburn area, call Darren and Claude at South Sask Builders, or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
This football season, Positively Perfect Pets is ready for a touchdown of the best pet food in town, offering a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Richard from Paws Purr is your quarterback for your pet's food decisions and everything else for your furry friends. The customer service will always go long for anything you need, setting their team apart from the box stores. Score big points with your pets at Positively Perfect Pets, 4637 Ray Street. Visit their Facebook page and onestopdogshop.com.
So, how big is yours?
5 inches.
That's about average. How'd you like 6 inches?
6 inches?
6 inches? That would be a big improvement.
A 6-inch package from Prairie 6-inch eaves trough is made specifically for your farm building. 6-inch eaves troughs are more durable and efficient during storms. They're family owned and operated, so you'll get an honest installation at a fair price. Prairie 6-inch eaves trough, your farm shop specialist. Call 570-6415.
Milligan Bio has a need for seed, and they want your heated and damaged canola today. Milligan Bio, a locally owned Canadian company based in Foam Lake, has space available for your canola and is accepting immediate delivery. Get that damaged canola out of your bins and put the cash in your pocket. Call Milligan Bio now at 272-6284. That's 272-6284 to arrange your delivery or on-farm pickup. MilliganBio.com.
Spring is here and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioners. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Getting you set for Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And it's Teagan Witko here with Justin Duncan, Wes Cates inside the Sports Cage Lounge. Oh yeah, one of our favorite places in the building. And, of course, you can find Party in the Park just outside the Sports Cage Lounge, which is where we are streaming as well, sportscage.com, and, of course, on YouTube in addition to that. But Party in the Park has been pushed back just a little bit as a reminder because of the air quality, so 5:30 is when they're hoping to get that all fired up. Now it is time for Today in Rough Riders History, which is brought to you by Taco Time. It's Rider Game Day. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at 5 Regina locations. So our very own voice of the Rough Riders, Dave Thomas, with Today in Rough Rider History, a name that you might recognize as a former Saskatchewan quarterback who is coaching in the NCAA.
It's time for Today in Saskatchewan Rough Riders History with Saskatchewan Rough Rider lead journalist and chief historian Rob Vanstone. We're going to talk quarterbacks today on Today in History.
Yes, we are. We're talking about Steve Sarkisian in 1997 on this very day. We had a great collegiate career at Brigham Young University, and the Rough Riders signed him not too long before camp broke in 1997, and he was with the Rough Riders as a quarterback through 1999 and then went on to coach in the American college ranks and in the National Football League, and is now back in the American college ranks doing very well at the University of Texas. But in terms of his pro football career, it all started at training camp in Saskatchewan in 1997.
And he credits Roy Shivers for bringing him to Saskatchewan, and Roy Shivers credits himself for bringing him to coaching?
Yeah, Roy kind of joked around that, you know, he viewed Steve as being in his plans for 2000 and beyond, maybe he wouldn't have had that chance to start coaching at the age of 26, if you can believe that. And Roy said that lightheartedly. I mean, he has a world of respect for everything that Steve Sarkisian's done in the NCAA and pro ranks, and I mean, it's been amazing. And it's kind of neat that once upon a time it was, he was throwing passes for the Roughriders, and he didn't throw a single pass in 1997. It was a long apprenticeship that year. Reggie Slack and Kevin Mason were the quarterbacks. Didn't see meaningful game duty until well into the 1998 season, and then in 1999 had actually quite a good year. His touchdown pass rate, had he played the whole year, worked out to like 23 or 24. But that was a rough season for the Roughriders. And when I talked to Steve in the subsequent spring, he painted it more as he just wanted to retire from football, and at least at a playing capacity. And he planned to start coaching at the high school level, and started at the grassroots and had a meteoric rise since then.
Our lift doors. See them in Raymore or call 888-692-5. Jeff, I want you to take me back to your rookie year, training camp at the University of Saskatchewan. What was it like waiting in the dorms to find out whether or not you made the roster with the Riders?
Yeah, you know what sucked? What was good thing was we had 3 preseason games in, so I was able to build up sort of a resume, if you will. But yeah, we were waiting there, and it was one of those things where if you got a knock on the door, you were cut. And if you didn't, you're good. So you kind of go through the day hoping you don't get that knock on the door. So you know what I did? I went out somewhere with Burgess and just wasn't in the dorm room. So I don't know if I got the knock or not. I guess it worked out okay. So.
Seems like it did. Like, what were some of the emotions running through your head? You said you had 3 preseason games back in that day. Did you feel like, based on your performance in the preseason and in training camp, that you were a lock to make the team?
Yeah, I mean, Dan Rambo would come up to me once in a while and say, tell me how I was doing, and he said I was doing really well. In fact, he told me to slow down a little bit because he didn't want me to get hurt. And some guys were getting hurt, like Narcisse I think he had 2 broken shin bones or something, and continued to practice. He was crazy. But yeah, it was just one of those things where I was getting good feedback and I felt comfortable with it. And, the first preseason game, which wasn't a full game, it was against Winnipeg in Saskatchewan. But, I did really well and knew my assignments and, picked up the blitz, ran hot, did really well. So I felt really comfortable with it. So I wasn't concerned. I was concerned. You're always concerned. In fact, as a veteran, or second, third, fourth year, you're always concerned because you never know what the head coach and the general manager are thinking. And sometimes you don't fit into plans. And we had different offensive coordinators. I think every year I was a player. I think I had a different OC. So you never know what they're thinking, but sometimes you feel good. But again, that's why I wanted to play in preseason. Another reason why I wanted to play in preseason, so that I could continue to build my resume.
Well, you had a great feeling about yourself making the roster, and specifically in your rookie season. Check this out. In 1988, Mr. Fairholm caught 45 passes for 833 yards and 10 touchdowns as a rookie. My man, how were you able to get in the end zone 10 times as a first-year CFLer?
Well, I guess, first of all, you have to have the right offensive scheme and the defenses. And, what the teams were playing a lot then was a lot of zero coverage, where they would bring a lot of people. It's usually at least one more person than you can block. So I was oftentimes the quote unquote hot guy. And in those days, our read was to go deep. And we had 2 quarterbacks, with Austin and Burgess, who would trust you and hope, they would trust that you'd get to the middle and they would just launch it. And I had the speed to go get it. So I haven't looked. I mean, I was actually surprised at those. I think I knew I had 10 touchdowns, but everything else I didn't really know. But I would say a lot of those touchdowns were probably deep balls on blitz coverage, or when you got down inside the 20-yard line. So it was just, it's luck. It's like anything else. You get in the right scheme and, against right defenses at the right time. And, we just fit with the quarterbacks at the time.
You won what was then known as the Jackie Parker Trophy, which was the West Division Most Outstanding Rookie in 1988, and then went on, obviously, to have a productive career. Like in 1989, 11 touchdowns. In 1991, 1992, 1993, you had some massive seasons. 1991, over 1,200 yards, 13 touchdowns. 1992, over 1,300 yards, 6 touchdowns. 1993, over 1,300 yards, nearly 1,400 yards, and 9 touchdowns. So when you're looking at new receivers coming onto the roster with the current Saskatchewan Roughriders and focusing on this second preseason game, what do guys like Daniel Weeb or Deshawn Mims have to do to try to cement their status on the regular season roster?
Well, it starts with practice, and not just practice on the field, but practice in the film room and in the meetings, because you have to know your assignments. I think we talked about this last week, where they have to know their assignments. You cannot make mistakes, because bad things happen when you make mistakes. Quarterbacks get sacked. They get hurt, and then or interceptions happens. You have to know your assignments and do it and execute in the game, whether you get the ball or not. And then, of course, when the ball is thrown to you and you're in the right spot, you need to make those catches. We had a couple of drops in the last game, and that doesn't fare well for people. I think I'm talking about McCrae. I think he had a couple of drops, but it's one of those things where you just need to take advantage of everything, and you've got to get yourself on film, whether it's with the Roughriders or somewhere else, because everybody's watching these games, everybody's watching this film. So you need to be able to do that. You need to prove that you can get open, and you need to catch the ball, and just do whatever you can to get on film and prepare. And it's tough, because the Riders have a lot of really good Canadian depth, but we need more, considering the amount of Americans we plan on playing on the offensive line and or defense. So there's opportunities, and they just need. It sounds like a cliche, but they need to take advantage of those opportunities when they can.
The Riders head coach, Corey Mace, has decided not to start Trevor Harris and some other notable veterans. One of them would be Jamarcus Hardrick. How do you feel about that decision?
Okay, let me preface this. Things have changed, right? Obviously, I don't like it. I'll be very vocal about this. I don't like it at all. But it seems to be the way things are these days. It's like in business now. I'm getting older in business, and the way things are being done, I don't like it in business either. That's why I got to get out of business soon. But I don't like it for a couple of reasons. One, Harris isn't playing. He played, a quarter and a bit last game. How much timing was he able to put together with his receivers under live fire? Hardrick not playing is a real mystery to me, because you cannot get in game shape in practice. It doesn't happen, trust me, even now. And him not playing in either preseason game, didn't play at all last year, so he hasn't had a live fire snap in 2 years. If he's playing next week, and I hope he is going to be sucking wind. I guarantee it. And especially with the energy that he plays at, because you cannot get in game shape. So I just don't understand how that works. But there might be something else in the background. And if I was Dan Farthing, I'd be having some sleepless nights trying to get these guys prepared, because I'm sure Dan will tell you can't get in shape without playing games. So, the timing with Harris not playing with his receivers worries me. And then when the regular season shows up next Thursday, you've got receivers and stuff everybody really are not going to be in game shape, and they're going to be sucking wind come the third or fourth quarter. The timing's not going to be there. And if I was a betting man, I'm not, but if I was a betting man, I would book a lot of unders in the games, because nobody's really working out there in timing. So I see the defense is way ahead of the offenses in the games coming up.
Two-time Grey Cup champion Jeff Fairholm joins us on the 6:20 CKRM countdown to kickoff. You mentioned how you would like to see more veterans playing. One of the veterans that is playing, Micah Johnson, 36 years old, is starting on the defensive line, to your point. Now, I'm going to balance it out a little bit by explaining Corey Mace's decision here, because the Riders have a short turnaround. They play this last preseason game on a Friday, and then the season opener for them goes on a Thursday. against the Ottawa Redblacks when they come to town. And you've admitted that, times have changed, but I think you made a lot of smart points there in terms of, guys just getting their timing. Perhaps this is a decision that's made as well with Trevor Harris being in the second season in the same offense for the first time since 2018 under Mark Mueller. But I think you make some valid points, though. So looking at this game from a holistic perspective, are there some players that you are keying in on? Perhaps it's some of the key position battles. Perhaps it's a veteran that you just want to see looking good going into the regular season.
I want to see, there's a couple of things that I want to see. And, I'm looking forward to seeing how the quarterbacks do. None of them, other than Harris and his timing, but, Mayer, Cohen, and Stevens, none of them really showed me much in the last game. So someone needs to step up and say, I want this second spot. It's going to be Mayer or Cohen, and Mayer obviously has the advantage. But, I've been saying all offseason that, we have a really good opportunity here because we've got a legitimate backup in Mayer. I've been hard on Mayer when he was with Calgary, but I think he's a legitimate backup for sure. So if Harris does go down, it's going to be good, but he needs to show something too. And Cohen has an opportunity based on last week. Cohen, I'd love to see him, if he gets, half a game, I'd love to see him really show something because even though I don't think he's going to get the second string now, I think that over time he could be our second stringer, maybe even our starter, because he's shown some things in training camp from what I've heard. So quarterback, running back, without Willette playing, I think Anderson and Penix have a really good opportunity. Again, like we talked about with the Canadian rookies, they've got a great opportunity to show what they can do. Playing against basically second stringers from Winnipeg, they've got an opportunity to really go in there and put some film together and some tape together to show what they can do. So, that kind of stuff. The other thing, now here's another side of it. What I'm really concerned about with Mayer and Cohen in there without Harris, when you're playing Johnson and Myers, probably quite a bit at wide receiver. I'm a little concerned that these quarterbacks might throw them into some awkward situations. So I look for that for them to get some game reps, absolutely, but get out of the game unscathed so that they can be ready for the regular season. On defense, it's going to be great. Johnson won't play much based on what I'm seeing, but it's good for him. He knows he's a veteran. He knows he needs some game reps to get in that game shape like we talked about earlier. But I want to see Sad too. Like Sad didn't do much last week from what I saw, but I'm still looking for that. And just a generally good game, and I hope the fans can enjoy it because preseason is not much fun, and being at home with several backups, it may not be a great game to watch, but hopefully they can get something out of it.
Lots to watch for from Jeff Fairholm's perspective and also all of Rider Nation. So, Jeff, enjoy the game.
I will, and look forward to the regular season. That's what I'm looking forward to.
This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you've ever had to clean out a grain bin in August, you know that most metal buildings can get scorching hot during the summer. Hi, I'm Terry from Zipperlock Building Company. At Zipperlock, our buildings are white, so they absorb far less heat than your average metal farm building. Avoid working in an oven next summer. Store your grain, fertilizer, and farm equipment in a Zipperlock building instead. Zipperlock Building Company, built in hours to last a lifetime. See us in Raymore or call 1-888-692-5515.
SEIU West members are
Medical Equipment Coordinator,
Combined Laboratory and X-ray Technologist,
Orderly, Biomedical Engineering Technologist,
File Clerk,
MRI Technologist,
Carpenter, Pharmacy Technician,
Cardiology Technologist,
Staff Scheduler,
Information Technology Analyst.
The backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seius.ca.
Wood Country Woody here. I've always thought that deck railings should be a little more than a way to keep yourself from falling into the hydrangeas. They should add style and class. They should be regal aluminum railings from Wood Country. Country. These bad boys come with LED lighting options that allow you to change the color and the mood at the touch of a button and at the best price around. Regal aluminum railings from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
2 tremendous collector sales coming next week at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. Planes, trains, and automobiles, plus farm toys, Coca-Cola items, sports cards, memorabilia, military badges, salt and peppers, glassware, and much, much more. It's all here on display at our location in Indian Head, and we're open from 10 till 6 daily, so you can come and take a look. Register and bid at 2sauctioneers.highbid.com. That's the big collectible auction closing next week at 2sauctioneers.ca in Indian Head.
You hear that? Do you feel that? It's summer. The best season in Saskatchewan. Because after that long, long winter of sitting inside on your phone, you can finally go sit at the lake on your phone. Thanks to Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer. Yes, their coverage is the best. So enjoy it everywhere you go this summer. Visit Glassers TV and check out their newly renovated store. Summer starts at Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
It's the spring sale on now at Ashdown's Furniture and Interiors. All Palliser furniture in stock or custom order is 25% off. And for your backyard oasis, check out the introductory spring pricing on patio furniture, fire tables, umbrellas, and backyard heaters. For the cook in the house, check out the new Napoleon barbecues, Traeger smokers, all the grilling accessories, and rubs. The spring sale on now till May 31st. Only at Ashdown's Furniture and Interiors, 38 High Street West, downtown Moose Jaw.
It's game time at Two-Way Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two-Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for 2 to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two-Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
Proud to tailgate with all of Rider Nation. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Text 306-936-6262 with the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Witko here alongside Wes Cates, Justin Dunk. This is, of course, the countdown to kickoff for the final preseason game for the Saskatchewan Roughriders before cut-down day. Now, this is for Croft Electric. 27 years of trusted, reliable home, farm, and commercial service for all electrical needs. CroftElectric.com and all socials.
Deshawn Mims shares with us when he started playing football in Saskatchewan.
I think I was like 8 or 9 years old. Started off playing RMF here in Regina. Honestly, a lot of it was just like playing off my athleticism throughout high school, and then near like grade 12 was when I started taking like the training more seriously, like working on footwork and all that. And that's where I really sprouted, where I really took off in my high school career at least. And then obviously went to U of S, redshirt, then came to the Rams. Trained hard during COVID, and then had my breakout year in 21.
It's training camp number 2 for you. How have you approached it differently than the first time around?
I'm mentally a lot more prepared, you know, not being caught off guard by how like faster practices and everything. And then the physicality as well, you know, guys are bigger and faster. So coming in my second year, I'm kind of used to that now. It's getting in the playbook and understanding what the concepts are and what we're trying to do with each play. And then, you know, having that stuck in your memory allows you to play faster. But there's always room to grow and be better than what I have been showing. So just keep on getting better every day, pretty much.
Deshawn, what do you know about your dad's playing career in the CFL and especially with the Saskatchewan Roughriders?
We used to have an old VHS, and he had one of his games on there, so I'd watch that. And then sometimes late at night, I'd be bored, and I'd just try to YouTube him. I'd see some highlights. Definitely built a lot bigger than I was, or I am now. But, you know, same play style, I guess, gets the ball, and he's quick with it. Just the compete level, always wanting to be the best and always wanting to win games and be great at everything you do.
You're a Regina native. How many people from your family will be at Mosaic Stadium to watch you?
Yeah, I got my nana, my sister, my mom, and my dad are all coming, so I don't think anyone's going to be hard on me. You know, playing in Winnipeg, I think everyone was excited. So I remember they said when I first went on the field, just all their hearts were pounding. So I think they were more nervous than I was, to be honest.
The 24-year-old Mims had a star career at the University of Regina before being selected in the 6th round, 50th overall during the 2024 CFL draft. He went back to the Rams to finish his collegiate career and had his best receiving yard season in his history at the University of Regina. 45 catches, 512 yards, and 2 touchdowns, trying to cement his status on the roster today after having some catches last week against Winnipeg, notably in the 4th quarter as the Riders were trying to come back in that game. So as a young Canadian, we look at the receiving core that has lots of Canadian depth. We know all about Kean Schaefer-Baker and Sam Emilus. Those guys are the stars.
Right.
But there's some others battling for spots, Wes. When you look at Deshawn Mims and his game, combined with the genes that he has from his father, Robert Mims, what do you like about his game, and what do you need to see from him today?
Well, I think he's got a good pedigree. I'm a fan of the family. I know Robert and run into him often, and his son has that ability. His dad was 1,500-yard rusher for the Riders and for Winnipeg, and led the league a couple times when he was a starter in this league. So definitely the potential is there. I think he's got a great chance. And you talk about Schaefer-Baker and Emilus, they're not even, on the roster today as far as getting some time in. So you look at an older guy that's a fan favorite, Mitch Picton, who's going to get some chances to, kind of solidify a little bit more of a role on this team, hopefully. And then other guys like Duncan Busby that came in last year in some crucial moments and made some big plays and at times almost seemed like the go-to guy in the games that he got his opportunities. And then you've also got some great Americans as well that are kind of shrinking that roster for the Canadians. I think Keyshawn Johnson is a guy that's going to get his touches, Dante Myers as well. So it's just tough. It's a tough go for these Canadians to kind of carve out their spot because you got some solid Canadians that have already shown that they should be the go-to guys in the slot position, and then you've got these young guys coming up and really making a name for themselves. So, a guy like Dan Weeb that, he's a little smaller guy, but out there trying to make some plays and maybe showing flashes of like a Weston Dressler, even though he's not Canadian. Weston Dressler, that is, everybody thought he was. He's part of that Canadian Air Force. So maybe Dan Weeps can kind of carve out that little guy, fan favorite role that way. So, there's a lot of guys to root for and to be excited about and to come out here and watch and see what they can showcase for their last opportunity in live action.
You mentioned Robert Mims there, and he was a baller, man. Like, Deshawn Mims got some great genes. He won a Grey Cup in 1990, was a 3-time CFL All-Star, had his best rushing season with the Bombers, but we won't focus on that. In 1 year with the Riders in 1996, you almost nailed it, Wes. He had 292 carries for 1,403 yards and 8 touchdowns. Like, this guy was a legitimate star the majority of the way through the 1990s, from 1990 to 1997 when his career ended. So, yes, Mims plays a different position, Deshawn I'm talking about now, but he was taking first-team reps this week. Now, part of that was because the Riders saw Kean Schaefer-Baker have a little bit of a nick. They want to make sure he's full go for the season. There's nothing to worry about there. But what is it like when you're a young player, in this instance, Mims in his second year, getting run with the first team offense?
Yeah, you want to kind of pretend like you're not nervous, but you're like excited but nervous. You just don't want to make any mistakes. You're out there with the vets, the guys that know what they're doing. So you just want to show that you fit in. You want to be able to get in the huddle, hear the call, understand exactly what you need to do, break the huddle. Maybe you touch base with the receiver next to you or the quarterback just to make sure you know what they're looking for on that play, but you don't want to slow anything down. So you want to feel like, you're adding to that first unit. If you can get out of the huddle, get to your spot, hit the line at a good speed, work to get other guys open and get yourself open and make some plays, that's all you're really looking to do as a youngster. But it's a nerve-wracking situation because the game is faster. I remember the speed of the game from my rookie year to my second year, sophomore year was totally different. It slowed down so much. So when you're out there trying to make plays as a young guy, your mind, everything's just going at a different speed, and the vets clearly have an advantage that way. So if you can show that you fit in as a guy that's got all of that to deal with, and every coach knows that, every young guy is dealing with that. So if you can come in and look like you fit in as a young guy, it kind of turns heads for the coaches.
It kind of sounds like what you're saying, to paraphrase, fake it till you make it. Is that?
Yeah, exactly. Pretty much, because, yeah, I would, just like Deshawn said in the interview, he said he wasn't nervous for, the first preseason game. His family is probably more nervous than him. I think that just comes from maybe being around the game a little more. But, like, today, knowing that he's getting some more reps, I'm sure he's nervous.
No, I can only imagine. So 5:30, they are going to be getting Party in the Park underway here because it is a little bit smoky, I'm sure that you've noticed. So the CFL and, of course, the Saskatchewan Roughriders are monitoring that situation. In the meantime, you're more than welcome to come to the Sports Cage Lounge, which is where you will find us right now. Also streaming at sportscage.com and on our YouTube channel. Now, on the other side of the break, we're going to jump into the Wes Cates analysis. We also have a couple of other guests who are going to be joining us, including John Stevens and Glenn Suter. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break here, and this is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
We drive so far to go to these games.
Why don't we just move to Regina?
That's not a half bad idea.
I mean, I was kind of kidding. I'm not ready to move yet.
An age-friendly community helps older people live happily and healthily as they age. Age-friendly communities make improvements that benefit all ages.
Our community is an age-friendly community.
So let's stay. We can age well with our friends.
Discover how your community could be age-friendly. Go to agefriendlysk.ca.
The Gleaner S9 Series combines are designed for farmers in the business of farming. A harvest is successful when a crop is harvested as quickly and efficiently as possible and produces a clean grain sample with little loss. The Gleaner combine offers levels of harvesting performance and efficiency other combines are unable to achieve. Simply put, Gleaner combines save more and cost less. See the Gleaner S9 at Nick's Service in Emerald Park or go to nickservice.com. The Gleaner S9, built with the farmer in mind.
All right, game day. Everybody's going to be here soon. I think I've got everything ready. Big screen, refreshments, seating. What am I forgetting? Food. That's right. Thanks for reminding me, Taco. But what? Taco Time's game day promotion. Great idea. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at Harbor Landing, Prince of Wales, Southland Mall, Cornwall Center, and Rochdale Regina Taco Time locations. Hey, if you're in the mood for tacos, it's Taco Time.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Saskatoon area, call Kurt at Canadian Timber Homes or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Working with asphalt, sealant, or tar can be a sticky mess. It gets everywhere and on everything. Keep your rollers, truck, and tools clean with environmentally friendly asphalt release agent from Milligan Bio. This grown-in-Saskatchewan solution is made using locally sourced canola. It's safe for the environment, prevents stick-on asphalt, and reduces buildup that's already there. And you'll use less than other products on the market. Great for all paving situations. Asphalt release agent from Milligan Bio. Get yours today at milliganbio.com.
The folks at Integra Tire Grenfell know how important abbreviations are these days, with everyone texting 24/7. To remind the good people of Saskatchewan that Integra Tire Grenfell is your go-to trusted name for tires, towing, mechanical, and farm service needs, they decided to abbreviate tires, towing, mechanical, farm service to TTMF. Then decided, maybe not. Integra Tire Grenfell, locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersection of Highways 1 and 47, truly local.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till June 4th, it's Maytag month. Buy any 2 qualifying Maytag major kitchen appliances and save an extra $150. Buy 3 or more and save an extra $300. Buy any 4 eligible Maytag kitchen appliances and save an extra $400. And buy any Maytag eligible washer and dryer pair and save an extra $100. See in store for all the details. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
Hear that? What a tackle.
That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Keeping you company wherever you are in Rider Nation. It's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, and Wes Cates. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And streaming live on the Sports Cage YouTube channel and sportscage.com. We are in the lounge live at Mosaic Stadium teeing up this game tonight. Saskatchewan Roughriders, Winnipeg Blue Bombers to wrap up the preseason, of course. But right now, we got to get to the Wes Cates analysis. It's brought to you by Prairie Battery in Regina, your one-stop source for quality batteries. Check out Prairie Battery at 646 Henderson Drive or call to find a dealer near you.
All right, Wes, last week we were talking about something near and dear to your heart, the American running backs on this team. I want to talk about the big boys up front, okay, because you look at the depth chart that the Riders are potentially going to deploy today if this game goes ahead. And I should say, it looks like it's getting a little clearer outside. Am I seeing things?
No, I feel like I can smell the mini donuts again, not just smoke.
Yeah, true.
Fair enough.
So if the game does go ahead, you know, I'm looking at Zach Fry at center. That would tell me that he's, you know, probably the backup center to Logan Furland if that's the way they roll things out. But the most intriguing guy, and Corey Mace singled him out during training camp, is Daniel Johnson. Started at right tackle last week, gets the start at left guard this week. Perhaps he's going to be that swing guy. So when you look at the ratio and the way the Riders are going to go about it, can they start 2 Canadian offensive linemen or 3? And how do you feel they're going to deploy the offensive line?
Yeah, I think that's a good problem to have. It's one that the Riders haven't had the luxury of having for a few years now. So just to have that depth at O-line and to have some Canadians that seem like they are grasping the concepts and you know, solid at different positions that can get out there, you know, and kind of move around and give them some liberties to maybe, you know, maybe dress 1 or 2 less O-linemen because guys can move around or whatever the case may be. I love the fact that this Rider roster is so deep with solid Canadians. You look at all the Canadian receivers they have that give them options, and then you trickle that down into the O-line, and then you're looking at maybe possibility of, you know, start more defensive guys or American guys on defense, only having a couple of Canadians pretty much on the back end and coverage on defense, and it just really opens your roster up to be able to do a lot of different things. I mean, clearly the best players in this league are the best advantage, I think, is the American D linemen that come up here and get to play against, you know, a little bit lackluster O-line at times. So I think when you can kind of, you know, have solid Canadians that can play up front and keep those guys at bay, it just helps you to have more of an advantage for your defense. And yeah, I'm excited to see how this O-line kind of comes together and fits in, because it's been kind of an Achilles heel for the Riders. So the fact that they've got young guys that are progressing well and are able to line up in different spots just bodes well for them. And I just want to give a shout out to my boy Brammer. Is he still wearing the nasty neck roll? That was I just love a guy that just has a nasty look but plays ball. And a shout out to Missouri, because with the 77, the Canadian receiver, he looked good last week. I like the way he was moving around. He kind of gives me a little bit of Andy Fantuz vibes. Western University receiver that just seems, no matter where the ball is at, he seems to find a way to get there, get his hands on it, bring it in. So I'm excited about the Canadian depth for the Riders.
You talk about the O-line depth, and one name that hasn't been mentioned around the Riders is Trevor Reed. Signed with the Minnesota Vikings in the offseason, but has since been released. Now, the Riders have his rights for the 2025 season, but that means he would actually have to come up. So if Reed did come back to town, how do you think that could shake up the offensive line?
It's going to be tough, but it's a good problem for, you know, the Riders, the GM, though, to have, to be able to bring in a vet that's been with the team before, that understands the system, kind of understands how to fit in around there, and it puts more pressure on the guys that are here trying to make a way for themselves. I think good competition week in, week out is a good thing to have. It keeps guys on their toes, and it breeds guys just advancing and getting better week to week. So when you got good competition, and it's always a leery situation once that week 6, week 8 comes and the NFL gets down to their cuts. Every CFL team knows there's going to be a few new guys coming in. So, maybe practice reps get a little sharper and a little faster in that time because, hey, these are guys that had a chance to make it in, quote unquote, the best football league. Some people would beg to differ. CFL has some uniqueness to it, but obviously the biggest, fastest guys play in the NFL. So when those guys get released and come up here, it definitely shakes things up roster-wise.
It would make a tough decision at the tackle spot if Trevor Reed came back because you're probably going to play him. He was so good last year as a rookie in this league. Trayvon Tate came in sort of midway last season and locked down that right tackle spot because Jamarcus Hardrick was out, but Hardrick is healthy, though we're not going to see him at all in the preseason. He's only going to start the regular season. All systems go from what we're told. To me, that's a difficult decision, Tate or Hardrick, but you're paying Hardrick. So to me, that takes the difficulty out of it. Like, you're paying him over $200,000, right?
Yeah.
Tate is much lower than that, so he would possibly be the odd guy out if Reed came back up. But you talked about the ratio earlier, right? I think you can break it down like this. You got Tavon Campbell, Nelson Lacombo in the secondary. Jackson Ford looked great last week, so he can back up Lacombo. So that's 2 Canadian starters. On defense, probably the front 7 is going to be American, but if you needed to, A.J. Allen is a guy that could probably spot start for you. You have Malik Straker behind him, and the Herdman Reed brothers have experience starting in this league as well, so that's potentially a Canadian spot. You look at the offensive line, we talked about it, 2 or 3 there. The Canadian receivers, 2 or 3, and with Sean Bain Jr. out for, let's say, the foreseeable future, coming back from that ACL injury, perhaps they go 3 Canadian receivers to start the season.
Yeah.
And I don't care if they're Canadian or American, like, those guys are good. Kean Schaefer-Baker, Sam Emlis had 1,000 yards last year. Del Duncan Busby looked really good. Mitch Picton, when he's gotten an opportunity, especially in fourth quarters, I think you've noted this, has been clutch.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I would go with, I'm the kind of guy, I would go with as many Canadians as I could just to have that freedom to maybe if a guy gets injured, you're not pressed up against the ratio, right? I mean, honestly, in 2009, we lost the Grey Cup really because our field corner broke his leg, like early in the first quarter. And it really, Levon Mitchell. And he basically was a solid corner. He was a bigger corner, but he held down the position well. And then we had to basically we tried to take a Canadian safety and put him at corner, but then they were just abusing him. So then we took one of our best rushing American linemen off the field to set the ratio back in order. So I think it behooves CFL GMs to try to be, one position above the ratio, so if a weird injury does happen, you're not having to totally reset your roster because of one guy goes down.
Yeah, I think if you look at the defense too, the other possible spots where they could start Canadians is, Lake Corte Moore. Some people maybe feel like he's fighting for a job, but he was a high pick for a reason with the Riders. Could probably spot start there for you. Charbel DeBuyer is likely going to be out week 1 according to Corey Mace, but he's a guy that made a number of plays before his early season injury last year, so you could start a Canadian at defensive tackle. And Ali Saad, they picked high in this past draft in 2025. So the more you look at the roster, you see the options and the depth that's there. But you mentioned the corner spot.
Yep.
And that's the one spot where it's just Tavon Campbell.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Nelson Lacombo has played some corner, so that's where I wonder if we were able to ask Corey Mace about this and get the truth out of him. If you're thinking, okay, if something happens to Tavon Campbell, does Nelson Lacombo slide over there? Because we have seen him play games at corner.
Yeah,
and then Jackson Ford can go in at safety. And if Nelson Lacombo goes down at safety, then you have Jackson Ford there too. But I think Tavon Campbell's going to be a real key to this team because people see him as a ratio breaker at the corner spot.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, Lacombo has shown that he can kind of play wherever's needed. I think it's kind of when he got pressed into the situation, we were talking about him not having that pick, and then he comes up with a big pick in a big game later on in the season. So I think he's been pressed into those situations, and I think he's ready to go and fill in at any position. And I said Levon Mitchell, but I meant LaRon Mitchell. Sorry about that.
Close enough.
Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, this defense is stacked. The offensive line has some depth, which we haven't seen in a while, and the receiving corps for the last few years has been stacked with Canadians. So I think GM is O'Day's happy right now.
So we are still at a 10-plus air quality, despite the fact that they have fired up the concessions here. Apparently my nose is deceiving me. So the CFL, the Saskatchewan Roughriders, still monitoring the situation here, delaying Party in the Park for a little while longer. They do have some of the tents set up there, but they're not officially opening here for about another 13 minutes to be exact. No, actually 23 minutes. See, math is hard. Math is hard. No, we are going to take a short break here, though. We will be right back. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Broadcast Network.
2 tremendous collector sales coming next week at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. Planes, trains, and automobiles, plus farm toys, Coca-Cola items, sports cards, memorabilia, military badges, salt and peppers, glassware, and much, much more. It's all here on display at our location in Indian Head, and we're open from 10 till 6 daily, so you can come and take a look. Register and bid at 2sauctioneers.highbid.com. That's the big collectible auction closing next week at 2sauctioneers.ca in Indian Head.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Whitewood-Moosomin area, call Richard and Patsy at R. Thompson Construction, or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
SEIU West members are
Stores Person,
Unit Assistant,
Finance Officer,
Unit Clerk,
Recreation Coordinator,
Youth Care Worker, Medical Laboratory Technologist,
Power Engineer,
Office Administrative Assistant,
Maintenance Services Worker, Medical Transcriptionist,
Medical Office Assistant, Bio Clerk,
Medical Laboratory Assistant, Pharmacy Technician.
The backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seius.ca.
Milligan Bio has a need for seed, and they want your heated and damaged canola today. Milligan Bio, a locally owned Canadian company based in Foam Lake, has space available for your canola and is accepting immediate delivery. Get that damaged canola out of your bins and put the cash in your pocket. Call Milligan Bio now at 272-6284. That's 272-6284 to arrange your delivery or on-farm pickup. MilliganBio.com.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
It's game time at Two-Way Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two-Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for 2 to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two-Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
You hear that? Do you feel that? It's summer. The best season in Saskatchewan. Because after that long, long winter of sitting inside on your phone, you can finally go sit at the lake on your phone. Thanks to Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer. Yes, their coverage is the best. So enjoy it everywhere you go this summer. Visit Glassers TV and check out their newly renovated store. Summer starts at Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin.
You know something? It's like selling a six-pack with only 5 beers in it. Wood Country Woody here, reminding you that unlike some other places, Wood Country Garage Packages contains everything you need, right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. Building a garage? It's one and done with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online, wood-country.com.
It's an all-access pass to everything you need to know about your Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko, Wes Cates, Justin Dunk inside the Sports Cage Lounge inside Mosaic Stadium. Yes, we are live and streaming at sportscage.com as well as on our YouTube channel. A little bit smoky out there. But you know what? For right now, let's go into this homegrown segment for 2S Auctioneers online auction house. Start bidding today at 2sauctioneers.ca.
We've got Dave Thomas for our homegrown segment talking to Saskatoon Hilltops defensive lineman Jonathan Stevens, who got reps last week in Winnipeg and has looked pretty good in training camp.
First of all, tell me about how you started out in football. Where did it all begin?
Started out Utonia, Saskatchewan there. I always watched the Riders, but I never really knew football. But when I was in, I think it was grade 6, I started someone from local town leader started up a junior program for the kids, and you just went from there pretty much.
6-man, 9-man, 12-man?
6-man.
So the 6-man guy is now wearing a Saskatchewan Roughrider jersey. You said you were a fan growing up with the Riders?
Absolutely. Yeah. No, they were. I always tried to watch them, even if I, at a young age, didn't fully understand what was going on. I liked cheering when they got into the end zone.
Did you have a favorite player?
Not until 2017. My favorite player then was, say, Naaman Roosevelt.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
What attracted you to his game?
I don't know. He was really good, and at the time, I was a huge history nerd, and Roosevelt was synonymous with World War II. So
there you go.
Just like, hey, that's awesome, and he's good. So
Etonia to leader to the Saskatoon Hilltops. How did that work?
I don't know. Well, there was a guy from Leader, but he always came to Etonia. We always had the program there, and I went there, and there was a few guys who said, "Hey, do you want to play after?" And I said, "I do, but I don't know how to play after." So they said, "Contact Tom Sargent. He'd like to have you." So I did, and went from there.
It's not the only time that you got a call from Tom Sargent, because he also told you about coming here, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And when he told me that was amazing. I didn't know how to express it. I was internally excited, just trying to suppress the urge to scream.
So who did you text or contact first after he calls you to tell you to come to camp?
My parents, of course. Yeah.
So do you anticipate going back to the Hilltops after this, or this is where you are going to be?
Well, I assume I'm going to be going back to the Hilltops. I love to stay, but ultimately I feel like the Hilltops got me here. If I can go back and hopefully try to repay them in some way, then yeah.
Hilltops are pretty excited for you though. On Saturday, I'd imagine there was a number of well wishes when they saw you on the roster.
Absolutely, yeah. Amazing teammates there, and just amazing coaches. Lots of them came during the training camp in Saskatoon to say hi and wish me luck and just tell me to enjoy every minute of it, and I have been.
Absolutely. So you look around here, you're wearing a Rough Rider jersey.
Yeah.
What thoughts come to your mind?
It's pretty cool.
Jonathan Stevens has spent the last 3 Prairie Football Conference seasons with the Hilltops. He played 6 games last year, registering 3 sacks and 4 tackles for loss. While suiting up for 11 games in 2023, he recorded 6 sacks, 4 tackles for a loss, 4 forced fumbles, and 2 interceptions. That was during a national championship year for the Saskatoon Hilltops in 2023. The Hilltops, by the way, have won 23 national championships, and one of their star players in training camp with the Rough Riders and doing pretty well.
I will say I'm checking out the air index here right now, gentlemen. It is 10 plus or very high still. Special air quality statement in effect for Regina, an area with the wildfires and all the smoke billowing into the city. Wes, I'm curious to see, as a player, is this really difficult conditions to play in? Would you even want to get onto the field in something like this?
I mean, I don't think the air quality is really something you would think about. I never remember that being an issue. I guess we weren't dealing with forest fires at this level. Clearly, I'm getting a little old, so I guess times have changed. But no, it's definitely something that, if anything that's messing with the schedule or messing with your prep or the natural, progression of prep is something that annoys you. But I don't think the players would not want to get out here and play. They prep for it. They prep for it all week. They prep for it today. They want to get out there, have an opportunity to, make some plays. So I think as far as the air quality, maybe bring out some extra oxygen tanks if you have them available, something like that. Or maybe just have, your medical staff a little bit more on high alert that guys aren't having trouble breathing or catching their breath or getting back to, just not looking labored or something out there. But at the end of the day, these players want to come out here and play. And I think the only thing that's really going to hurt the consistency of what we see on the field is if there's a bunch of delays and, stoppages or anything like that. So if I'm a player, I'm like, let's go. I do worse than myself on the off days than smoke, right? Nah.
But what if you're a player on the cusp and you keep getting delayed, because that could be a reality in this situation. You never know. Does that impact your performance to a certain degree?
I think it does, and I think it actually helps the coaches evaluate, right? Throwing a wrench in the plan and seeing who can stay focused, who is, maybe stretching in the locker room or maybe just going over something or getting with the other guys in this group and talking about, the scheme and the game plan for today, just seeing how guys use that extra time to better prepare for the game. So I think it's definitely something that could be used to the team's advantage and just the coach's evaluation, just to see what guys, stay focused, and then what guys actually, despite the delays and the change in regimen, come out and still perform and play well.
If you're a veteran, are you sitting there in the locker room hoping that it gets canceled because that solidifies your spot?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I'd say we don't need to get out there. We're good. We do enough at practice. I mean, really, the coaches probably feel like the reps that they're getting in and the things they're doing to set certain guys up to be evaluated in practice can sometimes be more useful than this game action. Really, what you want to get out of a preseason game is, all right, it's live. We're really tackling, so our guys fitting up, tackling well. Are they, being aggressive against their opponent? You're getting to go against somebody who's not your teammate. So are you, going out and playing hard and executing? I think that's really what you get out of a preseason game, is just to see how guys really play in truly live action against somebody that they're not worrying about keeping safe, right? In practice, you're always trying to, stay up, not really get tangled up and hurt each other. But in this game, you're kind of just going to make plays. And I think coaches want to see how guys, shy away from contact, or invite contact, and how you just move around and handle yourself in live action with refs and the fans and everybody around.
If you were talking to the young guys, what advice would you give them about dealing with a potential delay? Like, would you take your pads off? Would you relax? Would you be playing cards in there?
Yeah.
Would you try to have a laid-back approach, or would you want to stay laser-focused, get into the playbook?
Yeah.
What would you say to them?
Me personally, I think, once you have the delayed time schedule, you kind of reset your prep schedule. So if you have, say it takes you 20 minutes to kind of do your pregame regimen, and now we've got 40. Well, yeah, you hang out, talk to some guys, maybe hop on your phone or, do something, listen to some music just to take, just to settle yourself and not get too anxious with that extra time you have. But then you want to focus back in and get your mind set for what you have to do. At the end of the day, it's all about coming out here and performing. So whatever you need to do, some guys need to stay focused and don't talk to me, or, just, maybe throw a towel over their head, listen to their music and just kind of zone out or meditate. Other guys just want to, hang out, joke, and just stay loose. So it really just depends on the individual. But I just want you to be, when the lights are on, when the whistle blows, be ready.
Are there times that you can remember going through potential delays or actual delays? Maybe not due to the smoke, as you said, but rain, thunderstorm,
yeah, for sure.
anything
I
else?
was actually just talking about this today at work with some colleagues. So it was one of the early games of the season in 2007. We had Edmonton at home. It was a crazy thunderstorm. The delay was supposed to only be, I think at the time, they had like a 55-minute rule or an hour rule, and we went like an hour and 10. and they decided we were still going to play. And it was kind of like guys were just in the locker room hanging out, having fun. You know, the lights were low. I think they, you know, were trying to turn the power down or something so it wouldn't attract more lightning or whatever the case may be. But we were having fun. Then they were like, we're about to go. We were down 8, Edmonton at home. We come back out. The stands were pretty much empty except for this like contingent of like 300 to 400 fans that just, you know, rode it out. And we put on a show for them. We were down like 8, ended up, you know, getting some stops, scoring, and ended up winning by like 8 or 10. And it was an epic experience for anybody that was on the field or in the stands. Honestly, it was one of the best games I ever played in because it was just, you know, we were like, oh yeah, it's done. We went past the hour. Guys were kind of, they're like, nope, we're playing. The ref just told us. So then it was like, all right, everybody just kind of, you know, zone back in, focus back in. We got out there, and yeah, like I said, that was a memorable moment for those few hundred fans that rode it out and got drenched for a special comeback win. Well, we were known for comeback wins in my era, but you know that was one of the more special ones.
What was the mind shift set like for you in that place? Because you said you thought the game was going to be canceled, and then all of a sudden you got to lock in, and like with all due respect, we're not playing like tennis or golf here. You're going out there and thumping pads.
Yeah, no, I think the biggest thing was guys, you know, everybody pretty much, you know, a couple guys took their pads off, but I think we all kind of kept our pads on and did enough to stay loose because, you know, as long as that hour was rolling, we kind of assumed that we were going to play, and then it kind of got past the hour, and we were like, well, what's it going to be? And then, you know, kind of rumors kind of went around, and next thing you know, the refs came in and told us we were playing. So I think it was just more about, you know, keeping your body loose and, you know, just whatever you need to do to stay, you know, focused. I think it was a little nerve-wracking for some guys, but it seemed to work for us to just go in, hang out, joke, you know what I mean, kick back and just stay loose and kind of just razz each other and just stay engaged really was what we were doing, I think. And then once we got a chance to go back out there, it was like we got a little chance to almost get a second halftime reset and go out there and finish the game right. So, you know, if you're coaching up and the team has that good chemistry, then something like that might actually give you an advantage.
You're saying that you were hanging out. Like, was there music on? What was going on in the locker room?
Yeah, we had some music on. I think some guys were on their phones. You know, we just – yeah, honestly, the way the atmosphere in the locker room was kind of –
guys were on their phones in 2007? Like on dial-up internet or what?
Well, I mean, I think whatever. Guys might have been just playing a little weird
Snake.
game or something. Yeah, I don't know. It was,
on their Nokia.
yeah. I think I might have had a Palm Pilot back then that I paid too much for and never used, but whatever. But yeah, at the end of the day, we kind of just, you know, I don't know if the cards came out or not, but I just remember it was a fun time in the locker room, and I remember the lights being off, so I don't know if there was like some sort of power issue or not, but it all got worked out. We got back out on the field and did our thing, so it was just one of those situations where, yeah, I think you know, if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready, and I think we were the type of team that just kind of stayed ready, you know, and you know, had our fun in the moments, but always knew to take it serious.
Would you rather be told about a delay before you start warming up?
Oh, for sure. Like because it's just going to kind of throw a wrench in the routine, right? If you know about the delay, you know, because, I mean, I remember guys like a Kerry Joseph. That dude used to be out on the field running around like an hour and a half before or something like that. It was crazy. But he had that – I guess he had that type of motor. I was kind of like – I come in early and I took my sweet time getting my unit because I just had to feel right. So I'd take my time getting all my stuff on, making sure I had everything, all my spats and the tape up right and all that good stuff. But yeah, you like to have that kind of, you know, you like to kind of get things done at the same time. So you know, I wasn't a big superstition guy, so I wasn't really worried about always doing things the same way. But tons of guys are like that. So if you switch up the time on them, then they need to know because, okay, well, now I don't do my wrist tape until, you know, 6:45 or, you know what I mean? It's just one of those things. Like, you got to have that routine so you feel like you've done everything to go out and be prepared and perform the way you're used to performing.
Well, at least at this point, we're only dealing with a delay of Party in the Park, which is going to be getting underway here in 4 minutes. Still no official delay due to the air quality here at Mosaic Stadium as we are heading into what we expect to be the final preseason game for the Riders. Bombers are in town. And you know what? We'll keep you up to date if we hear anything else. In the meantime, we are going to take a short break here on the home of Rider Nation. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Broadcast Network.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality.
In the Fort Capel area, Melville, and Yorkton, call Calvin at 99 Builders.
Or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Hear that? What a tackle.
That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Have you ever thought, I need more power for grain drying? For anything on your farm, Croft Electric is here to help. Let Croft upgrade your farm service capacity. Call now. Let us take this off your plate so you can focus on your farm and be ready when you need the power. Trust our 27 years of experience. Here for all your electrical needs, from generators to permanently installed holiday lights. Find us through all socials and croftelectric.com. Croft Electric. Do it right. Do it once.
Need tires that tackle every terrain? Trust Integra Tire Grenfell. But they're more than just tires. Trust them for all your towing, mechanical repairs, and farm service needs as well. From your family car to your combine, they keep you rolling with expert service and small-town care. Farm tough, road ready, always reliable. Integra Tire Grenfell, where rubber meets the road and service meets the standard. Locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersection of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till June 4th, it's Maytag month. Buy any 2 qualifying Maytag major kitchen appliances and save an extra $150. Buy 3 or more and save an extra $300. Buy any 4 eligible Maytag kitchen appliances and save an extra $400. And buy any Maytag eligible washer and dryer pair and save an extra $100. See in store for all the details. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
This football season, Positively Perfect Pets is ready for a touchdown of the best pet food in town, offering a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Richard from Paws Purr is your quarterback for your pet's food decisions and everything else for your furry friends. The customer service will always go long for anything you need, setting their team apart from the box stores. Score big points with your pets at Positively Perfect Pets, 4637 Ray Street. Visit their Facebook page and onestopdogshop.com.
Attention farmers. The Burgo Model Year 2026 order program is on now. Take advantage of the best pricing of the year on Burgo's seeding equipment, including their exciting new models. Whether you're upgrading or expanding, now is the perfect time to invest in the future of your farm. Visit Young's Equipment or call to see how a new Burgo seeding system can revolutionize your operation. Don't miss out on these incredible deals. Young's Equipment, your Burgo headquarters. Check youngs.ca today.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody again. You know, you and me ain't so different. We both love to sit on a sunny deck with a cool beverage instead of sanding the thing all the time. And when I heard TimberTech composite decking material is super low maintenance, well, that sold me right there. They didn't even need to mention that it features a sweet little hidden fastener system or that they also have the treated lumber that goes underneath. It's easy, it's pretty, it's TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
Getting you set for Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes countdown to kickoff. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
We are inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. My name is Teagan Witko. I'm here with Justin Duncan, Wes Cates. And it's the countdown to kickoff. Thanks to Croft Electric, 27 years of trusted, reliable home, farm, and commercial service for all electrical needs. CroftElectric.com and all socials. It sounds like we just got some information off the desk. Is that officially confirmed?
I believe so, according to our Dave Thomas.
According to our Dave Thomas. So that means that we are going to be hanging out here in the Sports Cage Lounge for a little bit longer, 8 o'clock start. We have pushed back the game just due to the air quality advisory, the special weather statement that's in effect. Party in the Park, it looks like it's starting to ramp up here. I know they did delay that by an hour as well. So just something to keep in mind if you are going to be coming here. In the meantime, you can always join us in the lounge. You can always join us right here in the Sports Cage studio as well. And it does look like we are ready for Mr. Glenn Suter. This is brought to you by North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. Google North Home Windows or call 1-866-362-6525. Well, hey, Glenn.
Hey. Well, it sounds like this might be an issue that we have throughout the season, unfortunately, with these air quality concerns. I mean, back in the day, we just worried about lightning. That was the only thing that would really stop a game. No other form of weather would delay or stop a game or cancel a game. And now it's air quality. And I know northern Saskatchewan and northern Manitoba are getting hit pretty hard with the fires already.
And Rider Nation is certainly with them. Our thoughts are with everybody who's been impacted by these fires. You know, an hour delay is quite a minimal price to pay, I would say. Sure. Now, as we head into this final pregame, Glenn, or the final pregame show of the preseason, rather, I did want to ask you, when it comes to the cut down day, how nervous have you been in the past? Or did you go into those days with confidence knowing, you know what, I'm going to make the cut?
I wish I could say I went in with confidence. I really wish I could say that. In fact, it's been a long enough time, I could probably just start making it up that I was really confident and knew I was going to make the team and play for 11 years. Yeah, that was not the case at all. I mean, the way back then, I'm not sure how Corey Mace handles it, but the way that we would find out back then was you'd get a knock on your door in the dorms, and it would usually be maybe an assistant equipment person or someone like that would just come to your dorm room, give you a knock on the door and say, bring your playbook, the coach wants to talk to you. And if you got that message, you knew what was going on, that you were going to be released. Now, I should say for all the players that may be listening down the road or young players that have aspirations of playing pro one day, that, you know, because you get cut doesn't mean the journey's over. And I remember a coach in training camp, one of our first coaches, Reuben Berry, in training camp, in their very first meeting with over 100 players in attendance, he said, how many players in this room have been cut before at some time in their life? And honestly, about 98% of the room put their hand up. So somewhere in their journey, they had been cut. I mean, there's great stories of Michael Jordan being cut from his high school basketball team, if you can imagine that, one of the greatest of all time. I mean, Paul McCartney was told he wasn't a good enough singer for his choir when he was 16 years old. I mean, you know, it's not an indictment if you get cut on your abilities, really. There's a lot involved with that. But, yeah, I wish I could say I was confident. I wasn't confident. I was awake looking at the ceiling, praying I didn't hear the knock on the door, and wondering if I heard the knock and I ignored it, would that help me? I knew it wouldn't.
Right. Hey, Suits, this is Cates. You're talking about young guys getting the opportunity to tonight get cut. It's looking like there's going to be a lot more opportunities for some of these young riders because some of these vets, I mean, I'm looking at it seems like about 75-80% of the stats that we're probably going to see this season aren't dressing right. You don't have a couple of your top receivers, three of your top receivers dressing. Quarterback not dressing. What do you make of the riders sitting most of their vets? going into this last preseason game. I kind of feel like the second preseason game is where you more likely want to see your vets get some action. But what do you think?
Yeah, Wes, I think, conventional wisdom says that your young guys are, what we've seen in the past a ton is that your young guys play in the first preseason game. Your vets together get about a half or 3/4 of the second preseason game. That's what we've seen historically in the last, I would say, 10 years, that most coaches will do that. But, it's not necessarily right or wrong in this strategy. And I'll just make the argument, I guess, for what Corey Mace is doing right now, because I don't think it has much to do with injury. I think he's still got some decisions to make on some players. So that's a good sign that there's good depth there, and maybe players that we don't really know a lot about at this point are guys that have been impressing throughout camp, and that he wants to take a longer look at them. He does want to get Jake Mayer some more reps as the starter in a new offense with a new team. And I would also say, if you can't play all of your starters with your quarterback in there for, a half or 3/4 of the second preseason game, then why play any of them? I mean, maybe take as many as you can out. Now, we have limited rosters, as you know, so we can't rest everybody. But, I think the reason that you play all your veterans in the second game for a half or 3/4 is that they can pick up some chemistry that possibly carries into game one. But if you're not playing them all together anyway, then why not do some more evaluation and take a look at the young guys? I'll make the argument for Corey Mace there. I haven't talked to him about the strategy, but that makes sense to me.
Glenn, I just want to go back for a second. You're talking about the young guys, and you were smart as a young guy, I believe. Sources tell me you had a spy in the coaches' meetings. Is that right?
Yeah. I can't, I don't think I've ever told this story.
Perfect.
It wasn't a spy. It wasn't a spy in the sense of, he was in there trying to promote Glenn Suter as a safety, as a rookie. That wasn't sort of the plan. It was just a guy that was informing me, and I won't bring up his name because I don't want to get anyone a phone call from anyone or whatever. But what happened was I had an acquaintance that was a guest coach, and the guest coach, of course, would sit in all the meetings, and he was a guy that, I didn't know really well. We weren't long-term friends or anything, but we had a lot in common, so we bonded really quickly at the beginning of camp. And I would go and ask him, straight up. I said, when my name comes up, if it does in the coaches' meetings, what are they saying, good or bad? Like I wanted to hear if they were saying, well, he's not fast enough or he's not, whatever enough. I wanted to hear that too, so that I could maybe make some corrections if it was correctable. But then I would also get some intel like this. I would say, okay, Coach, what's going on in the meeting? What happened last night? He goes, well, let me tell you this. Keep doing what you're doing. You're on the right trajectory. And it would be like that. He wouldn't get into specifics. He was careful not to betray the trust of the meeting in the coach, getting into details and things. But he was always kind of, you make sure you keep working on tackling, or make sure you keep working on your playbook, or whatever it might be. He would give me those corrections, and then he would say also, hey, it looks like you're going to be playing on a lot of special teams in preseason game one. That is a very good sign, and that's all I'll tell you at this point. So keep doing what you're doing. And it was just it was a spy, I guess, in some ways, but it was encouragement and criticism from inside the room, so I didn't have to guess. And I was really lucky to kind of have that, because I know there were 99% of rookies don't. So it was you weren't guessing. I knew if they were not happy with a day in camp, and I knew when they were, subtly knew when they were happy with what I was doing. So it was a confidence builder from that regard.
Did you get the secret intel just about yourself, or were you asking this person about some of your other, perhaps veteran teammates that you're trying to protect, let's say?
Yeah, or competing with, and the answer is no. And that's where I think the line was for this coach, too. Like, he wasn't going to, when I'm going against 3 or 4, most of the time American free safeties or defensive backs that were trying out for free safety when I was a rookie, he wasn't going to give me details on what they were saying about anybody else. That was unfair to those players. So this was just, keep working on this, keep doing this. They like what they see when they see you in the meeting rooms every morning, those kind of things. So it was updates on my progress, good and bad, not necessarily intel on, and by the way, they're not saying good things about the competition. There was none of that going on at all, and I completely respect it. I was just happy that, I think twice in camp, I got the message that the coaches are speaking highly of you, that you've made an impression, keep it up. I remember almost that sentence, word for word, because it had that kind of impact from a confidence perspective for me in camp. And, back then we were in camp for a month with 4 preseason games. So it was great in the middle of camp to hear that and go, okay, what I'm doing, it's sort of what it does, and Wes will tell you this, it validates, it helps to validate the process of what you're doing. Am I training enough? Am I lifting enough? Am I going to enough meetings? Am I on top of the playbook? All of the things that race through your mind that you want to improve. If you get that little bit of confidence builder, you feel like, okay, I'm on the right track, keep going.
Glenn, you alluded to this earlier about how potentially Corey Mace handles cutdown day, and I asked him directly, and we had the clip early in the show. I know you had an important meeting, and I mean that actually seriously. So he felt like it's important that the players have a face-to-face meeting with at least one of the key members of the staff, be it Corey Mace, be it Kyle Carson, the assistant GM, be it Larry Dean, the player personnel coordinator, or Jeremy O'Day, the general manager. And the perfect example for the Riders is they want to do it professionally, because sometimes you can release a player and they might end up coming back to you like Noah Zur has come back. So when you hear that the Riders are handling it professionally, how do you view that? And then have you heard some, I guess I'll call them horror stories, about players being released in terrible ways during all your years covering the CFL?
Well, let me start with the second part of that question first, because I have heard tons of horror stories, and it really is disappointing and frustrating, especially when, in past years it has come from a veteran coach, and in times maybe a coach that has been in both professional leagues and coached college ball down south, that they wouldn't think it important to, to tell a player face-to-face with one of your staff, important member of your staff, that, you're going to be released at this point, but, and then the but is whether or not you're on speed dial or we're going to let you go. If any other team wants a reference, we can help you there. Don't be afraid to reach out when that, when you're looking for work with another team or even in a different job or a different occupation. So, I'm encouraged to hear, and I think as time has evolved and we have a really strong coaching, our coaches from top to bottom are high character guys, and then that's not always been the case, but it is now, I think, and I could say the same about owners. And when you have top quality people, they understand the importance of that face-to-face and the importance of a personal discussion when you have to give a player bad news. And I guarantee you it's devastatingly hard for a head coach to make those decisions when they see how hard players work, how much they study, even in a small period of time like 2 weeks. You know, they're flew all the way up from wherever they came from, and they've worked their butt off and done some really good things, and probably have the ability to play in the league. But right now in this particular situation with these numbers, we're going to have to let you go. And that discussion is a very tough one for coaches, and to handle it professionally. And don't mess around either. I mean, you know, I think it's important that these are grown men at this level, and these grown men are okay. They understand that bad news is possible, and they understand. You know, they've lived long enough here already in their lives at 25 to know that they're going to get bad news sometimes. And when they do, they have to take it and use it to inspire and push them and come back even harder. So, as I said, that year when, I think my rookie year, when the coach said, how many people in this room have ever been cut before? And almost every single person in that room put their hand up. I thought, wow, okay, this you know, this is less than 1% get a chance to play pro football in the world. So that tells you enough about the sort of the percentage of chance of making it. And then you've got to do, it's all got to fall into place. And like we said with Noah Zerr, it's, you know, you are a phone call away, you're an injury away, you know, if Corey Mace has to give a player that bad news in the next couple of days, and he gets a call from Calgary, and the Calgary coach says, what do you think of this player? He will give him, you know, an honest and probably very positive reference.
Absolutely,
and you know, that's what you're doing, yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Glenn. Really appreciate your time and all of the insight here, and we'll do this again at the next game.
Hey, I wonder if there's any spies right now.
We'll go do some investigating for you. Thank you so much, Glenn.
Okay, guys. Okay.
Take care. We are going to take a quick break. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Broadcast Network.
Summer's here in southern Saskatchewan. Before you hit the road for your hard-earned family getaway, make sure your vehicle and your trailer are ready to roll. At Integra Tire Karst Holdings in Assiniboia, we'll check it all. Tires, brakes, bearings, for your boat trailer, camper, or daily driver. You work too hard all year to let a small problem turn into a major headache this summer holiday season. Don't risk your vacation. Stop in today at Integra Tire in Assiniboia. Safe travels start here. Integra Tire Karst Holdings in Assiniboia. Truly local.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. See the Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
Game day. Everybody's going to be here soon. I think I've got everything ready. Big screen, refreshments, seating. What am I forgetting? Food. That's right. Thanks for reminding me, Taco. But what? Taco Time's game day promotion. Great idea. Buy 2 classic beef burritos for $8.99 on Saturdays and all game days at Harbor Landing, Prince of Wales, Southland Mall, Cornwall Center, and Rochdale Regina Taco Time locations. Hey, if you're in the mood for tacos, it's Taco Time.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Fort Capella area, call Calvin at 99 Builders or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes.
We do permanent holiday lighting. Yes. We do cabins. Yes. And farms. Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
It's game time at Two Ways Service, your Ford dealer in Southie. Just 30 money-saving minutes north of Regina on Highway 6. Two-Way Service is a first-round draft pick, delivering championship deals all season long. Score big with any vehicle purchase, and they'll throw in a free trip for two to Las Vegas. That's right, Vegas, baby. So suit up and drive 55 kilometers north of Regina to Two-Way Service. Online at twowayservice.com.
You're raising your livestock, while Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer, is raising your cell phone bars. No matter how deep in the field you are, you can expect excellent and consistent coverage, so you can do what farmers do best, multitask. Like this guy. He's out here milking cows and managing his fantasy football team. With today's smartphones, farmers are checking the weather, pricing soybeans, and swiping right, all before breakfast. Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Moosomin.
Unlike the country song Kick the Dust Up, Milligan Bio knows for those of you that are construction site managers, farmers, golf course and park managers, or rural homeowners, it's all about keeping the dust down, inspiring their environmentally friendly road dust suppressant. Safe and easy to use, Milligan Bio's road dust suppressant controls the dust, coats the surface, and reduces grading and maintenance needs. To book application, call 306-272-6284.
Proud to tailgate with all of Rider Nation. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Text 306-936-6262 with the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And it's Teagan Witko here, countdown to kickoff for Nelson Homes, supplying home packages and RTMs for over 65 years. Inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, we are live and streaming at sportscage.com as well as on our YouTube channel. There is an hour delay on the game due to the special air quality statement that is in effect, so an 8 o'clock kickoff is scheduled for the Saskatchewan Roughriders as they host the Winnipeg Blue Bombers in this preseason game. Now time for the Rider Communities segment for Sask Senior Mechanism. Learn how age-friendly communities benefit us all. Visit skseniorsmechanism.ca. Mosaic Festival kicks off next week. My guest joining me now, his name is Terry Zawarchik.
Zawarich, yeah.
Zawarich. We just talked about that, but I know that you're really excited about this because you spoke to me and said you do not go up against a Rider home game. Yeah. So instead, you pivoted and you did something that's really cool, and you guys are launching on the home opener, not only the Riders home opener, but the season opener.
That's exactly it. And you're absolutely right. You never go against the Riders. And we've talked with the Riders organization, which has been nothing but exceptional to work with. So if you come to the Rider game with your ticket, you can get into any of the pavilions. So come and party before the game. Once the Riders win, come to the pavilions right after at Mosaic. Your ticket gets you in for Thursday, for any of the Thursday pavilions.
And it is really a festival of cultures and community and volunteerism. You also mentioned transportation was taken into consideration.
Okay, so there's 6 pavilions right on real property, so that means that there's 9 pavilions out of the property. We've rented buses, Mosaic buses, so you can go to any pavilion and take the bus. It'll bring you right to the game.
So make sure you grab that home game ticket next Thursday right here at Mosaic Stadium when we kick off not only the regular season, but of course it's the Riders home opener. So if you want more information, website really fast?
ReginaMosaic.ca.
Okay. Well, make sure that you check out all the pavilions. We will also have a little taste of that and party in the park as well. Terry mentioned that they're going to have a few mini pop-ups over there. So make sure that you get your ticket again Thursday, home opener, Saskatchewan Roughriders against Ottawa. The Rider Nation pregame show with Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, they are going to be coming up here in just a little bit. So we're going to be setting the stage for that, as yes, there is again a little bit of a delay with that special air quality statement in effect effect. So 8 o'clock is what we're looking at for a kickoff. However, Party in the Park is underway. I'm hanging out here in the Sports Cage Lounge with Terry, and we're having a really good time. So, of course, the concessions are open, even though we are looking at just that extra hour of wait time. There is certainly still lots to do here as we tie a bow on this preseason. And, of course, there is going to be a lot of hopefuls wondering if they're going to be making the cut on Decision Day tomorrow. So that is going to be their time to shine. 8 o'clock tonight right here at Mosaic Stadium Friday night. And we certainly hope to see you here. It's the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
When you're looking for new batteries this spring, go see Prairie Battery. They have options for your everyday battery needs, whether it be your boat, motorcycle, tractor, golf cart, scooter, or even your watch. Prairie Battery's got you covered. They have high-end AGM batteries like Odyssey and Optima, and their automotive batteries have warranty options to fit every budget. They'll even test your old car battery for free. So when there's something you need, see Prairie Battery, 646 Henderson Drive in Regina.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
Two tremendous collector sales coming next week at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head. Planes, trains, and automobiles, plus farm toys, Coca-Cola items, sports cards, memorabilia, military badges, salt and peppers, glassware, and much, much more. It's all here on display at our location in Indian Head, and we're open from 10 till 6 daily, so you can come and take a look. Register and bid at 2sauctioneers.highbid.com. That's the big collectible auction closing next week at 2sauctioneers.ca in Indian Head.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
So, how big is yours?
5 inches.
That's about average. How'd you like 6 inches?
6 inches?
6 inches? That would be a big improvement.
A 6-inch package from Prairie 6-inch eaves trough is made specifically for your farm building. 6-inch eaves troughs are more durable and efficient during storms. They're family owned and operated, so you'll get an honest installation at a fair price. Prairie 6-inch eaves trough, your farm shop specialist. Call 570-6415.
He's at it again. Matt's sharpening his pencil to save you money at Matt's Furniture. Now till June 4th, it's Maytag month. Buy any 2 qualifying Maytag major kitchen appliances and save an extra $150. Buy 3 or more and save an extra $300. Buy any 4 eligible Maytag kitchen appliances and save an extra $400. And buy any Maytag eligible washer and dryer pair and save an extra $100. See in store for all the details. Matt's Furniture in Fort Capel, Kamsack, Melville, and Foam Lake, or online at mattsfurniture.ca.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. See the Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
Hear that? What a tackle. That big crunch wasn't from the tackle, Chris. That's the KFC $4.95 End Zone Big Crunch and $7.95 End Zone Big Crunch combos only on game days.
The End Zone Special available on Rough Rider game days at participating KFC Sask locations.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Rider Nation, get ready to get loud. Kickoff is 60 minutes away. It's time to get you set for Saskatchewan Roughriders football.
It's gone 10 yards. It's up. Riders touch it. It's
It's still loose on the turf, right at the 45-yard line. Riders have it! Riders have it!
Coming up, we'll hear from head coach Corey Mace with all you need to know about today's matchup. We'll look at the injury reports, the starters, Luc Mullinder's keys to the game, and we'll take you inside the Rider locker room as the green and white suit up for another Canadian Football League contest. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Here's Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder.
And we are live from the Sports Cage studio inside Mosaic Stadium. I'm Teagan Witko alongside voice of the Riders, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Justin Dunk. And we are ready to go for the final preseason game for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, although we're going to have to wait a little bit longer.
Yeah, we are. As officially with a word from the Canadian Football League in consultation with all of the involved parties, they made the decision that we're going to back the football game off until 8 o'clock. So a kickoff will be 1 hour later. It's also actually going to be delayed in Ottawa as well, as they've got some challenges there. But the air quality, player safety, fan safety, all taken into account, and that's why it's going to be a later start. And I've been hearing you guys talk about what that can do to the psyche of the players. I don't know about you guys, but you guys have been holding it together well. So I'd say so far so good.
Well, I'm not so sure about that all the time, but we're making it through. But 8 o'clock kickoff still on pace. Why don't we talk about injuries that we're aware of at this point? It is the injury report for Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association. They provide cost-effective and convenient training courses online, in person, or on demand anywhere in the province.
Well, the big two, of course, that occurred up in Saskatoon were along the offensive line. Sean McEwen is out for a while due to a knee injury, so he is not going to be available for quite some time, if at all, this season. He underwent successful surgery earlier this week on the ACL. Philippe Gagnon, who was signed, of course, from the Montreal Alouettes, he suffered a torn biceps muscle, so that is going to hold him out for tonight and, of course, well into the future. That's going to be a long-term injury. Charbel Dabir, you feel for Charbel because really, Luc, I don't know your assessment of Charbel in camp, but for me, he looked like he was taking a stride ahead, step forward, coming off that ACL injury from a year ago.
Yeah, it looked like he had put in the work in the offseason. He looked like he was in good shape. He put some weight on, which was good. I thought he was light last year, for the role that they wanted him to maintain. So it's been unfortunate. It's part of the game, obviously, but it's the negative aspect.
Yeah, and with Charbel, he tweaked that knee again. It happened in the middle of a contact drill up in Saskatoon, so we don't know the complete prognosis on it. The early imaging was that it wasn't as severe as what he suffered last year, and last year was a season ender, so we hope for him. Alex Gubner, the defensive lineman, he came in, Luc, and again, he too, I thought, made an impression. I don't know what you saw from him in camp.
Yeah, I thought he flashed early, and that's always a good thing because flashing early identifies that you actually have the skill set, right? Players tend to slow down as training camp goes along because of the wear and tear, but more importantly, the playbooks expand. But so you got to identify the guys that do play well early, just because, okay, at least they're there athletically. Then the big test becomes, can they handle the playbook? But so I thought Gubner had a chance to make this team. Who knows now?
And the other one is Sean Bain Jr. Of course, he suffered that late season injury against the Ottawa Red Blacks. I would suggest a play that led to a rule change, and the fact that the CFL has amended that you can't hit receivers low, especially defenseless receivers. So Sean Bain Jr. has been battling his way back from that. He has been at training camp in Saskatoon. He has been working out solo on the sidelines. The intensity of those workouts has been increasing, which is a good thing, but you pointed out to me right away, Dave, slow the brakes on Sean Bain Jr.
Yeah, you got to pump the brakes on Sean Bain Jr. Again, when you're out there and you're running in a straight line and you're rehabbing, it's obviously encouraging. But again, even when you come back, you have to feel how it feels like. In a wide receiver's mind, there are certain thresholds that they go through, especially when it comes to their legs when they come back. I talked with Jamel Richardson. I talked with a couple of receivers that went through major injuries to their legs. And the first time you're going to be asked to make a hard cut, the first time you take some contact, that weighs in the back of your mind. So right now it's a real positive step that his rehab looks good, but there's a long runway here. You got to figure out, can you practice? Then you got to figure out how to get back to game speed. It's not like you just insert yourself in there after this much time off and get ready to roll.
You'd have to
think, considering the severity of the injury, that he starts the season on the 6-game injured list.
Right.
He's probably out for at least those first 6 because he suffered it. What was it, mid-September, late September last year against Ottawa?
It was week 16.
Yeah, and I think that his injury just... It's a massive opportunity. You got to look at the positive negatives, and you have one of your playmakers out, but then you look down the roster, and it opens the door for a guy like McCrae, Robustelli, Weeb, Alford, right? Even though we're still trying to figure out if Alford's going to make this team, right? Missouri's showed well. You've got Deshawn Mims, who when healthy has looked good. So obviously, one man's trash is another man's treasure. It's a bad anecdote to use right now, but it's true for the game. So that's the opportunity presently going to be presented to some of these guys at 8 o'clock. You're going to get a small window, and there's more reps out there because there are guys injured, so you got to get ready to roll.
So when it comes to Sean Bain Jr., I'm not a physician. I like to play one on the radio. But the one thing that was pointed out to me by numerous fans at camp in both Saskatoon and here in Regina is the fact that he isn't wearing a knee brace.
Mm-hmm. That's a good sign.
That's a good sign?
Absolutely.
Is that a preference for an athlete, whether or not they have to wear that knee brace? Like, have you tried to brace up?
Well, depending on what type of rehab program you're going through, I would suggest that if Sean Bain's leg was an issue, the fact that there's no supportive equipment on that leg is a massively positive sign. And so hopefully that speeds up the process that he's got to undertake to get back on the field.
So now why don't we set the scene a little bit more here? Obviously, we've alluded to the fact that we're going to be waiting an extra hour until kickoff here. It's a little bit smoky out there. It looks like it might be dissipating. At least that's what we hope from inside the Sports Cage Lounge. That's what we can see. More of that scene setter, Dave and Luke, for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca.
The question that I have, and I thought Wes Cates earlier, and of course you can go back and listen to it on sportscage.com. Of course, that's where all of our video and content is. Of course, you'll find the podcast as well. But Wes was alluding to the fact that how you're ramping up your body to be ready for a football game to play. Mm-hmm. We've got an hour delay. You've been through delayed games before. How did that affect your body and your preparation?
Professional athletes are creatures of habit. You have an entire routine that you've adapted over the course of your career through high school, through college. And every successful game, every successful moment, you've logged what went into that moment routine-wise. So guys that are sitting there expecting a 7 a.m. kickoff, there are guys that would have had 3 eggs, 1 steak, and 1 piece of toast with a little bit of strawberry jam on the left side of the plate, right? All in an effort to make sure that the routine that's brought them success in their mind back in the day is the routine that they're adhering to go and perform today. When that gets pushed back, it throws everything off. So the guys that show the most mental resilience when you're pushed outside of your routine find ways to keep the body warm, find ways to continue putting fluids in yourself. Those are the guys that are going to be ready whenever the game gets played. And I think that the good thing about it is the vets in this case, they're the guys that understand, the game's been pushed back to 8 o'clock, but it also could get pushed back to 8:30. It could get pushed back to 8:57, right? And guys that understand that, those are the guys that are able to mentally process and get themselves prepared the most.
You talked about your routine and how it differed from a practice to a game, but your personal routine I find incredible in how meticulous it was from the time that you did your lift to when you were in meetings to when you were on the field to when you got treatment. Right. Can you take me through that for a practice and then a game day, and of course how you might have to adjust it?
Yeah, so let's take the last year of my career in Montreal. For instance, to get to the stadium by train took about an hour. So I would wake up at 5 because I wanted to be in the weight room in Montreal at 6 o'clock. So I would take the train. I'd be in there by 6. You'd get something in your belly, but not a lot. You'd get the fluid in you. Work out by 6. Make sure that I was done by 7 o'clock, because by 7 o'clock what I wanted to do is go shower, change, and then go get some breakfast that they provided. That was about a 10-minute walk down the hall. I knew how long it normally took, especially how many guys were in there. That way I could get back into the film room, because a bunch of the guys would always watch extra film. I could go and I could absorb some of the things that they were watching, right? By that time I would finish my breakfast. We would be ready for the team meeting at 9 o'clock. You had your team meeting at 9 o'clock, special teams. Then you'd have your unit meetings, then your position meetings. You'd roll out there, finish getting ready, get on the bus, take the bus to practice, get back in, right? Change, watch film, work out one more time, and then get back to the house, right? So everything is routine. Everything is an attempt to get down to the minute. So again, that sort of highlights the challenges mentally that some of the players are going to have here. Is they've gone through this routine in their mind, and now it's getting thrown off.
Okay, ready for this one? I've got a question to ask everybody. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. Teagan, you're in charge here. This is your ship.
We use that term loosely.
Happy to roll on the boat here. But, okay, so game day. What was I'm going to go across the board, right, because everybody's going to have a variation. Your game day breakfast, right? So Luc's game day breakfast, Dunk, when you were playing your game day breakfast, Teagan, your game day breakfast.
You know what? I don't have one specific game day breakfast, but I will always have a good bagel.
Bagel, okay.
Carb load.
Good. Dunk?
I'm stumped here, man.
You don't know
too
what
many
you
shots to the head. I can't remember back to my university playing days.
You're not that old.
Dunk's got PTSD about his breakfast habits.
Yeah. 4 eggs scrambled with a banana.
See, how did you knew that?
I'm going on now. I can't remember then.
These are all incredibly, oddly specific.
Yeah.
Especially the one Luc dropped. What was that? A little bit of strawberry jam, eggs, and steak?
No, that's just an example. So my breakfast. So didn't matter when the game was. What mattered was as soon as I woke up, I would have a massive breakfast, like 3 eggs, some bacon, some sausage, waffles, whatever I could get my hand on. But that was the only thing that I'd really eat during the day. Other than that, it would be kind of snack-like. The best was when we were roommates with Luca Conji. He always cooked up some pregame pasta. You know, he's Italian, so there was the garlic, the onions, the peas in there. That really got us some energy, and we'd be over to the stadium in no time.
Okay, mine is completely uninteresting and nobody cares. But I'm going to share with you what Logan Ferland and Thomas Bertrand Houdon would have for breakfast every morning. Logan cooked it up for them. It was a smoothie. So he made this smoothie. It had various ingredients, but the biggest ingredient and component was protein from eggs. And in each of their smoothies, now again, Logan Ferland is a big dude. Thomas Bertrand Houdon is what, 227. 6 eggs in each of those smoothies raw. And
in this economy?
Yeah, exactly. Isn't that true?
Wow.
I know. So 6 eggs each.
They're Costco eggs, Teagan.
Oh, that explains it.
But 6 eggs, and I said, like, really? Like, that doesn't do, like, stuff to your guts? And he's like, well, you haven't got salmonella yet. So I'm like, good for you.
Keyword yet.
So,
just 6 eggs? That's it.
6 eggs, and then they had, there was some,
Like, what pairs with eggs in a smoothie?
No,
Strawberries?
I know. There was some spinach or something they were telling me. Like, it was, like, awful. I couldn't imagine drinking it, but.
Sounds like an uncooked omelet.
Yeah, it's working. I mean, both those guys are tanks, and they've had great camps, right? Yeah. Logan's one of the best offensive linemen, and I think that TBH is probably one of the more underrated players, not just on this team, but in the Canadian Football League. I think he's fantastic. I compare him to a little bit bigger version of Neil Hughes, a guy I played with, man, and Neil was amazing.
Well, and Thomas, what he said to me at camp is, I said, I think you look faster. And he has shed some weight, right? He has changed his body type. He did a different type of off-season workout. But the one thing that he mentioned to me was he just really dedicated himself to the playbook. He didn't say that he didn't do it last year, but he felt that was a factor and an opportunity for him to grow. So by doing so, he was able to grow, be faster, and then, of course, that translated on the field. And I'm so far so good, right?
I imagine preseason or not, in a situation where you're finding yourself in a delay, you need to be able to keep the team motivated, right? What kind of conversations do you think are happening in that dressing room right now?
Oh, there's a lot of conversations. I mean, it all depends on what type of player you are, right? Especially what type of coach. Some coaches are just happy to hang out, watch some film. Some coaches are probably in there trying to get their position guys, trying to talk about strategy, things like that, right? Some guys, the looser guys, they might just be hanging out, right? Some guys that have these some guys will say, okay, I got an extra hour. That means I can spend 10 more minutes in the cold tub. Oh, man, I can eat actually a cookie because it's going to digest faster and I'll be all right for kickoff, right? So it just depends what type of guy you are. You maximize your time. To be honest with you, this time is okay. The longer times to deal with are when you go to Grey Cups and the half times get extended, because then what you're coming down off kind of a game time high, right? So you've got to work to stay warm. Here, you at least least know that, okay, well, I got to be at a peak at X time now. It may have changed, but I got to, right? So it shifts you a little bit, but it's actually a lot easier, than to deal with a halftime that just gets extended by 20 minutes, right?
Absolutely. I wonder if that looks any different, not having a bunch of the veteran players starting tonight, not dressing tonight. Do you think that has any impact on it?
Those guys will be around the locker room, right? Those guys are there. And you know what? You learn best by teaching. The guys in the league that have lasted, the Jamarcus Hardricks, they're talking with their guys right now. Hey, just remember, you've got this on this look, right? You want to be talking to your teammates. Some of those guys, yeah, they might be competition to them personally, but you don't get anywhere as a team unless you're actually sitting there and you're putting into practice the intangibles that make you a good football player. So I think those veterans are probably in there, probably keeping the locker room light, probably joking around, right, giving some last-minute advice. A lot of them may be helping guys warm up right now. So again, you've got to find that balance.
I'm fascinated by your comment that you might watch more film. I equate a football game sometimes to an exam. You know what I mean? You prepare for it, and then you find out whether or not your preparation was adequate, whether your body was adequate, whether you were good enough, right?
Right.
I was told once before an exam, you got to stop cramming because you're not going to help yourself. Do you ever get to a point where you can watch too much video?
Well, for me in school, I just never started cramming, right? I would just make sure that I just wouldn't study at all. It really helped me. As
Consistency.
you can see, I was forced myself to have to be a professional athlete. Jeff Stusek, he was out there with the Riders all camp this week. He's a coach with the Regina Rams. I'll never forget it. He gave this talk one day when I was a coach at the Regina Thunder, and one of the things that he said stuck with me for my entire sort of life since then. But it also resonated with me because I realized I had been doing those things. He said he was doing a presentation on leadership, and one of the things he said was, you got to make your preparation unprecedented, right? And this opportunity here right now, there are moments that you can steal, right? There are not moments that you're wasting, but you can steal. You can get in there and reassure yourself again, right? If you've got it in your mind, for instance, that if they've dialed up a blitz on the play sheet, there might be some more calls that went into this game, right? If they've dialed up a blitz and you're the guy normally that's blitz, the more you reassure yourself, the faster you're able to play. Man, you know what? Just let me look at that one play in practice. I was coached up on it. They've been sticking me with it, all week, right? I gotta remember I need to be at least 2 feet from this offensive lineman's tackle, and I've got to take a good 4 steps back to make it look like I'm in coverage before I go, right? Say you have one of those coaching points. You're thinking about that, right? But the longer it takes you to play now you start being like, oh man, what do I got to remember, right? You start thinking. So get in there and just run through those reassurances again.
I mean, we had a conversation with Glenn Suter, and he said he was never confident that he was going to make the cut down day. So do you think that this delay would also maybe feed into those nerves a little bit?
I think so. I remember I was the same way. I was like, man, I'm always going to get cut. That's how I felt, right? So, yeah, you end up, but again, I think the guys that will last in this league, that end up lasting in professional football, that end up going past that 2.5-year mark, the average, I think those are the guys that find the ways to stop your mind moving, right, and just focus on the things that you can control.
Tomorrow is a cut-down day in the Canadian Football League. Justin, you were talking with Coach Mace yesterday about the process that the team goes through when they have to release players. It's an inevitability when you're talking professional sports. Now, for me, I can speak from the side that I was cut from everything I ever tried, right? So that's pretty easy. I understand that dynamic. But the other dynamic that I'm curious about, guys, is obviously everybody knows releases are coming. You've become a family. You've spent basically 24/7 the last 3.5 weeks together, whether it be in Saskatoon or Regina here for training camp. Bonds have been formed. Is it mentally difficult that, hey, that guy that's been sitting next to you in the locker room all the way through camp might all of a sudden may not be there?
We all understand the business of the game. It's one of the worst parts of the business, but you got to remember that these guys They've been doing it since high school. They've been doing it since college. You're used to this moment. You remember the stories. Michael Jordan got cut. So-and-so got cut. And look what he did. This is just the territory you're in. And you know what? You create connections, and you're going to stay in contact with, but make no mistake, there's not one guy down there that's not thinking about that. And I don't care if you're an established vet that just signed a new contract or you're a guy that just came out of college. You're all thinking about the same thing. Well, how does my role play into next year? Some guys are a little bit more familiar than the others because some guys sit there and know. Like as a vet, for instance, you want to know when I really felt confident that I was going to make the team? In the prep days leading up to both exhibition games, if I was on one field goal, if I was on the first field goal unit, first convert unit after we scored, I knew I was on the team. Want to know why? Because they practice with the guys they know that they're going to be game planning in the regular season with that team. So if I got that sign, oh goodness, okay, now I got to stay on this, right? So there are little things. So for instance, and some guys also know, some guys were told the day before, you're playing an entire quarter. You're going to play the last two series of the fourth quarter. We don't know how long that is, but that's when your opportunity's coming. We need to check you out. We're playing you the entire first half. Some guys understand, especially the guys like, they're giving me two series in the fourth quarter. Boop, 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 boop. Mama, I'm coming home. I'm going to have this conversation with the coach tomorrow. He's going to release me, and we got to figure out another game plan, right? So guys know this is not a time that where guys are fooling themselves into thinking. I know that we've been like 1, 2, 3 family. That doesn't count in the preseason.
Well, why don't we take a quick break here? Just a reminder, 8 o'clock kickoff is now the plan here at Mosaic Stadium as the Saskatchewan Roughriders get ready to battle the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. So 8 o'clock kickoff. We are in the Sports Cage Lounge. You're more than welcome to swing by. We are streaming at sportscage.com and our YouTube channel. And, of course, on the home of Cooperators Rough Rider Broadcast Network.
Redhead Equipment's got what you're looking for when it comes to used New Holland equipment. Now offering 0% financing on used New Holland tractors, combines, and sprayers. Get what you need for the right price at Redhead Equipment with 0% financing on all applicable units OAC. Certain conditions apply. See dealer for details. For more information, visit us in store or at redheadequipment.ca. And while you're at it, come check out our in-store parts promotions. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
It's time for Play Now. Play Now is Saskatchewan's only safe and secure gambling site. Operated by SIGA, Play Now offers over 600 slot games, your favorite live table games, and the Play Now Sportsbook. For a limited time, enter promo code SASKAG100 for $100 in casino free play with a $25 deposit and playthrough. That's SASKAG100 for $100 of free play on your favorite slot games.
Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
Picture this. You're ready for the big game, but your basement's underwater. Again, not exactly ideal tailgate weather. That's why I called Winmar. Fast, friendly, and they handle everything like a linebacker on a loose ball. Now I've got a dry basement and a front row seat to the game. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Calling all skilled heavy-duty mechanics. Core Industrial Services has an exciting opportunity for you. They're hiring a full-time heavy-duty mechanic to join them at their 9,000-square-foot shop in Rocanville, Saskatchewan. As a heavy-duty mechanic, you're responsible for performing maintenance and repairs on a wide range of equipment, from heavy machinery to light trucks and more. At Core Industrial Services, they believe in the power of teamwork. Apply today on their website at coreindustrial.ca or call them at 306-745-4844. Core Industrial Services, where expertise meets opportunity. Apply now.
Getting you set for Rough Rider Kickoff. Rough Rider Kickoff. It's the Rider Nation pregame show with Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Justin Dunk, and Teagan Witko on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And we have set ourselves up here once again inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium. 8 o'clock kickoff now with that weather delay and the special air quality statement in effect here for the final preseason game for the Saskatchewan Roughriders and Winnipeg Blue Bombers. As preparations get underway downstairs, why don't we tee everything up right here? The starting lineup for Athol Murray College of Notre Dame. At Athol Murray College of Notre Dame, greatness begins with character.
All right, well, we'll take a look at the starters that we project here for tonight. Both teams are going to go ahead and line up with expanded rosters. I believe we're starting with the offense, if I'm not mistaken, here tonight. So taking a look at the Saskatchewan Roughriders roster, Jake Maier is going to get the start at quarterback. Of course, 5-year pro out of California Davis. He was excited when he talked to us yesterday prior to the kickoff to this football game about how much it means to have a professional organization look you and say, hey, we want you to start at quarterback for us. So Jake Maier is going to get the call. Last week he was 8 of 13 for 62 yards. We'll get into his numbers a little bit further. He'll be throwing the ball tonight to Dante Myers and Keyshawn Johnson. They, along with Mitch Picton and Del Duncan Busby, are the veterans in the receiving corps. Deshawn Mims, he led the game in targets for the Saskatchewan Roughriders last week. He will get the start in that slot back spot. 3 receptions for 21 yards overall through those 7 targets. Mario Anderson will be the starting running back for the Saskatchewan Roughriders tonight. While up front, the offensive line, it's going to look a little bit different than what it did a week ago, and I'm sure it's going to look a lot different next week. But Trayvon Tate will make the start at left tackle. That's where he was last week. Daniel Johnson was at right tackle last week. He makes the move to left guard this week. Of course, Daniel Johnson, a 5th-round selection last year of the Roughriders in the draft. Zach Fry moves from left guard now to center, as he will start there. He was one of 3 players that were taking reps at center in practice this week. Logan Ferland, Zach Fry, and Nick Jones were those 3. Well, the right guard will be Jacob Brammer. He will get his start there. And then Peyton Collins. They call him Big Red. So it's not just me. It's the team calls him Big Red. 6'7", 301. Redhead out of Eastern Kentucky. The kid has got all kinds of athleticism and versatility in the fact that even during one of the one-on-one workouts, they actually had him run a pass pattern as an offensive lineman. It wasn't successful, but they had him run the pass pattern. To the defensive side for the Saskatchewan Roughriders tonight, this is what intrigues me up front. Micah Johnson and Mike Rose, the 2 veterans, are going to get the start on the defensive interior tonight. You put the veterans in, maybe they're trying to work off one another, build a little chemistry as they head towards the lineup, so that will be intriguing to watch. The defensive end battle is heating up as Malik Carney and Shane Ray, who many had penciled into those slots prior to the season, will not even dress tonight. Eric Black instead, the 2nd-year pro out of Stony Brook, will start at the one end. The other end will be the global player out of Pittsburgh, that being Haba Baldonado. So that defensive line battle is going to be interesting. In the linebacking core, well, here's another point of interest. A.J. Allen, the only returner from a week ago, he'll start at that spot where he was last year. Of course, the 4-year pro out of Guelph. Aubrey Miller Jr., who's in his 2nd season with the Riders, will take up the middle linebacker spot as Jameer Thurman is getting the night off. And Antoine Brooks Jr., who is impressed throughout training camp, is going to get the start of the other slot in the linebacker linebacking core. In the secondary, Jackson Ford for the second straight game will start in the safety position. Of course, the second-round pick in 2023 from the University of Regina. He had a great game in Winnipeg last week. He'll get the start in that safety spot tonight. Phelan Sanford out of Nebraska. He's a returner. He's a special teams ace in college, and he's going to get an opportunity to play that halfback spot opposite DeMarcus Fields, who draws back into the secondary as perhaps being the only projected starter that we had in that secondary that'll play tonight when camp opened. And then you got Kerfella Abzume on the corner side out of Montreal, and Tyreek McGee, who of course played with the Winnipeg Blue Bombers for a couple of years. He is going to be playing his first game here at Mosaic Stadium with green and white on his chest, as he'll get the call on that other corner spot. So there's a lot of young guys, and I don't know if you read in right away that these are bubble guys or not. What are your feelings, fellas?
I think that the makeup I see here, first of all, I know there's a lot of depth guys on the offensive line, but we have to remember these guys do. Fry, Brammer, Tate. We've got some experience there, right? Collins they like. So I think that in terms of being evaluated as a quarterback, as a wide receiver, as a running back, I think they still got a good chance with a good offensive line up front. To me, it just looks like they're taking extra long looks at certain guys, because I think that one of their debates is how can we play with the ratio this year, right? And also, who needs to fit into that equation of the ratio, right? And who, there's also a balance too, right? Like, who do we think we can put on the practice roster? Because we do want him, but we don't know if we want him right now. But who can we put on there that someone's not just going to scoop, right? So this roster right here says to me we want to take a really strong look at some of these other guys. We know who some guys are on the roster. They're not here playing today. And I think it's all in an effort to really understand what options they have roster-wise as they get to week 1, week 2.
Luc, I'm curious how you see the returner battle, because Corey Mace talked about it. I asked him directly, and he said at the end, maybe we keep both. Is that a situation where Dre McCrae starts the season on the practice roster, Mario Alford on the active roster, but then you run into that situation where you're thinking, hey, does another team pluck Dre McCrae? Or if we let Mario Alford go as a veteran, does another team take him?
I mean, if I was given the option between Dre McCrae right now and Mario Alford, Mario's done a ton for this organization. I'd probably lean towards McCrae, right? And the reason why, the business sense comes into it, right, is Mario Alford's a little bit more expensive than Dre McCrae is. Dre McCrae, I think, brings a little bit more value as a wide receiver in a crunch. So you're right. This is a team that carried 4 quarterbacks when they really thought both all options were decent, right? And I wouldn't be surprised to see both of them on the roster, but if it was left up to me and was like, okay, Luke, we got a gun to your head, who are you going to take? I'd take McCrae.
What if you're a veteran guy in the locker room in a year where you're supposed to be a Grey Cup contender, or you're thinking you could be a Grey Cup contender? Do you go with Mario Alford because of what he's done, or are you okay going with a raw rookie who, we should say, looked great last week in Winnipeg, but did almost bobble one out of bounds, right? Kind of kicked it around, and then has been somewhat inconsistent in training camp from what I've heard.
I think that if you're a Grey Cup contender, be a Grey Cup contender. And Grey Cup contenders, Super Bowl contenders, championship teams, they don't stand on ceremony. They say this is the best roster to chase the Grey Cup. That's what I think. So as much as this is the same organization, right? And this happens in every organization, so this is not a criticism. But we had to let go of guys like John Chick, like Weston Dressler. And there was not a happy fan base about it, but in that regime's mind at that time that was thinking championship, that was their decision based on what could get them to that Grey Cup. So that's what you do. Unfortunately, you're not in one of those businesses you're saying, yeah, but I really like this guy, man. Right? Like, I really like, man, I've been to his house for dinner. I get it. They get it. If you want to be a championship team, be a championship team. You've got to make hard decisions.
Can you have shown too much? So Dre McCrae got a run last week at receiver, got a run, of course, on special teams as well. So everybody in the league now has seen Dre McCrae.
Right.
I'm sure the teams have done their due diligence in researching him, seeing his game film, so on and so forth. But can you have shown him too much that maybe it becomes a liability to have him on the practice roster because somebody might just come along and say, hey.
Yeah, just remember, Dave, we talked about this 2 week weekend of training camp. Guys want to validate their roster. They got scouting teams that are paid. They got scouting networks all throughout the states. They want to prove their guys right. So unless Dre McCrae pops off and just something happens, like I'll give you a perfect example. Want to know who I thought was going to get picked up immediately last year when he got released? Mason Fine. I went on this show and said he'll be picked up in 30 seconds, right? Guys, other teams want to validate their guys first. So as good as Dre McCrae looks, there's always a guy that's looked awesome. I can't remember, he played for Texas Tech. He was a linebacker in my first training camp, and every single one of us in that locker room was like, this guy's a lock for a team. Not only was he not offered a practice roster spot, he was just not offered and you know what? He balled out. Like, he was on film playing amazing football on film. He didn't get picked up by any other teams either. Guys want to validate the people that they pay to put on their training camp rosters and on their next level up things.
Corey Mace referenced having to make a lot of decisions on the back end of the roster. Luc, where do you see those key battles going into the second preseason game?
That's why I think that this roster looks like that, right? I think that's exactly why. It's the back end of the roster. It's the guys in the depth. It's the guys on special teams. That's where you're really key. Watch special teams today. I know that sometimes we don't end up talking a lot about special teams, right? Special teams today is massively important. The return game and the cover game, because that's the back end of this. That's what they're trying to figure out. That's where Corey McDermott is literally sitting there like this the whole game, right? And being like, man, I got a decision to make, because he's got to understand what the roster looks like in the offense and defense. So the guys that he's in there advocating right now. So let's say Corey McDermott wants Dre McCrae, right? Corey McDermott's going to try to sneak him in there. Go in there one more time, right? You know what I mean? Like, that's because I know I'm going to have to fight for Dre McCrae tomorrow when we're talking cuts. So I'm going to try to give him as much shine. And maybe I might forget. Well, he's not going to do this, but I'm just being funny about this, but maybe I'm going to forget to put out so-and-so. You know what I mean? Like, hey, it's business. Got to get your guys out there.
You know what said a lot to me is Kent Malguri and what he said about Dre McCrae, gushing about him, saying that Dre McCrae was exactly who we thought we were going to get.
I can't believe I just called Kent Malguri Corey McDermott. That's how, I'm sorry. My apologies, Coach.
That's okay. You're good. You've got a lot
good right, though. But you're right. You're exactly right. Those guys like their guys too, right? But again, when you get in that staff room, right? You've been in those meetings. When you get in that staff room, you're like, okay, I got my list of guys I know I want, right? And then you're looking and guys are like, okay, I want this guy, this guy, this guy, and you're like, oh no, right? That means they're going to make me not want this. No way. I'm going to start arguing. I'm going to start, right? Like, you know, it's not always guys sitting around being like, hey, we like this guy, right? Like, sometimes coaching staffs are going to sit there and advocate, right? Okay, fine. Do me a favor, right? If you really insist on having this guy, can we at least go with this guy in order to buffer some of the concerns we have? Okay, fine. You're right. Like, man, it's a battle.
To be a fly on the wall, man. It sounds like it would be a bit intense.
Speaking, I do want to jump in for just a moment. If you see what's going on, you can actually see the Brandt Center now, which is about a block and a half, 2 blocks away from us. So you can actually see that. But we were talking about some pretty valuable pieces when it came to the lineup, and I know that Luc has been working with a lineup this week that is second to none with everything that is going on in the wildfire situation with the Canadian Red Cross. Can you tell me about some of the work that is being done by the Red Cross in communities around Saskatchewan and northern Manitoba right now?
Yeah, I think that today's a really special moment because you've got the Winnipeg Blue Bombers and the Saskatchewan Roughriders, and right now you're seeing 2 provincial states of emergencies. I'm very fortunate to have a staff that's going to allow me to take the time to do this with you guys and then jump right back into operations. But I know that we're talking about a 1-hour delay, but that is such a blip on the radar compared to some of the things that some of our communities are going through in northern Saskatchewan and northern Manitoba. I want to acknowledge PBCN. I want to acknowledge PAGC. I can't imagine how hard the SPSA firefighters are working to battle these flames. The province of Winnipeg, their provincial firefighters, Indigenous Services Canada, the communities in Winnipeg that are trying to lead their First Nation folks to safety. These are massively tough times, and one thing that I know and that I've witnessed personally, in a very tough time, there has been shining lights of humanity. I have seen organizations and people reaching out, calling the Canadian Red Cross, how can we help? And us connecting them in with the community, because these communities, these First Nation communities like PBCN, PAGC here in Saskatchewan, they're leading their response, they're leading their First Nation people, and we're so happy to play a role in their support plan. But there are other organizations that are falling in and saying, we have this to offer, what can we do, how can we help? So together as provinces right now, through one of the worst times imaginable, I can't imagine what people are going through. I've never been in a situation where I thought my home was not going to be there when I got back. So being tired and the Canadian Red Cross's role in all of this, we're just honored. It's an absolute privilege to walk alongside community right now in one of their most adverse times, to be trusted, but that comes with the responsibility, and we're really working hard. But again, nothing that we're doing pales in comparison to some of the things that community is going through right now.
I talked with someone that I know up around Candle Lake, and in a nutshell, they said to me, what we've got is we've got things that we can't replace in the backseat of our car right now.
Yeah.
That's all we know.
Yeah.
And the lines of communication, the volunteers, they've been cooking meals for the firefighters, trying to provide refreshments to them. I know we all want to help. That's what we do in Saskatchewan. How can we help?
Well, if folks want to help, I mean, you go to redcross.ca, and if you do want to help, there's an appeal open right now for Saskatchewan and Manitoba, because one of the things that our organization and the communities that we're supporting needs are for the gaps. We need resources to create relief programming. We need to support people that potentially may fall through the gaps, right? Like, this is an effort and that's what I mean by I've seen all sorts of people reaching out. People are asking me, Luc, where do I go to donate, right? We know we want to support, so I'd say you go to the redcross.ca. We're taking funds on right now that go directly back into the community, because again, there are unmet needs that are going to pop up here for community, and again, we're just trying to support those pieces.
No matter what team you cheer for here, Rider Nation is behind everybody who has been impacted by what is happening. And we are starting to see things clear up outside, as Dave had alluded to earlier. 8 o'clock kickoff tonight due to the special weather advisory, the special air quality statement that was in effect earlier today. So 8 o'clock is when you can expect to see kickoff here at Mosaic Stadium. We will be back in just a bit here with quarterback comparisons on the Rider Nation pregame show. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Cooperators advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2, actually 3. Make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Kirsty Griffiths in Regina a call at 306-359-2667 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
With the warm weather here, you'll be looking cool in your summer wardrobe from Colin O'Brien. Chic polos for the golf course or the backyard barbecue. Tailored shorts for drinks on the patio. This summer, you'll be all about feeling good and looking your best. Summer casual wear for the man of impeccable taste. A style, a fit that looks great and feels better. Colin O'Brien Men's Shop. Contemporary, urban, defined. Find us on Instagram and at colinobrien.com.
Farming isn't easy. You need a partner you can depend on to deliver better outcomes no matter the challenge. At Massey Ferguson, we're committed to providing equipment solutions that deliver when it matters, ensuring you get the most out of every acre. From planting to harvest and every season in between, you can trust that with Massey Ferguson. Better outcomes are always within reach. Achieve better with Massey Ferguson. Stop by Parkland Farm Equipment in North Battleford or visit masseyferguson.com to start achieving better outcomes today.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Picture this. You're ready for the big game, but your basement's underwater. Again, not exactly ideal tailgate weather. That's why I called Winmar. Fast, friendly, and they handle everything like a linebacker on a loose ball. Now I've got a dry basement and a front row seat to the game. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
All right, give me something big.
The Ford It's a Big Deal event is on.
Bigger.
Get a big truck and an even bigger deal.
Love it. Now the details.
Right now, lease a 2025 F-150 STX with the black appearance package from $220 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 24 months with $43.75 down. That's like $110 weekly.
Now bring it home.
Plus, there's a $750 bonus for eligible Ford owners. Hurry into your local Ford store or visit Ford.ca today.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. See the Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
The countdown to kickoff continues with a Rider Nation pregame show. Get the latest on your team from our team at sportscage.com and here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Welcome back inside the Sports Cage Lounge inside Mosaic Stadium. I'm Teagan Witko. Beside me, this is Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, and Justin Dunk. The Rider Nation pregame show is underway. A little bit extended today because of the special air quality statement. 8 o'clock kickoff is now the reality here. So the Saskatchewan Roughriders and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers in their final preseason game. And as we continue setting the stage here, why don't we talk a little bit about QBs? It's our quarterback comparison brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca.
I'm hoping you're not going to shoot me or do anything like that, but I'm just going to take a quick pivot. Speaking of pivots, the Rough Riders have just let me know that we are looking good for an 8 o'clock start. So everything looks good that way. They did want everyone to know if you took Rider Transit to the game here tonight at Mosaic Stadium, Transit will be available after the game. So if you did use it today, Transit will be available. So there you go. Pivot.
Pivot. Now tell me about quarterbacks.
8 o'clock it is.
8 o'clock.
Just lock in.
Write it down.
Well, hey, no, you know what, though? I mean, we were talking about the locker room, right? Like, as soon as Coach walked in there and was like, guys, we're on for 8. Total attitude shift. Boom, focus right away.
Silence? Would it be silent or no?
Guys handle things differently.
All right, quarterbacks for tonight. We talked about Jake Mayer is going to get the start for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Of course, first season with the green and white. He played last week in Winnipeg, completed 8 of 13 passes for 80 yards and threw 1 interception. I don't think that it would be a surprise to anyone that we will likely see Jack Cohn again at some point today and perhaps Tommy Stevens. He only got the very last drive of the fourth quarter. So that is the way that the quarterback room is likely going to shake down tonight. Trevor Harris is not even going to dress. On the Winnipeg Blue Bombers side, I find this somewhat interesting, but Chris Strevler is going to come in and start the ball game. He went 6 of 10 last week for 49 yards, no interceptions, no touchdowns. Now, they are going to they do have Zach Caleros as number 2 on the depth chart. Anybody here surprised if he plays or not?
I wouldn't be surprised if he plays just because I bumped into him at a local coffee shop this morning. And he said, yeah, apparently I might play a little bit.
There you go.
So
That's an insider for you right there. It's having coffee with the enemy. I like it. I'm really excited about that, too. I can't wait. I thought
Artopius.
Sorry, my bad. Artopius, I thought looked good. I know that Wilson's probably a little bit concerned about this. And, again, I'm really intrigued about how many reps Cohn and Stevens get, and more importantly, where they get those reps.
Well, exactly, right? So On the Riders side of things, I think it's pretty confirmed, pretty locked. Yes, everyone in agreement? Jake Mayer gets a half?
Corey Mace said unless his feel made it different.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Mayer go into the third quarter. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go first, second, a
Mace
little bit
told
of the
us, I thought when we deciphered it, Mayer a half potentially, and Cohn a half.
Ooh.
Which surprised me.
No way, that's
I thought
awesome.
Tommy Stevens would get some.
No, we know what we got out of Tommy Stevens. We know exactly.
You were there though with me. Right,
I was
Dave?
there. I back it. You heard the same thing that I did, unless I get a feel.
I totally get it, but that's the thing. When they're in those coaches' line, when they're trying to figure out rosters, the things they know are the things they know. Guys, we know exactly what Tommy Stevens is. He's unstoppable on third and second and short and on the goal line. He's absolutely unstoppable, and he's not the greatest pocket passer that we have on our roster. If we know that, we don't need to rep it out massive. What we don't know is how Jack Cohn continues to develop. Dave, you said he probably had a little bit of a time that he regretted on the Saturday Green and White game, right?
Yeah.
So then he comes out. They can't get him a lot of reps in that first thing. So they probably come in saying, man, listen, guys, we might have a difficult decision, and let's make sure that Cohn either decides it for us, right, or decides it for himself.
Okay.
Right?
If you're the Riders, though, how do you go about the quarterbacks with roster cuts looming, right? Because Trevor Harris is going to be your starter. Based on the money that they paid Jake Mayer, he's going to be the backup.
Oh, yeah.
And if Tommy Stevens is the third guy dressing, is Jack Cohn going to be cool chilling on the practice roster? Probably not.
Well, but just remember, teams want to validate their own guys, right? Someone might do a little sleuthing, right? So, hey, here's a beer. By the way, what are you guys doing with your quarterback situation, right? Like, you know what I mean? Some guys might be sleuthing and being like, hey, guys, by the way, there's not a massive market out there right now for Jake Cohn in the CFL, right? So then coach is like, oh, maybe this CFL practice roster will work for a couple weeks, right?
Now, Luke, I know that Sports Cage viewers, of course, you can always see the Sports Cage at sportscage.com. I know that people that are regulars understand this comment, but I may be putting an invite to one of your pool parties at risk. But it was on day 3 that you said and looked at me when I said, hey, Jack Cohn has looked great.
Yeah.
Day 3, you said, Dave, don't worry. Yeah. They can run 4 quarterbacks this year.
Yeah.
Still holding?
They've done it.
You could.
They've done it before.
Because there's no actual number you have to get down to for cut down. So you could just keep paying the money on the one-game injured list. Now, it would count against the salary cap, but you could do it.
Hey. Give Jack Cohn a couple autograph sessions out there in Midtown Plaza, you know? All of a sudden, you got a guy dropping his wallet next to Jack Cohn's feet by accident. You never know what could happen. Hey, this is a league. This is a league that made sure that people were getting some money through housing bonuses. This is a league that was quite willing to drop off pallets of product, right? Like hey, listen, this is cash flow low. Let's be resourceful. See how we can keep a guy on the roster.
Okay.
So, I know we all heard the Cavis Reed rumors in Montreal.
Yeah.
Like, let's not act like we haven't, as a league, gone out of our way to make people happy in tough spots, right?
Other people, we won't get into it.
Hey, whoa.
We do have the time, guys. No.
I was a model citizen.
I was doing the quarterback.
I wasn't talking about you.
Oh, okay,
I was
good.
talking about other people.
My boy Jim Pop. He's a Spartan, by the way.
Okay, we were doing the quarterback comparison. And we should also, when comparing these two teams, note that they are going in very different directions after tonight. The Roughriders, 6 nights from now, will open the regular season against the Ottawa Redblacks. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers go into a bye before they play the BC Lions 13 days from now. So maybe that is why Zach Collaros does get in. He was 10 of 13 last week. I thought he showed everything he had to, but maybe you throw him in. But then there's Chase Artopius, who they're very high on, was 5 of 6. He moved the offense effectively, put up 43 yards, unfortunately just couldn't find the end zone. And then Terry Wilson, who's the incumbent, 6 of 18 6 of 8, pardon me.
Don't forget, Zach Collaros has to serve what I think is a ridiculous 1-game suspension in week 2. So that means that to at least have 3 active quarterbacks, Terry Wilson is going to be on the roster to start the season.
Yeah.
After that week 2 game, That's a different story, but I think that's why Chris Streveler is starting this ball game. Perhaps you let him go a little bit to get a feel to start that Week 2 game, and Zach Collaros plays a little bit so he doesn't get rusty and is ready to come back in Week 3.
Yeah, I think that Winnipeg looks at Streveler like they look at Stevens, but in a much better way. Right? Like, you know what you have with Streveler, but he's also a beast, and he's been productive in spots. As long as you put him in good situations with your play calling and your playbook, he's going to be good for you, right? Like, they know who they have in Streveler as well.
He looked good as a passer last week. Did he not? I know it's preseason.
He looked good as a passer. What did he?
6 of 10 for 60.
6 for 60.
But just like
49 yards. 49
yards.
Some of the balls to the wide side flat, there was some. That's what I mean.
Yeah, no, he's been awesome at throwing to the flats. That's never been the problem. It's throwing the ball downfield. that right? You know what I mean? Like, but again, I'm not trying to criticize him. He's very good at what he's very good at. But again, right? Like, if I guarantee you, if a big moment in a game comes, right? If the Grey Cup's on the line, go ask Corey Mace if the Grey Cup's on the line and it's 2nd and 12 for the Grey Cup. Go ask Coach which one of those I guarantee, I bet my entire salary on the fact that none of them will say Chris Streveler. I promise you that.
Wow.
Not over Zach Collaros. You mean the other guy?
Yeah, I'd go with Artropius. Straight up. That's what I think.
We haven't got to betting the odds yet, boys.
Oh, my bad.
Chill out just a little bit, okay? Instead, why don't we do Luke's 3 keys to the game, shall we? It's for KFC. Get the Rough Rider Game Day Special, $4.95. Big Crunch, $7.95. Big Crunch combo at participating Saskatchewan KFC locations. So, Luke, your 3 keys tonight.
Yeah, I think that the 3 keys are easy. The first, as a perspective, especially with this roster, you're about to get some major opportunities. The first thing you got to do is just understand, like, that you need to capitalize, right? Although there are not a lot of vets here, you're still not going to get a massive window, right? So you just have to be prepared. The second key is your ears need to be open, because one of the biggest deciders in this game and your ability to make the roster is going to be your performance on special teams. So if they say first punt group 1 quarter, and then when the second quarter starts, coach gets out there, right, and he says, I need second punt return. If you're not out there when you're supposed to be on second punt return, you may as well also get on the phone to your mom and tell her you're coming home, because you cannot miss your opportunity. And these coaches want to know, are you paying attention? So understand the moment, right? Listen, that's key number 2. And then we go back to the keys last week. It's still the same thing. Alignment, assignment, execution, right? These coaches have to know that you know where to line up when the play is called. They have to know that you know what to do when the ball snaps. And they also want to know that if the ball comes to you or the ball carrier comes to you, you can make the catch or the tackle. If you have an opportunity, you need to show these coaches that you understand alignment, assignment, execution.
Do you think that the delay at all is going to affect any of those things? Like, it's all well and fine going into it with this mentality, right? But do you think that you can lose a little bit of that?
No, I don't think you can.
You got that written up on the wall.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I just think that this is a moment that you understand. You've been working towards this all your life. Again, I mean, when I say these guys are 1%ers, I'm not talking about 1%ers of all the athletes that played football from high school. There's like a 3% chance you move on to college from high school, right? These guys are 1%ers of that 3%. So they have the special qualities that give them an opportunity to be a 1%er already built in. It's which ones you can activate on at the right time is what counts.
Sorry, I'm just getting a text update. The players are heading out onto the field officially right now.
Actually, that's funny, because I was hoping to
8:08 p.m. kickoff.
I was hoping to answer a couple emails with this delay, but more importantly, I was hoping I could eat. I'm hungry. You know what I mean, Dave?
Well, you know,
that's how I looked. Teagan, that's how I looked at it. I was like, oh, great. 1 more hour? That's 1 more hour we can eat. I'm ready to do this.
I think it's a good time to take a natural break here, okay? The players are finally getting out on the field as we are having a slightly delayed start to our game this evening. 8:08 kickoff right here at Mosaic Stadium. We are in the Sports Cage Lounge, live streaming at sportscage.com. And, of course, you can always check us out on our YouTube channel. We'll be right back with Betting the Odds on the Rider Nation pregame show and a whole lot more. This is the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Choosing what restaurant to go to? Difficult. Choosing a wireless deal at SaskTel? Easy. When you switch to SaskTel and choose your savings, you'll have no regrets. Switch to SaskTel and choose to save $10 a month for 24 months, or get up to $250 off a new phone. Visit SaskTel.com/choice for details. Conditions apply.
I'm Bailey Shikanik, Prairie Claims Manager for Ag Direct Hail Insurance. Our team of professional and polite hail adjusters have one goal: to thoroughly inspect your crop damage and get you a payment that accurately represents your loss. It's that simple, and why shouldn't it be? Having settled thousands of claims to the satisfaction of our customers, I am proud to lead the Ag Direct Hail Claims team. Visit agdirecthail.com or call us toll-free. We appreciate your business.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Start counting the days. Country Thunder Saskatchewan is almost here with Jason Aldean, Def Leppard, and Bailey Zimmerman. You're the last thing that plus Nate Smith, Tyler Hubbard, Kip Moore, Tim Hicks, and many more. All your favorite artists together on one stage. Experience Country Thunder Saskatchewan in Craven, July 10th to 13th. Tickets at countrythunder.com.
From minor repairs to complete rebuilds, Golden West Trailer and Equipment has been your #1 repair shop since 1979. Saskatchewan owned and operated, they have dealerships in Moose Jaw, Saskatoon, and Winkler. They're Canada's only full-line Wilson trailer dealer and the biggest move-all trailer dealer in the country. Be sure to also check out their parts and service section. For your heavy truck and trailer service and parts, all SGI accredited, visit Golden West Trailer and Equipment today.
It's time to upgrade to Kloss during the Kloss limited inventory sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Kloss Axion tractors, or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arion tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Kloss dealer about the limited inventory sale or visit kloss.com. Kloss, made for more.
Calling all skilled heavy-duty mechanics. Core Industrial Services has an exciting opportunity for you. They're hiring a full-time heavy-duty mechanic to join them at their 9,000 square foot shop in Rocanville, Saskatchewan. As a heavy-duty mechanic, you're responsible for performing maintenance and repairs on a wide range of equipment, from heavy machinery to light trucks and more. At Core Industrial Services, they believe in the power of teamwork. Apply today on their website at coreindustrial.ca or call them at 306-745-4844. Core Industrial Services, where expertise meets opportunity. Apply now.
There's no better way to get you set to cheer anywhere else in the province. This is the Rider Nation pregame show. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko here alongside voice of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Justin Dunk. We are live from inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium and, of course, streaming at sportscage.com and on our YouTube channels. There was a bit of a delay in getting, we should have actually had kickoff if all went according to plan, but there was a special air quality statement in effect due to the wildfires that are burning across the prairies. So, of course, an 8:08 kickoff is now what we are looking at. But why don't we break into some betting odds? I think betting the odds, put some money down tonight. Darlene Power Sports is bringing you this one. Proudly community-driven, powering every ride, every season.
Hey, Dunk, we were paying off our mortgage last year.
Let's go, bro. You're on fire. So tonight for the game, actually, the Blue Bombers are 1.5 point favorites. Remember last week the Riders were 1.5 point favorites on the road? So it's flipped now. I mean, it's currently OTB, but it was 1.5 for the Bombers, so maybe they're adjusting for the smoke. But considering the lineups, What are we thinking here? The total's 43.5. Perhaps
43.5. And what was the favorite?
1.5. The Bombers are favored by.
1.5. The Bombers are favored. Okay, I'm taking. See the quarterbacks. Okay, I'm going to take the Riders and the under.
I like it.
Let's go Riders and the under. Yeah, definitely the under.
Now that we got your probably paycheck bet.
Oh, is it a paycheck bet?
Are we talking like around the house chores? What you pay?
No, you know what it is. It's an appeal bet. If I get this bang on, then you've got to go into redcross.ca and make a $50 appeal donation. There we go.
Bang on?
Bang on. Bang on. It's got to be bang on though.
So you got.
Then I'll make it. I'll make the donation if I lose.
You got to hit the SGP.
Got to hit
Single game parlay. You got Riders in the under.
Riders under.
Yeah, you're on, bro. I like it.
Right.
I like it. I like it. All right, so we got a little bit more time here for betting the odds. Let's look at some MOP futures, in particular QB7 or TH7, sorry, as you like to call him.
Mm-hmm.
Trevor Harris has the 7th longest odds, or he's tied for the 7th longest odds for MOP, plus 1,200. I've talked to him about this, and he told me that he's not going to lie and say that he wouldn't want to win MOP. But it's not like it's his sole focus. He thinks it'd be really cool to be MOP or MVP of a professional league. So when you hear that, Trevor Harris at plus 1,200, I'll set the context for you. Chad Kelly's a favorite. Then it's Nathan Rourke, Bo Levi Mitchell, Zach Collaros, Davis Alexander, somehow is ahead of him, and Drew Brown. So I'm like, if you're looking at these odds and you're okay with waiting a little bit to potentially cash in,
if you're taking that mentality, yeah. Like, if you think that he might have a chance, you put it on, because it's, what did you say, plus 1,200?
Plus 1,200.
If I was the odds maker, though, I would have that at plus 455,000 and 2. There's no way Trevor Harris is the MOP. And the reason, no, yeah, absolutely. I don't think that this is the type of team. I think that this is the type of team where Trevor Harris is going to have an amazing season. I think that he needs to stay healthy. But, yeah, I don't think he needs to be the MOP in this team. And that's why I don't think he'll be one. I think that he's a really important and one of the better pieces of this puzzle. But I believe that this puzzle is going to be commandeered again, mostly by the defense. That's what I think. So, yeah, I think that a lot of other quarterbacks are being leaned on so much more than Trevor Harris. I feel like the best guy to have the odds at MOP is going to be a guy like Adams, is going to be a guy, yeah, like Kelly, like guys whose teams need those quarterbacks to be great and are going to do everything they can to put their quarterbacks in a position to be great. I don't think that this team needs to go out of their way to put Trevor Harris in a position to be great.
I'll peel it back and say, okay, Chad Kelly's probably going to be out for a little while to start the season with his broken leg. Like, it could potentially be 6 games. Right? Remember how nasty that was in Montreal? Vernon Adams Jr. is so erratic that I don't know if he could keep that pace up. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
I agree. Yeah.
Bo Levi Mitchell and Scott Milanovic have gone on the record and said that they don't necessarily want him to pass for 5,000 yards again. And I think if the Riders happen to win the West Division, and Trevor Harris even, let's say, throws for 4,000 yards and 30 touchdowns with, let's say, 10 interceptions, that he could be in that conversation if the Riders have a great record.
Make no mistake, there's nobody who wants Trevor Harris to be the MOP more than me. I promise you, I'm a big fan of Trevor Harris.
I'm not saying he's going to win.
I don't see it happening. I don't see it happening. I do think it's a little bit disrespectful to have him number 7 behind a rookie and a guy that also hasn't completed a season, right? But again, I mean, you got to be realistic about this. Again, I think he's going to have a great year. I think he's going to be one of the best quarterbacks. I just don't think he's going to be the most outstanding player because I don't think that needs to be his role.
Roland Milligan Jr., for what it's worth, plus 3,900.
I'd put money on that. A long shot, Roland Milligan, absolutely, man.
If my counting's right, it's the 12th longest odds. So they got him above guys like Justin McInnes, who led the CFL in receiving last year. DeMonte Coxey, who's great.
I thought Roland Milligan was so good last year. And you know who else I'd put a little bit of money on if the odds were long-term? If we're talking and not a lot of money, Marcus Sales. I also think Marcus Sales is going to have an awesome year, man. Don't be surprised if that happens.
You know what I find interesting in MOP conversations in Saskatchewan? And last year, I was so triggered. I was ready to go. I really thought, hands down, Roland Milligan Jr. was going to get the MOP award and become just the third MOP in franchise history. And I don't know what it is, but 100 years of franchise history, and we've only done it twice. That just baffles me. Ron Lancaster once, and Kerry Joseph the second time in 2007.
There's been one other one
and
forgetting.
George Reed, pardon me, 3. So it would have been 4, right? Isn't that's just blows my mind. Isn't it mind-blowing stuff?
It does seem kind of crazy that George Reed only won it once.
Yeah, right?
But he was the West Division nominee a bunch of times.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was in that locker room, man, and when KJ, and I'll tell you, that pillar right there, that one right there, I will literally still, as fat and out of shape as I am, try to run through those pillars for a guy like KJ. And his season in 07 was absolutely outstanding. So many intangibles off the field, such an amazing leader. But again, you know, I remember in that year, there were moments where we were like, man, we're going to have to put this on KJ's shoulders. Right? Like, think about the fourth quarter in the Grey Cup. Do you remember? It felt like we were doing a quarterback sneak every single down, right? Why is that?
He ran for 100 yards in that game.
Yeah. Why is that, though? A, we needed the yards, but B, we knew that we could depend on him, right? Like, I think that, again, I want Trevor Harris. I think Trevor Harris is going to have an amazing year. I think he's going to be one of the top 3 quarterbacks if he stays healthy. I just don't think he's going to be the MOP, and that's, you know, we're talking betting odds, right?
Yeah, so Kerry Joseph's a pretty good example, actually. He was a runner, which Trevor Harris admittedly is not, even though he jokes about being Trevor Vick or maybe Trevor Allen, we should call him.
We'll hold our breath when we see him running out of the pocket, man. It's scary.
KJ in that year completed 58.2% of his passes, threw for 4,002 yards, 24 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. Now, rushing is different. He carried it 90 times, 737 yards, and 13 touchdowns.
Yeah, and there are moments in history that are locked in our mind. KJ at the Labor Day just throwing, right? Like, think of those moments. KJ Labor Day, Darian Durant Grey Cup, or a playoff run, 2013, right? Like, those moments stick out as being that complete quarterback, right? So we've been lucky. We've been really lucky here in Rider Nation. I know that we only have 4 Grey Cup championships. I get it. But we have had some special players in this organization.
You know, I had a moment just a second ago because I see that the scoreboard is counting down at 19 minutes. And I'm like, that means the kickoff is coming earlier. We got a problem. But that's the $5 beer countdown here at Mosaic Stadium. Part of the
well,
game
for
day
some,
experience.
that's more important, Dave.
Yeah, it's more important to me.
Kickoff still scheduled for 8:08, and we look like we're good to go. That's the latest word, is I just got it confirmed.
Well, that's good. That's nice to know, and you can definitely come to the Sports Cage Lounge and hang out with us as we approach that kickoff. I know these gentlemen need to get some food in them, and they need to get up to the booth. So why don't we take a quick break here? We'll be back with a whole bunch more. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Truck Month has been extended at Capital Ford Lincoln. By popular demand, we're extending this event so you can take advantage of massive savings on our awesome selection of vehicles. Get into a brand new 2025 Ford F-150. We're offering savings up to $14,000. Or finance one for as low as 0% over 72 months OAC. Or check out a brand new 2025 Bronco Sport. Leases are going for as little as $99 a week plus tax. Only for a limited time at Capital Ford Lincoln in Regina.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
Hey football fans, Carla Beck here, leader of the Saskatchewan NDP, MLA for Regina Lakeview. I love this province, and I love this country, and there's nothing more Canadian than the CFL. 3 downs, not 4, wearing a watermelon on your head and cold beer on a hot summer day. We're working hard for a better future, but like you, I'll always make time for the green and white, and I can't wait for us to bring a certain cup back home. Call me at 306-522-1333.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch the Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See how Western Ag professional agronomy can help your farm at growmoreprofit.com.
Gear up with Salford this season. New 2025 Salford tillage and application equipment is on sale until June 30th, but your best price ends June 9th. Plus, selected 2024 and earlier machines have 0% financing and no payments for 12 months. Tackle the season strong. Stop by your local dealer now. Salford, tough tools built for Saskatchewan producers. See them at your local Pattison Ag dealer with 18 locations. B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
The only thing better before Rough Rider football is the sizzle of burgers on the tailgate barbecue. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's game day, baby, and a matchup we all love to watch, even in the preseason. It's the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Winnipeg Blue Bombers, final preseason game before cut-down day. Sure, it's an hour late, but that's totally fine. 8:08 kickoff from Mosaic Stadium, and that is where you were going to find us this evening. It's Teagan Witko, Wes Cates, Justin Dunk, and yes, we are streaming live at sportscage.com and our YouTube channels as well. And I understand that we have a very special guest that just joined us on set. Welcome, Robert.
Thank you so much.
Robert Mims, 3-time CFL All-Star running back. You had some great seasons with the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Wes almost pegged your numbers in your best season with the Riders on point. I think it was 1,403 yards. You thought you were close to 1,500. He's giving you some love, Robert. How you
I
feel
had a
about
couple
that?
catches. I appreciate it. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the love. I need some love.
Well, I know you're at the top. As far as single season, you're one of the top in Rider history. I don't know, maybe George Reed got you once or twice, but
Oh, yeah,
you know?
George got everybody.
Yeah, my best was like close to 1,300, but yeah, you did your thing, man. I seen your stats. I was like, okay, Mims.
Appreciate it.
Robert, we've been talking a lot about CFL Cutdown Day is looming.
Yeah.
Do you remember what it was like when you were a rookie in the CFL, sitting and waiting to get the news whether or not you made the team?
Man, it's rough. It's rough because no matter what you did, you never know what's going to happen. You know, that's the tough part. You can give everything you got, but you just don't, at that moment, you might get put on practice roster or you're going to play in the game. It's like, it's tough, man. No matter what happens, you just, realistically, you hope you just get there. Practice roster, then you say, I still got a chance. You know, it's when they tell you go home, as we used to say back in the day, Air Canada.
Do you remember that day in 1990?
You know what? It was you're going to laugh. We were playing Saskatchewan Roughriders. That's when you used to have like scrimmages where you could play 3 games. And we came down here and the one running back who was starting, he said he didn't feel good. The other one said, I'm hurt. My ankle was hurting. Mike Riley came up to me and said, hey, Robert, you're going to have to play the whole game. What can you do? I'm like, you ain't got to worry about me. I'm looking for opportunity. And right after that, I had a really, really good game. And he said, hey, you're our guy. And the funny part, I hurt my ankle. He said, you going to be able? I said, don't worry about my ankle. You know, you go ahead and you shave your ankle and you tape it to the skin and you play ball. Yeah, and after that, it just kept going. So, man, I understand you get hurt, man. They say you can't lose your job by injury, but you don't lose it. You just don't get it back.
Yeah, but you can't make the club in the tub. That's
there
what
it is.
Ken Miller used to
what
say.
they say, the best ability is availability. There you go.
Do you remember who told you that you made the team?
Mike Riley, our head coach. He said, "You're our guy." He said, you fought through this, and you're going to be okay, but how's your ankle? I'm like, oh, my ankle's fine. Don't worry about that. Boy, it wasn't fine, man. I was in the hotels icing it every moment I got.
You wouldn't be able to tell that it wasn't fine or that you were icing it. Your rookie season, 1,341 yards and 6 rushing touchdowns? That's crazy.
I had a good year.
A really good year.
I was truly blessed. Like I said, I played 18 games. Because I got the job by somebody being hurt, so I figured I was going to play no matter what happens. Unless I couldn't do anything, I was going to play.
What do you remember most about your time playing for the Green and White?
Man, just, the fans coming out, going to the grocery store and you're not winning and they're telling you stink. Because, they got that opinion. You go to the grocery store, you're just trying to get you some eggs and milk and go home. And they're like, what happened? Like, I don't know.
Are there any moments that stick out for you? I mean, you look at your best season in Saskatchewan, 1996, 292 carries, 1,403 yards, 8 touchdowns.
Just, Labor Day, those moments were like, the locker room with the guys, we had some talent, but things just weren't clicking. We went through probably like 7 quarterbacks that year. We started with Warren Jones, Jimmy Kemp, Marvin Graves, Kevin. So it's hard to get a rhythm. So we could never really get over that hump. And that was the main thing that I kind of, if we could have had a stable quarterback, I think we'd have been okay. Because we had receivers, we had running game. It's just defense was steady. But like I said, if you keep rotating the quarterback, you have no rapport. So it's tough. But like I said, I enjoyed it. That was my first year living here because no one said, hey, man, the last thing you want to do is live in Regina. And I said, I'll never live in Regina 20 years later.
Still here.
Yes.
We've got 2 of the great Rough Rider running backs in the history of the franchise with us. Wes Cates, of course, delivering great analysis with us. Robert Mims alongside, talking about his time with the Rough Riders. You mentioned staying in Saskatchewan. What made you settle down here?
My wife. She said, hey, this is where we're going to be. I said, well, you know what? I can work anywhere. My wife had a good job at SGI. So it's like, it's a good place to live. A great place to raise a family. You don't have to worry about it. And coming from the U.S., where I came from, Kansas City, it's a lot of craziness. Here, you can just relax and enjoy yourself. You got to worry about little things. Like a lot of people don't think about it. I don't have to worry about the police pulling me over and I got to go through the, hey, here I am. Things like that. I don't want my kids to go through that. I grew up that way where they teach you right off the bat, hey, this is what you got to do. If you get pulled over, this is what you do. I didn't want to teach my kids that. That's not the way to live. So that it was easy for me.
Do you remember any culture shock coming up here for the first time to Canada?
Yeah, the gas price. When I first got to Canada, I seen, what was it, like 65%,
for thinking it was for a gallon.
Yeah, so I got hyped up. I hadn't done a lot in my life. I had a little Suzuki Sidekick. I was like, oh, man, give me $10. He filled up. I'm like, hey, man, no, I know I used to get more than that. And he started laughing. The guy was like, hey, no, that's leaders. Now I got to go back to college. 3, 4. I'm like, oh, you got to be kidding me. So things like that, and people just walking out in the street in front of you. You got to slam on your brakes. I wasn't used to that, so I'm getting into arguments with people like, get out the street. What are you doing? And he's telling me I'm wrong. Like, you got to be kidding me. I got a 2-ton here. You might want to get out the street. Yeah. But other than that, man, it's been, I enjoyed it. Like I said, I'm still here.
Wes, it seemed like you knew about Robert's game really well. Did you ever watch some highlights of him, or how did you come to know what he did with the Riders?
Well, I mean, as a back, people talk about how you stack up against former greats, and then you start to see the stats, and I'm like, oh, who is this Robert Mims over here. Like, just, his single season numbers were like some of the best in franchise history, really some of the best across league history. So I'm just like, man, for a guy to be able, like, it shows, durability. Obviously, he's getting the touches and then racking up the yards. I mean, I felt like I was one of the best players in the league when I played, and the best I ever had in a season was like 1,200 and something rushing anyway. I had to, I got out of the backfield and caught the ball a bit, but I know what it takes to put up those type of numbers. So when I saw, Mims' name on the stat sheet, I was like, yeah, this dude handled this business. I don't even have to question it. Yeah. But how do you feel about Mims? How do you feel about, just giving some tutelage to your son, or do you give him a hard time, or do you coach him up a bunch? Like, have you talked to him a lot this week?
I always talk to him about it's more mental. College is athleticism, but when you get to the pros, it becomes a mental thing. You gotta stay healthy. You gotta okay, I gotta take my body. I gotta go get massages. I gotta do different things. And even when you're young, people think, oh, I'm all right, but they're like, no, you're not. These are the things you got to do as far as professionally, because everybody's good. When you go pro, everybody's good. Everyone's fast. Everybody's strong. So you got to become a different guy. So mentally, you got to say, okay, what am I going to do mentally to change my game? And that's the one thing I always taught. It's more mental than anything. Some of the injuries he had, I said, man, that's mental. You got to fight through it. You got to breathe. And once you understand, like, I'm not hurt, I'm okay, and then you start moving on with it. Because a lot of times, young kids get hurt. I can't go. Oh, why not? Well, because my ankle is what? Can you walk? Can you run? Can you tape it?
Yeah. Are you hurt or are you injured?
And that's the thing. Nowadays, everyone just seems to like, I got to come out. I'm tired. That still drives me crazy. Yeah. Running backs put their hand up, come get me. Please, I don't need you to come get me. I'm a dying here.
So does he look to you, like, say he's in the middle of a game, does he like look to you for any type of signals or anything like that, or he kind of tries to avoid looking at dad while he's playing or something?
He tries to avoid it. He'll look up there, because usually when I get to the game, he'll come out and he'll see where I'm at, and I kind of let him know, hey, I'm here. But other than that, he's usually, we have already discussed every situation, because I've been through pretty much every situation. You know what I mean? Because we done been through every situation. There's not much you can throw at me that I haven't already seen.
Right.
From playing pro ball, it's like, now if they got another division after pro ball, then I don't know it.
You've obviously instilled a heavy sense of work ethic into your son. It feels almost poetic now, the next generation of the Taylor Field Stadium. Now we're in this building. Does that ever get at all emotional for you?
Oh, it honestly, it really does. We went to the game last week, and because he got hurt last year, so we didn't really get to see him. We made plans, we did this, and it's funny because this year it's like, okay, we're going to Winnipeg. We got the Airbnb, and he said, I think he said Monday, Dad, I hurt my back. I said, man, I don't know what you going on, but we got the Airbnb. We going to Winnipeg with you or without you. We can't get our money back. You need to figure some things out. So, he ended up playing, but yeah, I said, man, we can't. They're like, dude, because the last year we make plans to go to Edmonton. This is where they go play. Hey, this year, like, hold up. You done had this great camp. Now you gonna tell me 4 days before you can walk in the door? You can't do it. And that's when the mental comes into it. Mm-hmm. It's like, yeah, okay, you're more tired than hurt. And that's what it was. He needed a couple of days off, came back, he's all right now. But I kind of laughed. I'm like, hey, son, I don't know what you're doing, but me, your mother, and your sister, we going to Winnipeg this weekend. I hope you're there. But he made it. And like I said, man, he's a tough kid. He's been through a lot. Like I said, it's all about timing. Sometimes you think your timing is now, but it ain't. The man upstairs has his time scheduled for you, so hopefully this is his time.
Well, thank you so much for joining us and giving us a little bit of insight for this
thank
today,
you
Rob.
Guys so much. I appreciate it. A lot of people don't ask me to do anything anymore because I'm old.
Man, not forgotten, though. I looked it up real quick before we let you go. You have the Winnipeg Blue Bombers single-season rushing record.
That's all I got.
I knew it was. You rushed for more yards in a single season, all due respect, than George Reed did. You just did it with the Bombers, 1,769. the 9th most yards in a single season rushing in CFL history.
Yeah, see, I knew he was up there, man.
Sheesh. Like, we're talking about up there with names like Mike Pringle, Earl Lunsford, Willie Burden, John Cornish, and of course, the great George Reed. He has the 10th best single season rushing yardage total in CFL history. You're number 9.
I know we need to keep it recorded so I can tell my wife. I'm still something.
Can I get one more with you real quick?
Yeah.
What do you think your son needs to do today to make the team? He's been taking first team reps this week in practice. He's starting according to the depth chart. What does he need to do, and what do those conversations look like between you and him?
Honestly, just be yourself. Believe you belong. You know, that's the hardest thing. A lot of kids don't believe they belong. They're good, but they just don't believe it. No, you're here. You've done everything you're supposed to do to get to this point. I would never say blow it, but just go out. It's play by play. There's going to be good plays, there's going to be bad plays. You just got to have more good plays than bad plays. And if you're a good athlete, you're a good ball player, you're always going to have more good plays than bad plays. We played running back. We fumble. You think I worry about when I fumble? I get up, go off the field. It is what it is. What happened? I fumbled. What you going to do? Well, we going to go back there when we get the ball back. You can't dwell on that, you know, and that's why I tell him, okay, you dropped the pad. Oh, well, you ain't the first person to drop a pad. You play golf?
Hell yeah.
You hit the ball in the weeds, ain't you?
For sure.
You don't say I'm done and walk up. You know, you go back and say, hey, let me drop it. Well, no, he's gonna be okay, and I just want to enjoy him. I really do. That's all I want. You know, been watching the kid since he was in Pop Warner coached him, and so it's a beautiful thing to see a kid because playing pro ball, you know how hard it is. And they say it when they're young, you're like, yeah, okay. But you know what you went through and how to get there. You get hurt, this happens, so many things happen. But to finally see it like, man, he's here. Mm-hmm. So whatever happens, he's here. Honestly, make it or don't make it, he was here. Mm-hmm. You know, that's all you can ask for in life.
Great to get your insight, man.
I appreciate it. Thank you,
We're
guys.
happy you made it in.
Oh, yeah, I tried. I got down here and made people leave early.
Thank you again so much
to
Rob Mims for stopping by our set. Now, I do also want to throw to a conversation that actually Justin Dunk had with Daniel Weeb, rookie 2025 draft selection. He's actually local as well. I mean, Saskatchewan local from the Rosetown area, Huskies product. So let's hear a little bit of what he had to say to Justin Dunk.
Yeah, so I grew up on a farm just outside of Herschel. I ended up going to Rosetown for school and started playing football, I believe it was the summer of grade 6, in Rosetown. The tackle league in Saskatoon, and we were playing with Rosetown. I think it was 6-a-side. I remember we had probably like 6 teams on the field at once just going sideways, and yeah, that was kind of the vibe of that. But it was good. It was really good.
Were you a Riders fan growing up?
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's hard to not be a Rider fan living in Saskatchewan, you know, and a great team to be watching growing up. And yeah, it's kind of crazy to be playing for him now.
Favorite player?
Favorite player? Got to be Weston Dressler. You know, I've mentioned him a couple times, and, you know, just what he was able to do, it's inspiring. And yeah, great player. Even got coached by him in a camp before, and yeah, like great guy as well. So definitely him.
Tell us the story about you referencing Dressler at the CFL Combine in Regina.
Yeah, so they were just asking, you know, a smaller size receiver, you know, how do I expect to have success? And I just had mentioned, you know, you can look at guys like Weston Dressler. He's had great success, and I think that really paves a path for smaller guys to go and have success in the league. You know, it doesn't mean you're not going to be able to have success. So just really building off of that and, yeah, doing my best, making sure I can make the opportunities. And, yeah, my process has really just been to focus on where I am, where my feet are, whether that's in meetings, studying plays, whether that's at practice, whether I just made a play, whether I had a drop, missed a block, made a block. It's more just where am I now and how can I have my best effort and how can I bounce back or keep that going, you know?
So Justin Dunk with Daniel Weeb, pretty impressive right off the hop, at least at training camp.
He definitely has been. This is a guy that has elite athletic skills. We talked about it last week on the pregame show, like runs his 40 in the 4.5s, vertical 37 inches. And Wes, he's been turning those athletic traits into production on the field in training camp. And then last week in Winnipeg, caught some passes, returned a kick, too, I believe it was for 35 yards. So showing he can make the team in different ways. When you've seen Weeb play now in an actual game, what were your takeaways?
Well, I think one thing about the CFL game that I love is that because the field is bigger and there's just more space to work with, so size doesn't matter as much as skill. So I like to say that the NFL always has the biggest, strongest, fastest, but I feel like the CFL always has the best football players. So I think that's what Dan Weeb is. He's a great football player, you know, and he might be a little undersized as far as, you know, the stat sheets or not the stat sheets, but just the measurables. But at the end of the day, he goes out there and makes plays, and that's what this league is all about. Guys just going out there and making the plays, and he's been taking advantage of his opportunities. You know, he's quick, fast, so he's going to get the separation. So if quarterbacks can see him and trust him and put it where it's supposed to be, he's shown that, you know, at the different levels he's been at, that he's going to make those plays if you get him the ball. So I'm excited for guys like that, and guys like that, you know, local guy, smaller guy, he's just a natural fan favorite. You know, everybody that envisions their day where they could have been a professional athlete, they look at a guy who's like normal sized, air quotes, like a Dan Weeb, and they see themselves in him. So he, you know, he's one of those kids that you know, a lot of fans can rally around and give a lot of hope and ambition to young upcoming athletes to go out there and try their best and overcome like he's doing.
Talk about his size. He checks in at 5'9", around 185 pounds, depending on the day. He's actually 2 inches taller than Weston Dressler was when he played. Not that he shrunk at all.
I don't believe it.
And about 17 pounds heavier than Dressler.
I don't believe that 180. He's a little thick, but I don't know. Yeah, okay, whatever. Anyway, yeah, that's
official CFL Combine weigh-in. No, for Weeb,
that was his
official CFL Combine weigh-in and height. They don't mess around with that stuff.
Yeah, the Combine, he was probably, he's been running around. He's a little lighter than that, unless he just is killing the buffet.
So even still, like, let's say he's a little bit lighter, right? His Combine weight was 17 pounds more than Dressler, even if he's down 7.
Yeah.
He's still a little bit bigger than Weston. I'm not saying he's going to be Weston Dressler, but
I would say that bodes for his durability for sure. You know, when you got a little more muscle to you, a little more compact, it definitely helps you take those hits and be a little tougher, you know, when you're battling and banging bodies with whenever it happens, you know, when you got to go across the middle and deal with the linebackers, or maybe you got a safety coming down trying to take a shot on you. So I think it'll help him in that sense for sure.
You have Daniel Weeb, University of Saskatchewan product, battling in the receiver corps with Robert Mims' kid, Deshawn Mims, who played at the University of Regina. So that rivalry lives on, and these guys competing for roster spots along with one of your favorites in the receiving corps, Braden Maseri.
Maseri, yeah, number 77, the true Canadian number. I love that stuff. Like, you know, the nuances of the league is why I love the CFL. And when you see a kid like Maseri come out there, and you know, like the measurables, maybe he doesn't jump off the stat sheet speed-wise. Maybe, you know, he's not a really tall kid or really fast or really quick. But when you get him out there, he's looking smooth in his routes. He's getting his hands on it. He's making plays, and that's the CFL receiver in a nutshell. Like, you know, you're not blowing people away with, you know, your combine numbers, but hey, you're going out there, you're playing football, you're having fun, you're making plays on the big field and making it exciting for the fans. So I think that's where he fits in. I think he has a good chance to go out and show and prove today and maybe find himself a roster spot.
And Maseri looks like your classic big Canadian slot back using the waggle.
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely, like, that's what I said, when I see him, I see like an Andy Fantus. Like when we were playing in the Fantus era, I like to call it the Cates era. So like from 2007 to 2011 was when I played. Fantus was here from, I want to say 6 to 10 or something like that, 6 to 9.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. And everybody used to time their waggles up off Andy Fantus because he had the best waggle. He would get back the deepest. He'd hit it on time. He'd hit the line, you know, basically at top speed. And then the way he would kind of break guys down, and, you know, I used to call it the, you know, Well, anyway, I had a couple of little nicknames for Fantus, but anyway.
None you can say on the radio or what?
Yeah, but he used to just know how to, break guys down and kind of, even though he wasn't the quickest guy, he just kind of give you a little shoulder head fake, and then he had big hands, and he just always seemed to be able, he was good at tracking the ball. I think him and Weston Dressler were two of the better receivers that I played with, where no matter what was happening, when they turned around and found the ball, they could figure out a way to get to it, get their hands on it, and make the catch. And so I see a little bit of that in this area.
To see what he can do in the game, man. There's a big battle at that Canadian receiver spot. We know Keen Schaefer-Baker, Sam Emelis are locked in. Del Duncan-Busby looked good last year when he got some playing time. So you're looking at, Daniel Weeb, Mitch Picton, and Braden Masseri. Depending how the roster shakes out, fighting for one spot, maybe two, if they're going to have a guy on the practice roster, unless they want to find a way to keep three of them around. But I believe, if you're looking at Masseri or Weeb, that they could potentially go back to school for another year if you wanted them to get a little bit more seasoning. But that's one of the key battles to watch in this game.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, and just for record, I used to say he had the Fantus step. Like, we used to dance with the guys out there. He didn't really take to the nickname, so I kind of just let it go.
What's wrong with the Fantus step, man? In the NBA, they started calling the Euro step, and it took off.
I thought it was a good nickname, but Fantus, he never really, he was like, oh, yeah, it's all right.
You're also calling it the Cates era, so, I mean.
Well, I kind of did that mistakenly on a show, and then it kind of stuck for a little bit, so then I was like.
No, I dig it. I like it. Yeah, well, let's run with it.
Maybe we'll have to get Andy Fantus on to get his side of this.
That 5 years was the most winningest 5 years outside of the Reed Lancaster years. It was actually like the records are almost identical. So, I think I can call it the Cates era.
Cates Fantus era.
Yeah.
There can be two. We can share. It's fine.
Oh, man.
So I do believe that we also had another conversation this week, Justin. Lane Novak was someone that you had an opportunity to sit down and chat with.
Yeah, he's a local product, University of Saskatchewan, I believe from Balgonie as well in Saskatchewan, that was selected by the Winnipeg Blue Bombers in the 2025 CFL draft. So he's now returning to his home province with the rival team trying to make a roster with the Bombers.
At this point, nothing's guaranteed for me. So this is you have to play every game like it's your last, and that's especially true for me right now. So super excited to get to play another preseason game with the Bombers here. Going to be a little extra special, but it's there in Saskatchewan, a stadium that I've played in through high school and university. It's essentially home to me. I'm going to have family and friends there, all wearing blue, so super excited for it. From what I know, about 20, which is super exceptional. I've always had a great support system in my family and in my extended family as well, so super excited for that, knowing they'll be there. It's been tough, and at first they were resistant, but chipping away at them and slowly I keep buying more blue shirts for them here in the Bomber store. Dominate on special teams. And special teams, it's always a one-on-one, or just about always a one-on-one. So it's you versus another guy. And if I can show the coaches and the team here that I can win those one-on-ones more often than not, and the ones that I lose, I gave a damn good effort, then I think that's what I got to do.
That's Lane Novak. Look for him in the stands. Well, I should say his family in the stands wearing Bomber gear, even though probably underneath it they got some Rider gear.
I would like to think so, anyway. But yes, 8 o'clock kickoff, 8:08 to be specific. Because of that weather delay, it does look like things have cleared up out there significantly. Players got out onto the field, so we are getting even closer and closer to that kickoff. We are going to take a quick break. We are streaming live from the Sports Cage Lounge inside Mosaic Stadium. Of course, you can always watch on our YouTube page. You can always watch at sportscage.com. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the home of Rider Nation, 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Cooperators advisor can help your business do what you want it to. Like we have 2, actually 3, make that 4 locations plan. Talk to a local advisor today about small business insurance that sees your needs as anything but small.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Kirsty Griffiths in Regina a call at 306-359-2667 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. I love to dig. And when it comes to digging, we prairie dogs are naturals. But I want to make sure that when you dig safe. No matter what kind of project you're working on, we're talking at a huge construction site or just in your backyard, you got to find out where the underground lines are. And getting a line locate's the only way to know for sure. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
Dig safe. Dig like Doug. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Getting you set for Rough Rider Kickoff. Rough Rider Kickoff. It's the Rider Nation pregame show with Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Justin Dunk, and Teagan Witko on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Coming at you live from the Sports Cage Lounge inside Mosaic Stadium. We are almost through this delay. Kickoff goes at 8:08 p.m. local time at Mosaic Stadium. Blue Bombers, Riders in the final preseason game for both teams before the real thing next week. But right here, right now, we'll get a little Blue Bombers perspective from my colleague at 3downnation.com, Mr. John Hodge. And Hodge, I think there'd be a lot of people in Saskatchewan wondering what's going on with Jairus Stearns out there in Winnipeg. He was productive whenever he was called upon during his time in Saskatchewan, left, goes to Winnipeg during free agency. Could he be a guy that is in the starting group when Winnipeg takes the field in week 2?
I do, yes. I do think that obviously depends on what unfolds here in the final preseason game, but he's in the starting lineup, but I think that's notable because last week the Blue Bombers did not dress Dalton Schoen, did not dress Nick Dembski, and so there's a couple extra starting spots available. Tonight, both of those guys are starting. They're in the lineup, and Jairus Stearns is still in that spot, in that second of the field receiver spot. And honestly, I think he's the exact missing ingredient that Winnipeg didn't have for a lot of the last season. Like, they had guys who could stretch the field, like Ontario Wilson, like Nick Dembski, but in terms of a guy who can make plays after the catch, who can do some of that dirty work on second down. Like, Jarrett Stearns is not the biggest guy, but he is a shifty guy. He knows when to flash his hand. He can secure the ball really well, and so I really like his chances of being in the starting lineup, of course, should he show well tonight.
The comparison some people are making, Hodge, is to Sean Bain Jr. in Saskatchewan, right? It was only him scratching the surface with the Calgary Stampeders, then he signs here and, takes off. Yes, at the moment he's rehabbing from his injury, but does Jarrett Stearns have that type of feel with the Blue Bombers?
Yes, I think that's an apt comparison, and I understand why the Riders didn't hang on to him, right? When you've got guys like Keyshawn Johnson, when you've got guys like Dante Myers, and, of course, Sean Bain Jr. coming back, like, you've got all these guys, plus your Canadians. I get it from a numbers perspective. That being said, people forget Jarrett Stearns in 2022 had one of the best seasons in the history of collegiate football. Caught, I believe it was 150 passes for something like 1,900 yards at Western Kentucky. Now, it helps that his quarterback was future NFLer Bailey Zappi. But still, that type of productivity, paired with the fact that he was productive in his first 2 seasons of the CFL, adjusting to the waggle with Saskatchewan, putting up almost 1,000 yards between those 2 seasons, I think he is a breakout candidate. And I think that in a more, let's say, receiver-needy team like the Blue Bombers, a club that rotated through a ton of receivers last year when injuries were hitting, and I don't think necessarily did a great job of uncovering new talent. I think that Jarrett Stearns has a real opportunity in the peg to get it done.
A lot of people in Riderville, Hodge, wondering when is the year that the Winnipeg Blue Bombers finally fall from atop the West Division. You're on the ground there in the peg. You know the team, dare I say, than anybody that covers the Canadian Football League. You're so focused on the Blue Bombers. Do you think that this is the year that they take a step back, or are they still, pardon the pun, but the blue and gold standard in the West Division?
Well done, well done. Honestly, I don't think that they are worse than last year, and I think you could make a case that they're a little better than last year. Yes, they lost Tyrell Ford. That will hurt them in the secondary. Yes, Liam Dobson's departure on the O-line, I think, could hurt their ratio flexibility a bit if they go American there. But when you look at James Vaughters having a true bookend opposite Willie Jefferson, when you look at the quarterback room, I think having a healthy Zach Collaros with Chris Treveler, who has now a full CFL season under his belt, I thought he looked really good last week in the preseason. When you look at the number of guys they've got going into year 2, Kendall Randolph, Micah Vanderpool on the offensive line, Gabe Wallace is going to be in the mix to start there. And then defensively, I mean, this was arguably the best defense in the CFL. They were number 1 in many categories. Well, I thought they got better at safety. I thought Brandon Alexander was a little past his prime last year. Jamal Parker likely to start there. I think that Tony Jones starting from day one is an upgrade. Jonathan Jones signing in the linebacking core I think is an upgrade. Like I think honestly this team could be better. And let's also not forget he's hurt right now, but returner was a nightmare for this team last season. Well, Peyton Logan I think is going to be a great fit there. And even if he's not, people seem really high on Trey Vavel, who had a couple of nice returns last week. So I don't think Winnipeg has it in them to be a 14, 15-win team like they were a few years ago. Right now I've got them at 12. Not a dominant team, but I still think a very good team and one that could finish first in the West.
We're talking to John Hodge, my colleague at 3downnation.com, who covers the Blue Bombers closely, but also the entire league, Hodge. So I'm curious, you're based in Winnipeg. What's your perspective on the Saskatchewan Roughriders entering the 2025 CFL season?
Well, the Riders were my pick to finish first in the West until recently. I still think they can be a 12-win team as well. I think the head-to-head matchups between these two clubs are going to be super important for those playoff implications. But the thing that has scared me as of late is this apparent curse that has happened in Riderville with their interior offensive linemen. There's a reason that this team went out and signed Sean McEwen, a 3-time LCFL center. There's a reason they went and brought in Philippe Gagnon, not a super flashy player for the Montreal Alouettes, but a very consistent guy who can start at guard, who's got some experience at center. And then we know Eric Anderson, the club's second-round pick isn't with them right now, isn't eligible to play. So this is a shaky situation on the interior of this offensive line. There's a reason this team went out and got those free agents. And obviously, it feels like they're a little bit back into square one, right, before these free agent additions before the draft, which I think is somewhat of a concern for a team looking to get the ground game going. That being said, I love just about everything else about this team. The defensive line was very good last year. I think it's even better this year with Micah Johnson turning back the clock, with Mike Rose, the addition there. Shane Ray coming back from the NFL. Like, there's lots to like there. The linebacking core is phenomenal. The secondary is very good. The receiving core is super deep. The kicking game, obviously, is rock solid. And we'll see who the returner is, Justin. Obviously, Mario Alford's been a very good returner in this league for a long time, but Dre McCrae is coming hard for that job. So that's a battle I'm interested to watch. Overall, I do think this is still a better team than it was last year, but the interior of that offensive line is giving me some pause, because if they can't open those holes for A.J. Ouellette, the run game is not going to be clicking.
My guy, John Hodge, bringing the goods. And yes, he covers the Blue Bombers, but he's also well-known around the Canadian Football League. Breaks news as well with us at 3downnation.com. You want to follow him on Twitter, X, whatever we're calling these days, at John D. Hodge. Search him up on the socials, and, of course, catch his quality pieces at 3downnation.com. Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it.
Anytime, boss.
All right, it's time to hear from the starting quarterback in this football game tonight. That is Jake Maier. And Maier tells us Mark Mueller and Corey Mace appealed to him and helped him decide to sign with the Green and White in free agency.
Yeah, I mean, that's big time. I mean, that was a pretty big reason why coming here seemed like the right thing to do. You know, it's from a very similar tree, obviously. I enjoyed working with Coach Mueller when I was a rookie and in my second, third year in Calgary. So, yeah, that familiarity was really big to me. But it goes beyond just him. I mean, you know, Coach Mace, you know, being in Calgary when I was a rookie, there's teammates that I've played with in the past that have made their way here now. So it's the familiarity is really nice. It doesn't feel like, you know, I'm necessarily this brand new guy that's got to meet a bunch of new faces. So that's been nice to work myself into that culture.
To correct myself there, Maier's rights were traded here. He decided to forego free agency and signed a one-year contract with the Riders for the 2025 CFL season. But in doing so, Maier has undergone a mindset change, going from a starter and the franchise man in Calgary to a backup with the Riders.
I'm appreciative, though. I really am, just because, you know, just kind of how the last couple years have gone for me personally, and feeling like, you know, I've entered an environment that has taken me in and appreciated me for who I am, and again, being around guys like Trevor Harris and reuniting again with Coach Mueller has been a really nice reset for me personally. So I'm super grateful to be here. I love it here. I can't believe how amazing and beautiful the facility is here, and just the culture of the team right now is in a really good spot.
What do you think that's like, Wes? You go from the starter at a position, you've been through this before, to the backup.
It's tough, definitely. And Jake Maier, he seems like a really tough competitor. You know, the things we've heard from, you know, the coaches that have been around him, players that have been around him, he obviously wants to be that guy. I think it's tough, but, you know, there's a way you can look at it to take advantage because, you know, obviously, you know, the guy in front of you is older. So, you know, just bide your time and wait for your opportunities and see if maybe an injury doesn't put you in the spot you want to be. I think he definitely is a great type of player to have as a backup. You know, you want your backup to be hungry to be a starter, right? You want your backup to be a guy who's knowledgeable about the game and can come in when your starter isn't able to perform. So I think we have that in Jake Maier, and I think right now his biggest concern is to just see where he can improve on his game and appreciate the time he has right now to not be under the spotlight or under pressure, to hone in on some of those skills so that when he gets his chance and gets back in that starting position, it's undeniable that he needs to stay there.
It's time for our coach's comment, which is brought to you by KFC. Get the Rough Rider Game Day Special, $4.95 Big Crunch and $7.95 Big Crunch combo at participating Saskatchewan KFC locations. And Maier's starting this game for the Riders, and it reminds Mace of seeing him play in the CFL for the first time when both men were together with the Calgary Stampeders.
It reminds me of, when he first got his start, back in Calgary, first coming in, and, there's balls flying around, and, everybody's sitting there like, oh, who is that? Certainly, I can't speak to what it's been like for him the last, previous couple years, but, he's happy as ever to be in the building every day. He's competing his tail off. He's making it hard for the defense. And, when he's in the huddle, he commands it. So I think that's been really good for him. I think it's been good for us and for the competition's sake as well. Jack has all those same intangibles. So, man, we're pleased with the room.
Corey Mace setting us up for kickoff. Jake Mayer gets the start for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. Mace estimated that Mayer could play about a half, but his feel in the game could change that, and also seemed to indicate that Jack Cohn might get a chunk or the entire second half in this football game, which is coming up on the other side. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder up in the booth at Mosaic Stadium. Teagan Witko down on the sidelines for her debut in that spot. I think she's going to do great. We've got all the goods for you post-game, but right here, right now, we've made it. We're through the delay. It's time for the Riders and Bombers. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Choosing what restaurant to go to? Difficult. Choosing a wireless deal at SaskTel? Easy. When you switch to SaskTel and choose your savings, you'll have no regrets. Switch to SaskTel and choose to save $10 a month for 24 months, or get up to $250 off a new phone. Visit SaskTel.com/choice for details. Conditions apply.
Your Cooperator's Advisor can help find home insurance you feel at home in. Like the, our house is far from cookie cutter, so why should our insurance be? Plan. Talk to a local advisor today about home insurance that fits you as comfortably as your own home.
Looking for a local Cooperators Advisor? Give Tom Bamford in Regina a call at 306-949-6633 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Picture this. You're ready for the big game, but your basement's underwater. Again, not exactly ideal tailgate weather. That's why I called Winmar. Fast, friendly, and they handle everything like a linebacker on a loose ball. Now I've got a dry basement and a front row seat to the game. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
Powerful, reliable, cutting edge. Massey Ferguson 9S Series tractors deliver the performance you need with a kicker. They do it without overcomplicating your job or adding extra expenses. Count on user-friendly operation and an industry-leading low cost of ownership, because you deserve more bang for your buck. Learn more about the Massey Ferguson 9S Series at masseyferguson.com or visit us at KMK Sales in Humboldt.
Calling all skilled heavy-duty mechanics. Core Industrial Services has an exciting opportunity for you. They're hiring a full-time heavy-duty mechanic to join them at their 9,000-square-foot shop in Rocanville, Saskatchewan. As a heavy-duty mechanic, you're responsible for performing maintenance and repairs on a wide range of equipment, from heavy machinery to light trucks and more. At Core Industrial Services, they believe in the power of teamwork. Apply today on their website at coreindustrial.ca or call them at 306-745-4844. Core Industrial Services, where expertise meets opportunity. Apply now.
Whether you're going down the road or spend your days down on the farm, you've got a lot to get done and a lot of miles to go. Knowing that UFA has you covered with one of Western Canada's largest card lock networks, bulk fuel delivery where you need it, a range of premium lubricants, and our exclusive Diesel X Gold fuel, means you have less to worry about. Visit one of over 100 convenient locations or ufapetro.com to find out more. From fleet to farm, we've got you covered.
Pride. Tradition.
And it's intercepted. Riders have it again.
Excellence.
It's through. Walk it off, Brett. Walk it off. Riders steal one in Steeltown.
For over 4 decades, Harvard Media has been the flagship broadcast partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, uniting our province from corner to corner. It's game time, Saskatchewan, on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Now to the broadcast booth. Here's your voice of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder.
Flags that represent just some of the many nations and cultures that create our community. You can join pavilions from all over these countries and more at the 55th Annual Mosaic Festival of Cultures taking place June 5th to 7th all across Regina. Now, please stand if you're able and remove your headwear as 620 CKRM presents today's anthem singer. From Saskatoon, Nino Hernandez. Please join Nino in the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
From the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesauctioneersgroup.com. Hello, everyone, and welcome inside Mosaic Stadium. You've heard of the dust clearing. Well, thankfully, the smoke has settled in southern Saskatchewan, and we have football tonight. But things are far from clear when it comes to opening week rosters in the CFL. I'm Dave Thomas alongside Grey Cup champion Luc Mullinder to my right with the best stats man in the business, John Hoffman, to the left. Our technical producer is Carter here in the booth. With us at Mosaic Stadium, Colson Schultz is producing the game for all of Saskatchewan back in our Rose Street Century studio here in Regina. It's a final preseason tune-up for a pair of West Division foes in the Saskatchewan Roughriders and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. For the Riders, it's all about earning roster spots while also being ready for the regular season that opens 6 nights from tonight. The Riders will field a younger lineup, giving players an opportunity to make the team. The Blue Bombers also are in evaluation mode. However, they have a week 1 bye, which will afford them the opportunity to not only evaluate, but use the live reps to prepare for the season. 60 minutes will go a long way in making those decisions tonight as they're conducting the Quality Tire coin toss at center field. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan at qualitytire.ca. The other member of our broadcast team joins us on the sidelines. That's Teagan Witko. Her reports are for Ritchie Brothers, born in the West, trusted worldwide. Any equipment, every auction. Proud supporters of CFL country, Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. And Teagan is down on the sidelines. Teagan, ready to go?
I think so, and you know what? I think a lot of these guys here who might not necessarily be considered veterans they're starting to get a taste of what Mosaic Stadium has to offer. A lot of beaming, smiling faces coming out of that tunnel as Bring It Out played.
Well, Teagan, we're going to check in with you throughout the course of the evening as, again, you are on the sidelines and your reports are brought to you by Ritchie Brothers. As the coin toss is done, Luke, now it's just time to think football, ain't it?
It's an opportunity. There are not many opportunities like this in the world. It's the toughest job interview on the planet. Can you get to be a 1%er for the 2025 Saskatchewan Roughriders? I'm excited. There's a lot of competition out here for spots. This is a deep team. This is a team that has a ton of expectation regarding getting to the last game of the season near December, and this is the second step in taking that journey.
Well, the Riders look like they are going to get themselves set to get out and receive the opening kickoff, I believe, as we count down to game time here at Mosaic Stadium. Game time temperature, well, again, we did contend with smoke throughout most of the day today. Of course, it is nothing compared to what firefighters and crews in northern Saskatchewan and Manitoba are facing today. Of course, we wish them safety and give our thanks for all that they have done for us to allow this football game to take place with the smoke and the skies having cleared.
You've got two teams, the blue and gold, and you've got the green and white, representing two provinces that have declared states of emergencies. You have community leadership trying to get their communities to safety. You have all of the stakeholders trying to support that. It's been a massive lift. There are people that are going through some really hard times, and we're praying for all of them, including the folks that are trying to get these fires under control. You hit it on the mark, Dave. It's one of those moments that makes these moments, no matter how big for the guys on the season or on the sideline, it makes these moments seem a little bit insignificant when it's the big picture. But let's have some fun. A lot of things to be defined here. I'm ready to roll.
So are the Riders. They're going to kick it off wearing their home green jerseys with the green pants. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers are in their white road jerseys with the blue pants. Brett Lawther is getting set to kick it off from our broadcast right, which, of course, is the north end zone. The wind will be in his face somewhat as back to return for the Blue Bombers. Michael Chris Ike alongside the returner of record for most of last week for the Bombers and Trey Vival. They stand back to receive this kick at their own 9-yard line.
I thought the return or the cover units for the Riders did well. Again, you've got to listen out if you're on the sideline because they're going to go through the one cover units, the two cover units. You have to understand and recognize when your opportunity on the depth chart comes up.
Ball in the air. Vival receives it and turns it back the other way for the Blue Bombers. He'll get up to the 30-yard line on the far side. He'll be wrapped up and tackled there by the Riders' downfield cover teams. One of the Herdman Reeds in Justin Herdman Reed in on the tackle for the Riders. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers starting out at their own 32-yard line. A 72-yard kick return, 24 yards. The kickoff for Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca.
Got Big Micah Johnson out there. I'm expecting a lot out of him. And the new addition in free agency, one of the best players, especially pass rushers from the defensive tackle position, Mike Rose.
Chris Stravler in the gun on 1st down. He'll hand it off up the middle, going to make the first man miss and continuing on out across the 34 near the 35-yard line. Nice inside run there by Quentin Cooley for the Bombers, and it'll be 2nd and medium.
Good job initially here by number 94, Eric Black. He just convinces himself a little bit too much that he needs to travel upfield. He could have gotten in on that tackle. Not necessarily a game changer. They only got 4 yards out of it.
2nd down and 6 for the Bombers. Left-hand hash. Strevler's in the shotgun. Players approach the line. Strevler to pass. Far side flat up near the 1st down stick. The ball is complete and an immediate tackle by Phelan Sanford coming up on the ball carrier, and it looks like it's going to be shy of the 1st down as making the reception for the Blue Bombers. It was Carrick Wheatfall.
It's a really good job planting that back foot, getting in on the tackle, and that's Chris Strevler in a nutshell. He's going to make the flat throws and he's going to make the quick short yardage throws, try to get his team into these positions, 3rd and 1, where he's one of the best in the league.
Ball is on the 41 of the Bombers, just underway. Scoreless opening quarter at Mosaic Stadium tonight. It's 3rd and 1. Another Moose Creek Red Angus 3rd down gamble as Strevler goes right ahead. Not much room there as referee Tim Croker is going to get in with his officials, as pointing the other way is Jackson Ford. So too are a couple of the other riders, saying that they might have stopped them on 3rd down. Aubrey Miller Jr. is in there as well.
Yeah, you've got the entire defensive front trying to help the ref make a decision. They all say that Strevler did not get the yardage.
Well, they're trying to help anyways.
Well, it's one of the toughest reps in the exhibition season because these are the moments that you can't duplicate in practice. Nobody goes through the short yardage situations in practice. You can rep it mentally. You can show it on film. But these coaches don't necessarily know if the guys out there are able to get through these important downs. So it's a great film opportunity to get it on tape right now because these are the moments you can't practice.
Now, there's no eye in the sky in this game tonight. That's why they're going to bring out the sticks to measure. It is going to be extremely close as they'll pull out the chains right now. The ball just shy of the 42-yard line, and wow, by the nose of the football, the extreme tip, it's a first down. That was close, an eyelash between a turnover and a first down, and it's going to turn out to be a first down for Chris Streveler and the Bomber offense.
Opportunity to continue a drive. And again, you get that 3rd and 1 against two of the best defensive tackles in the league, Mike Rose and Micah Johnson leading the charge. Habba Baldonado's getting a start too, and he's phenomenal.
5 receivers for Streveler on first down. Peterson, the lone back in the backfield. He gets the carry, gets a yard, maybe 2. He's met immediately. Nice job of coming up to make the play for the Riders and making an early impression along that defensive front was Antoine Brooks Jr.
Yeah, Antoine Brooks Jr. gets into it, but this is Habba Baldonado. Does a great job to avoid the initial block from the left tackle Stanley Bryant. Gets in on the shoestring tackle, slows it down, and the Riders who always do a good job rallying to the football in and around to help him make the tackle.
2nd and 10 for the Bombers. Ball on the left-hand hash. 5 receiver look. Back to passes. Streveler has time now. Scrambles out of the pocket to the near side. Looking. Gonna flyer it. Got a man. And it's complete into Saskatchewan territory. Jareth Stearns, the former Rider, brings it in for the first down of the game. Not before he takes a huge whack as his former teammate DeMarcus Fields came down to make the play.
Yeah, DeMarcus Fields, such a good young player for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is a great job by Chris Streveler, though. As he runs, this entire stadium thinks he's going to keep it. He's going to get the first down or try to get the first down with his legs. Keeps his eyes downfield, hits his receivers, advances the sticks, and a good job by Jareth Stearns holding on to the ball because our youngster, Mr. Fields, cracked him.
11:32 to go in the opening quarter. We're scoreless. Pre-snap motion. Handoff, though, goes through the middle. Not going to be much room right there across the 50, up near the 52-yard line. Another nice job by the Roughriders defensive front, putting the wraps on the ball carrier, and Peterson doesn't get much, maybe a yard.
Yeah, well, it's literally impossible for the offensive line to knock Micah Johnson off the line of scrimmage. And from there, his teammates are just rallying around him because they know that he's going to hold down his gap and they can get in on the ball carrier.
2nd down and 7. They'll give Peterson a carry of 3 on first down. On the Saskatchewan 48-yard line, ball far hash. Again, pre-snap motion to the far side with 2 receivers in motion. That's where Streveler looks. Bounces, now throws it underneath, complete to the Riders 45, down near the 42-yard line. Going to be a couple of yards short, but he dumped it off underneath, and Peterson almost found the first down marker.
Well, Antoine Brooks Jr., number 33, has an opportunity to make this a 1 to 2 yard gain at the most. Instead, he misses the tackle. Too much inside given up. And a good job by the Bombers getting to another 3rd and short situation. You're going to see a little bit of rotation here between the offense and defense. They're going to get their big personnel in the group to battle for these few inches that the Bombers need to extend the drive.
Another Moose Creek Red Angus 3rd down gamble for the Blue Bombers. This time a little bit further actually than last time. It's a full yard and a bit.
Yeah.
As Streveler is in the shotgun. Sends out 3 receivers to the far side. Now man in motion near side. Streveler pitches underneath. Lots of room to go, and is it going to be close? It will be, as that little shovel pass underneath. The Riders read it right away. Nick Dembski came in on it. I don't know if he got it.
Yeah, I don't think he got this. And I'll tell you what, one guy who played a fantastic job, or played a fantastic game, last week for the Riders and immediately inserts himself into the fray here, Jackson Ford. Coming down from his safety position. Good job by the defense, forcing the action back inside so guys like Jackson Ford can get downhill and make a tackle. Phenomenal play by the youngster.
I thought he was short, but they rule first down for the Bombers at the Saskatchewan 40-yard line. 5 receivers set for Streveler to pass near side. That is complete. Coming down with it on this near side for the Blue Bombers was Carrick Wheatfall, his second reception of the afternoon, and it's going to be a gain of about 5.
A.J. Allen was the guy supposedly dropping back. I think he needed to be a little bit more to the left, a little bit shallower. He might have been able to get a hand on that football. Second and short now and again. These are one of those plays that teams love because 2nd and 5 or 6, you've got your entire playbook at your disposal.
So they call it 2nd down and 5 at the Saskatchewan 35-yard line. Ball right in the middle of the field. Strevler, delayed handoff, gets it underneath Peterson to carry it into Riders' 25-yard line. Crashes ahead before finally being tripped up, but he'll move the sticks at a very impressive-looking opening drive for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
Yeah, Riders are in man defense here, so we're matched up across the board. We're doing a good job of playing all the shallow routes because it is Chris Strevler, so you do want to be mindful of that. The quick release, more importantly, smart play call, effective blocking up front, right? Get the guys pass rushing and then let them upfield, make them think they're doing their job, and then go pick up the linebacker.
Antoine Brooks Jr. in on the tackle along with Jackson Ford. It's first down for the Bombers now at the Saskatchewan 26. Strevler throws it out far side to Nick Dembski. He's got it, makes a man miss in the open field, and then scampers out of bounds up around the 20-yard line. Nice gain again on first down for the Blue Bombers.
This is a phenomenal job. I think that's McGee, number 27. For the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Tyreek McGee out of Georgia. Good job. He's the only man outside that has an opportunity to bring this ball carrier down, shuffles his feet, gets in on the action, but more importantly, he stretches out a little bit so guys like Jackson Ford can get in there and help him out.
It was Exume that was in close vicinity as well there, Luke. It's going to be 2nd down and 6 for the Blue Bombers, pardon me, as Strevler's back to pass. Looking far side, has a man in the end zone. Touchdown, Winnipeg. Nice play by the Blue Bombers, and all alone in the end zone was Carrick Wheatfall. We had to wait for it, but finally one of these two teams score a touchdown, and it's the Blue Bombers to start.
Yeah, you've got two young guys out there. You've got Exume, or actually, no, I believe it was McGee again, and you've got Sanford at the safety spot, or the halfback spot, and we just had a miscommunication. Sanford did not pick up the deeper route that he was responsible for. McGee was playing the shallow route, and, well, that's the result is 6 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, and a fantastic opening drive by the blue and gold.
Strevler, a 21-yard strike to Wheatfall to open the scoring. Point after attempt is up. Flag does come down at the end of it as the kick from Castillo splits the uprights. I think the Riders might have been offside. We'll wait and see.
Castillo looked like he was in mid-season form last week. I don't know if you thought
5 for 5, absolutely.
He was doing well.
Go down to Tim Croker and see if we can get the call from him.
Offside, Saskatchewan number 91. A penalty is accepted. The convert is good. Penalty be applied on the kickoff.
So there you go, 7-0 the score after the Winnipeg Blue Bombers opened the scoring on a touchdown toss from Strevler to Wheatfall. 7:04 to go in the opening quarter. Winnipeg leading Saskatchewan 7-0. You're listening to the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Choosing what restaurant to go to? Difficult. Choosing a wireless deal at SaskTel? Easy. When you switch to SaskTel and choose your savings, you'll have no regrets. Switch to SaskTel and choose to save $10 a month for 24 months, or get up to $250 off a new phone. Visit SaskTel.com/choice for details. Conditions apply.
Truck Month has been extended at Capital GMC. Lease a 2025 GMC Sierra for just $99 a week, or finance a Sierra for as low as 0%. Save over $13,000 on a brand new GMC Sierra 2500 HD Denali. Or check out something certified pre-owned. They all come with manufacturer's warranty, roadside assistance, and more. Get the best deals, get the best experience. It's still Truck Month at Capital GMC in Regina. Lease payment applicable with $5,500 down payment. See dealer for details.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Winnipeg Blue Bombers offense make good on their opening drive of the football game as they take it 8 plays. 68 yards, 21-yard pass to top it off to Wheatfall into the end zone, and that's how the opening drive goes for the Blue Bombers, who are out in front 7-0 with Castillo ready to tee it up.
And kicking to Mario Alford, who didn't get an opportunity to return at all last week. He gets the first opportunity here.
Takes it on his goal line, moves to his left, bursts of speed across the 20 to the 25, 26-yard line. That's where he's tackled there. And here comes Jake Mayer and the Saskatchewan Roughrider offense.
I think young Mario Alford looks at this and might cut it to the outside as soon as he gets past his fullback. I like the approach, though. Just attack. Get downhill. You haven't been in a return situation all offseason. Get some contact. Make sure that you secure the ball. Get your offense rolling.
So 1st and 10 for the Riders. They'll scrimmage on their own 26-yard line, but it looks like we're going to take another timeout. We've got 6:59 to go in the opening quarter. Winnipeg leads Saskatchewan 7-0. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's time for Play Now. Play Now is Saskatchewan's only safe and secure gambling site. Operated by Sega, Play Now offers over 600 slot games, your favorite live table games, and the Play Now Sportsbook. For a limited time, enter promo code SASKAG100 for $100 in casino free play with a $25 deposit and playthrough. That's SASKAG100 for $100 of free play on your favorite slot games.
Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
The Gleaner S9 Series combines are designed for farmers in the business of farming. A harvest is successful when a crop is harvested as quickly and efficiently as possible and produces a clean grain sample with little loss. The Gleaner combine offers levels of harvesting performance and efficiency other combines are unable to achieve. Simply put, Gleaner combines save more and cost less. See the Gleaner S9 at Nick's Service in Emerald Park or go to nickservice.com. The Gleaner S9, built with the farmer in mind.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Jake Mayer breaks the Saskatchewan Roughriders huddle, and he'll have 5 receivers to his disposal, 3 on his right, 2 on his left. In the backfield, making the move from right to left is Mario Anderson on this first down play as Mayer's back to pass, tosses far side flat. That's complete. Up to Mitch Picton, who's got it up across the 32-yard line. Nice gain on first down of 6 for the Riders.
Quick out from Mitch Picton, but the impressive part here is Jake Mayer, his ability to go from boundary all the way to the widest side of the field to get this football there on time. Picton doesn't have to reach back for it. He gets to accept the football, get upfield, gets a couple extra yards, and again, you're in 2nd and 3. Dave, you know the deal, right? You've got your entire offensive playbook at your disposal in a 2nd and 3 situation.
Riders moving right to left on the right-hand hash now with 6:30 to go in the opening quarter. They trail by 7 in their initial drive of the football game as Mayer to pass up to Mitch Picton again, but that just slips through his fingers. He was at the 40-yard line, which would have been good enough for a first down, but Mitch puts his hands to his head and says, oops, I should have had that one. Instead, it falls incomplete, and it's a 2-and-out for the Rider offense.
Yeah, normally Mitch Picton's your most dependable receiver on the field when it comes to catching the football and also knowing where to be. He knows where to be here. He does exactly what Jake Mayer needs him to do and settles down in space, but I also think that he saw a little bit of number 30, Jonathan Jones, bearing down on him, and I think that he was trying to think catch and get down. He got down before he caught the ball. He just had the process in the wrong order. Now we're punting.
Joe Couch is on to kick this football away. He stands back at his 18-yard line to receive it on this 3rd down and 3 play. Clean snap from Hughes. And Couch puts a beauty up into the air. That's going to chase the return man back to the 25-yard line for Winnipeg, and then stepping out of bounds is Dylan Mitchell after he gets back near the 30, and that's where the Winnipeg Blue Bombers will scrimmage 1st and 10 when we come back. 5:59 to go in the opening quarter. Winnipeg leads Saskatchewan 7-0. You're listening to Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
Your Saskatchewan party government is delivering for you. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world today, but Saskatchewan's economy remains strong and steady. Our strong and steady economy means more jobs. It means we can lower taxes, build more schools, recruit more doctors and nurses, and shorten our wait times, and deliver all of the services you expect and deserve from your government. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
It's grillin' season, and Redhead Equipment's got you covered with a full lineup of new wood-fired grills. The Woodridge series by Traeger celebrating 40 years of flavor, featuring the Woodridge Pro and Woodridge Elite. Get bold, unmatched flavor and elevate every meal to perfection with Traeger and our new Woodridge series grills. Available at our Humboldt, Prince Albert, and Canistino Redhead locations. While you're there, be sure to check out our great selection of pellets and accessories.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Joe Couch's punt was 52 yards, returned 8 by the Winnipeg Blue Bomber returner in Dylan Mitchell. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers go to work starting at their own 30-yard line. And whether you're working in the field, again, helping out a friend, or just listening anywhere in Saskatchewan, we love hearing from you anytime. Check out the B&A Petroleum text line. B&A Petroleum in Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelburg, and many other local locations serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. Visit B&A Petroleum today. That number, 306-936-6262. First down play for the Bombers. Back to pass. Big throw going deep far side. It's complete down inside Saskatchewan territory. All the way down to the 40-yard line is hauling it in there. Wow, welcome back. Is making the catch was Dalton Schoen on a rocket.
This is a connection that the Bombers have been waiting for. Caleros, who's checked in to go, and more importantly, it's been a rough couple reps for Phelan Sanford, 0-0 for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is just straight man defense, and he's getting beat. Caleros puts it on an absolute dime, and Dalton Schoen, man, Bomber Nation missed him last year. It's good to see him back.
1,200 yards in 2023, 40 yards on that reception. 1st and 10 for Winnipeg. Caleros throwing it up again, has a man behind coverage, and he's got a touchdown. Caleros, another 40 yards into the end zone and bringing it down. Carrick Wheatfall as the Winnipeg Blue Bombers strike back-to-back plays for 40 yards and put it in the end zone.
Listen, you got to call a spade, right? You have an opportunity here to either make the team or not make the team. That was 2 rough reps for the Saskatchewan Roughriders secondary. Nothing complicated going on, just straight man defense. And both DBs, we got Phelan Sanford and Kerfala Exume, who's got some experience, just straight getting beat. It's unfortunate to see. If you're a Bomber fan, you love to see it because your offense is producing at a high rate. If you're a Rider fan, this isn't encouraging you.
Sergio Castillo will split the uprights in the south end zone and add to the lead. It's now 14-0. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers leading the Saskatchewan Roughriders with 4:50 to go here in the opening quarter. We're going to take a timeout. We'll come back with more in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
It's time to upgrade to Kloss. During the Kloss limited inventory sale, now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Kloss Axion tractors, or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arion tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Kloss dealer about the limited inventory sale or visit kloss.com. Kloss, made for more.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, unfortunately for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, summarizing that drive isn't difficult. 2 plays, 80 yards, 2 40-yard passes from Zach Caleros.
And they were quick hitters.
Yeah.
It wasn't like Zach Caleros sat back there and got through his progressions and had time to make a long. It was quick. It was snap the ball, get beaten man defense, 6. We got Dre McCrae back here. That excites a lot of Rider Nation fans. We saw Mario Alford first. See the youngster now.
So Castillo will kick it off for Winnipeg following the major score. 4:50 to go in the opening quarter. Winnipeg leading 14-0. High end over end kick going to be taken by the returner, Dre McCrae, at his 19-yard line. He'll sprint to the left, has some room, gets up across the 40, 41-yard line before he's forced out of bounds. And after a 2-and-out in their opening series, the Saskatchewan Roughrider offense will jog onto the field with Jake Mayer.
As a fullback in your kickoff return, it's so hard to slow down, right? You're trying to create some momentum. You're trying to get the first guy that poses a threat in the gap for your actual returner. I thought TBH, Thomas Bertrand-Houdon, did a great job here. Here, he's going fast, and he just doesn't realize there's a guy that sneaks up under him, and that's who makes the tackle. Otherwise, Dre McCrae has a touchdown.
61-yard kick, 22 return as the Riders got themselves set up 1st and 10 at the 41. Handed off to Mario Anderson on 1st down. He'll skirmish up near the 45-yard line and then put his shoulders down close to the 46 for a gain of almost 6.
That's a guy you like, Mario Anderson, right?
Yeah.
I like Trent Penix, number 24. That was 29, Mario Anderson. More importantly, that was Morgan Runge coming from right to left, throwing the block on the first man on the end of the line of scrimmage that he sees. It's what gives the opportunity for Anderson to get a little bit of space, turn something into nothing. 2nd and 5. Nothing into something, excuse me.
4 receivers far side for Saskatchewan. It's 2nd and 5. Ball on their own 46-yard line. Mayer calls out the cadence. Back to pass. Pumps once. Now looks near side, and that's overthrown. Intended for Keyshawn Johnson, but pressure right in the face of Jake Mayer as he takes a lick at the end of the play. Devin Adams was in the neighborhood, and it'll be a 3rd down situation after another 2-and-out.
You got a one-on-one with the veteran Jake Thomas and the youngster Daniel Johnson, who I've liked this camp. Jake Thomas, this little outside move. He does speed up the clock and the throwing motion of Jake Mayer, but I don't know if that would have been on time anyway. 3rd down. At least we get to see the punter again.
Well, on to kick it is Joe Couch. Had a pretty good one his first go around. This one will be standing back from his 31-yard line on the near side hash. 3:37 and counting to go in the opening quarter. Clean snap from Hughes. Couch gets hit. Flag comes out late as he's belted it on the turf, and he'll pop up as the return comes back the other way. The Bombers bring it up to the 27-yard line. Not much further than that, but again, there is a flag down on the play as Keelan Harris was on the return for the Bombers.
Joey Corcoran for the Bombers.
Contact in the clear. Winnipeg number 71. It's a 10-yard penalty. Makes it a 1st down.
So contacting would be an understatement.
First down of the game for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, brought to you by Bazandowski Agencies. Cooperator Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance. By the by, 32-9-yard punt for Joe Couch and a 2-yard return.
If you're trying to block the punt as a defender, you got to take the ball off the foot. You can't start high with your hands and then just try to clamp down on it. That's what got him in trouble, and the Riders get a little bit more yards.
Riders move into the Bombers' side of center field as Mayer throws it far side. That's complete. Down around the 47-yard line. Met immediately after making the catch was the receiver in Dante Myers on the far side. It's going to be a gain of about 6,
This is Myers on a quick slant, and he's taking his time. He doesn't want to run himself into coverage, right? And Mayer puts it in a spot where it gives him a chance to maybe break a tackle. If he had put it too far in front of him, we might have seen the receiver disconnected from the ball. Tips and overthrows are big. They lead to turnovers.
Marquise Bridges on the tackle, limits the gain to 8, so it's a 2nd and 2 for the Riders. Far side of the field, 2 receivers in motion. Looked like they might have jumped. No flag comes down. Now it's thrown near side. That ball is complete. Another nice catch by Dante Myers, bringing it down for the Riders, and he'll move the chains for another Rider 1st down.
Yeah, more importantly, this is a fantastic throw from Jake Myers, and good recognition by Myers. Mayer and Myers.
Yeah,
say that 20
that's
times.
right.
By Myers just settling down in a window and Mayer getting it to him, right? Like there's a split second of availability where the ball has to be there, and it was there. Otherwise, that play doesn't get executed. First down.
Ball left-hand hash, 1:58 to go in the opening quarter. Riders trailing by a couple of major score. Bombers load up the line. Handoff goes to Anderson. He'll get across the 40 to 39, maybe a gain of a yard, but the Bombers all over that as they stacked up the box on first down and anticipated that run.
Yeah, you've got Zach, Fry, and Johnson again, the left guard. They're doing a little combo block where Fry chips off the defensive tackle and goes up to the linebacker. He gets there, but when he leaves, the defensive tackle manages to squeeze underneath the our left guard, and that's where the tackle is made. Good job by that defensive tackle. I missed the number.
Gain of half a yard, maybe. Second down and 9 for the Riders. 3 receivers to Jake Mayer's right, now another 3 to left, but Mario Anderson motions into the backfield from this left side of the field. Mayer to pass, feels the pressure, finds Picton across the 25, 15, down to the 10-yard line. First down is Mitch Picton, hit on the numbers by Jake Mayer.
Yeah, this is great redemption for Mitch Picton. Reaches back up just a little bit. Mayer gets it to him with enough forward momentum where he can continue and get a couple more yards. More importantly, Mayer recognizes the blitz, knows he has to get it out of his hand early, does exactly that. Riders first down. That's more like Mitch Picton. That's the guy we're used to seeing.
Ashdowns Furniture and Interiors red zone enacted as the Riders are down to the 11-yard line after the 28-yard reception from Mitch Picton. It's first down for the Riders just beyond the 10-yard line. As a man in motion is Thomas Bertrand-Houdon. He'll settle in the backfield alongside Mario Anderson. Back to pass. Mayer looks. Far side flat. Finds Bertrand-Houdon, but he can't get away from the tackler. Yeah. Nice job of coming up and making the stop by the Blue Bombers to limit that to no gain. It'll be second down and 10.
So it was a great job by the Blue Bombers linebacker recognizing the ball in the flat. They're protecting the end zone. They got 4 guys with their heels on the white line, and they're relying on their pass rush to force the ball out early. They do exactly that. This is a great tackle by the defender. Good job by Houdon just holding on to it. Again, ball security is premium here. You need to leave this drive with some sort of points. We'd want a touchdown, but we take a field goal. Ball security here.
Latavius Brini in on the tackle for the Bombers. It's second down and 10 for the Riders of the Bomber 11. Mayer slings near side. That was almost intercepted. Dante Myers, what a job he does to come down with it as he had traffic all around him as Jonathan Jones, the middle linebacker, wraps him up after a gain of maybe a couple. And it looks like the Riders are going to have to settle for a Reliance Heath water heater rental field goal attempt.
Well, that's what I was talking about, though, Dave, right? You need to make sure that you're being secure with the football. This is almost picked. And by the way, if it is picked, because Mayer has to throw it early due to the pressure, if this is picked, this is going back to the house. And we're down by 3 touchdowns.
Well, it's 14-0. The Bombers lead as we're through the opening quarter of play. That is the Quality Tire scoreboard. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. We'll be back with the second quarter in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
In farming, just like in life, true leaders set the standard. They're bold, innovative, and always ahead of the curve. That's why leaders drive Fendt. The Fendt 600 Vario isn't just a tractor, it's a game changer. With unparalleled precision, cutting-edge technology, and unmatched reliability, the 600 Vario empowers you to lead your farm to its fullest potential. When you're behind the wheel of a Fendt, you're not just driving a machine, you're driving progress. Stop by Nick's Service in Emerald Park today or visit Fendt.com to learn more about the Fendt 600 series.
From minor repairs to complete rebuilds, Golden West Trailer and Equipment has been your #1 repair shop since 1979. Saskatchewan owned and operated, they have dealerships in Moose Jaw, Saskatoon, and Winkler. They're Canada's only full-line Wilson trailer dealer and the biggest move-all trailer dealer in the country. Be sure to also check out their parts and service section. For your heavy truck and trailer service and parts, all SGI accredited, visit Golden West Trailer and Equipment today.
You know them as TM Auctions, but Terry McDougall and Tam Kostanek would like to introduce their new name, McBids. Now known as McBids, they will continue to proudly serve Saskatchewan. With over 50 years combined experience in the auction and appraisal industry, experience, trust, and transparency are words they live by, and they will continue to do so as they invite you to join them as they continue their journey as McBids. Give them a call at 306-262-6327 or visit McBids.ca. McBids, same trusted team, bold new brand.
It's time for second quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers in the regular season last season were number 3 in red zone stops, and they get another one here. Red zone brought to you by Ashdown's Furniture and Interiors in Moose Jaw. Spring into style at Ashdown's Furniture and Interiors. Fresh looks, sunny savings, perfect for your home this season. Visit Ashdown's Furniture and Interiors today as Brett Lother is going to come out and attempt a 16-yard field goal to try to get the Riders on the board as he'll kick this one into the north end zone. Good snap, nice hold by Joe Couch, and the ball goes through the uprights, and it's 14-3 as the Riders get onto the scoreboard on the first play here of the second quarter. Wait to see if the Blue Bombers are going to take the ball here. Go ahead, Luke.
I was just going to say, Lowther's training camp this year has resembled about the same as a nice day at the pool.
I wouldn't know. I've been invited to any pool parties.
Just been hanging out, right? Every now and then you get up, you stretch your legs, and you just go back to tanning. But again, he's an established kicker. He's the guy that we're going to be relying on for the entire year. Still think that it's a good idea to make sure that you've got another kicker in the background, right? You always want to press guys. Guys always need to see another guy playing the same position, sitting across from him. It's always a good thing. But he's our guy.
He is our guy. And he is 1 for 1 tonight.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, though, man. You know, when you're in the middle of the season and you go through team meetings, position meetings, you know, you're breaking down film, the coach is cussing you out, and you walk out of those meetings and you see your kicking group and your long snappers in the hot tub with rubber ducks. You know, it doesn't sit right sometimes, depending on whether it was a loss or a win the game before.
That's unfortunate. Well, Brett Lother is 1 of 1. Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals bring you his field goal attempts this season. Serving Southern Saskatchewan for over 50 years with short-term flexible contracts. Call 522-5886. As Lother now will put his foot to the ball and kick it off, and the Bombers will recover at their 10-yard line and bring it up the field to the left-hand side. Going to dash that way, make a man miss up near the 30, and then some big contact right at the point of attack as getting down quickly once again was Antoine Brooks Jr. to wrap up the returner for the Bombers, and it'll be a first down for Winnipeg.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, right now, you saw 2 quick hitting touchdowns back-to-back. And that's really indicative of the experience you have out there. You've got a strong front 7, right? So they haven't been able to run the ball. You've got veteran presence in Aubrey Miller. You've got Brooks Jr. and Allen. But your inexperience is in the secondary, right? So realistically, we're seeing a little bit of where the advantage may be for the Bombers when it comes to the Riders' defense at the moment.
19-yard return for the Bombers has them set up 1st and 10 at their own 29-yard line. Strevler back in at quarterback, hands the ball, fakes it off underneath, and now he'll sling it far side. But that's going to come just incomplete as he was trying to find Wheatfall on that far sideline, and it's broken up neatly there by the Riders. It'll be a second down.
Yeah, this is well played. You take away the flat, you got a quarterback that's running outside the pocket, so he's looking, especially rolling right, he's looking to the flat, and then he's looking above that flat to see if there's anybody leaking in front of him, and there was just nobody open. And you had Benoit Marion, who I like, chasing him down, adding that feeling of pressure. 2nd and long. They haven't been in one of these situations in a while. Let's see if the pass rush can get back there.
Riders do load up the line. They put 5 defensive linemen. Now here comes a 6th. They'll drop back into coverage. Strevler, though, gets it away, hits his man, and it's going to be a first down for Wheatfall up across the 35-yard line, near the 45-yard line, pardon me. Lots for the first down for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
2nd and 10 with the Riders playing man. You just got too much space between McGee and the receiver. Who'd you say you caught the ball, Dave?
Wheatfall.
You got too much space between McGee and Wheatfall. Worst part is, not only does he not have any help when the ball, he misses a tackle, and that's what has the Bombers here resetting the clock and the down.
So 1st and 10, pardon me, for the Blue Bombers at their own 45-yard line. 13:24 to go before half. Winnipeg leading Saskatchewan 14-3. Hand the ball off this time. Not much running room there as the Bombers were caught real quick as the Riders were able to get there from the defensive end position as Brock Marion, one of many, to get there quickly, wrap up the ball carrier, and it'll be a second down.
Phenomenally gifted athlete. Marion comes off the 3 technique position, so that means he is playing just on the outside shade of the guard. He backdoors the guard. So what I mean by that is the guard tries to cut him off, and he just simply slips behind him and then back into the play to make the tackle. Great play.
2nd consecutive 2nd and long for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. There's no gain given to running back Matthew Peterson on that first down play. It's 2nd and 10, ball in their 45. Bombers have 5 receivers in motion far side. He's Strevler loading up, throws it up, and it's picked off. The Riders have it on an Olympic RTM's turnover and bring it back the other way to the 50, down inside Winnipeg territory, all the way down to the 10-yard line. As coming up with it for the Riders was the defensive back, and the party
Eddie
is
Hecker.
on. Yes.
Hey,
wow.
Do you remember when we were in the pregame show, and what did I say about Chris Strevler? He can throw the quick ones and he can throw the flat, but what can he do? He can't throw long. Guess what? Pick.
Riders
as soon as he throws the ball long.
Riders will have the ball when we come back. 12:27 to go in the second quarter. Winnipeg leads Saskatchewan 14-3. This is Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
When the drive starts, be ready. New 2025 Selford models are on sale until June 30th. But act before June 9th for the best price. And dealers still have select 2024 and earlier models with 0% interest and no payments for 12 months. Push your season forward. See your dealer. Selford, tough tools built for Saskatchewan producers. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and E. Barassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn.
All right, give me something big.
The Ford It's a Big Deal event is on.
Bigger.
Get a big truck and an even bigger deal.
Love it. Now the details.
Right now, lease a 2025 F-150 STX with the black appearance package from $220 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 24 months with $43.75 down. That's like $110 weekly.
Now bring it home.
Plus, there's a $750 bonus for eligible Ford owners. Hurry into your local Ford store or visit Ford.ca today.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder upstairs in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth. Teagan Witko for Ritchie Brothers Auctions is on the sideline. Teagan?
Even though some of these vets are not dressing tonight, they are absolutely still hard at work with their groups. Let's say Furland, Harris, you have Ouellette down here all working with their teams. That last gain for the Saskatchewan Roughriders absolutely made this sideline erupt. Now let's see if they can do more. But back to you, Dave.
Thanks so much, Teagan. Just outside the Ashdown Furniture and Interiors red zone as they hand the ball off, but it pops loose, and it's going to be scooped up by the Blue Bombers. They'll bring it back the other way. It's a foot race to midfield, down the far sideline, still going, down to the 20, 10, 5, touchdown. Winnipeg Blue Bombers answer a turnover with a turnover of their own as Tanner Schmeckles scoops it up and races down the far sideline for the touchdown. That might have been Cornelson, 97 with it. And a huge opportunity for the Riders squandered.
Mario Anderson. The ball just isn't secure when he gets the handoff. It gets worse from there. You cannot turn the ball over in training camp when jobs are on the line. That's just the cold part of the business. So if you're a coach and you're saying, man, I got a real debate here on who to pick between Penix, between Anderson, right? Like every rep counts. And it sucks to talk about it like that, but that's the truth, and that's the stage of the season we're at. So hopefully Mario Anderson now takes advantages of the snaps that he has left and holds on to the football, but makes a couple plays, right? Now you got to get back into the coach's mind that, hey, you're that guy, right? And if you're a guy like Trent Penix, excuse me, sitting there, now you're saying, okay, if it gets to my opportunity now, I'm holding on to the football, but now if I make a big play, does that put me in a good spot? You always have to play the game within the game in preseason, and that's just the reality of where we are.
So there's going to be a personal misconduct penalty tacked onto the Winnipeg Blue Bombers that the Riders will add onto the kickoff. But as it stands, it was Cameron Lawson. My apologies for the confusion. Cameron Lawson on the 80-yard fumble return for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
Big boy was moving, by the way.
He was going, wasn't he?
That's got to be at least a 5.5 40.
Well, Cam Lawson out of Queens, 6'3", 284 is the extra point from Sergio Castillo, sails through the uprights. And with 11:53 to go here in the second quarter, it's Winnipeg 21, Saskatchewan 3. We'll take another break and come back with more in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hey football fans, Carla Beck here, leader of the Saskatchewan NDP, MLA for Regina Lakeview. I love this province, and I love this country, and there's nothing more Canadian than the CFL. 3 downs, not 4, wearing a watermelon on your head and cold beer on a hot summer day. We're working hard for a better future. But like you, I'll always make time for the green and white. And I can't wait for us to bring a certain cup back home. Call me at 306-522-1333.
Introducing the next generation of the RCH Hydro Mower from Highline, now more compact with exceptional maneuverability. Equipped with a unique hydraulic drive system, the RCH mower offers minimal maintenance, longer blade life, and increased cutting efficiency. With piston-style motors and a low pull-point hitch, you'll experience better flotation and smoother performance. Ready to cut smarter? Available at Young's Equipment, your local Case IH and Highline dealer. Visit youngs.ca and experience the Highline RCH mower today. Highline, designed with purpose.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Look, I don't know if you've got our 50-50 tickets or not, but I see the jackpot is nearing $55,000 with the Saskatchewan Roughriders 50-50. Of course, the Football Foundation puts money back into minor football across the province, not to mention investing in our youth. You can invest for a minimal fee that could turn into a $55,000 jackpot. Get yours at riders5050.ca. That's riders5050.ca. So the Roughriders are going to get the kickoff after the major score by the Winnipeg Blue Bombers and another Olympic RTM's turnover. A fumble this time by the Riders down at the Bomber 20-yard line, returned all the way back the other way, and the Riders need to find some offensive momentum.
Well, I mean, right now it's sloppy, right? And I think that's one of those deals where a big return here might all of a sudden spark some excitement. Well, you got to find it from somewhere, right, Dave?
That's right. Castillo's going to kick it off from his 20-yard line. Dre McCrae back to field this one at his 17. On the near side, up to the numbers, the 35, 40, still on his feet to the 45-yard line before finally being tripped up from behind. And here comes the offense once again, starting this time from their own 45-yard line.
Bertrand Udon, just such a tough football player. I love this kid. Fullback goes in. And as that fullback looks at number 59 from the Bombers, who is a healthy at least 280, head to head.
29-yard kickoff for Dre McCrae, returned up to the Riders' 41-yard line. They'll scrimmage 1st and 10, right-hand hash. Jake Mayer in the gun, low snap, hands it off once again to Anderson, who gets the opportunity to take the football again and gets it up near the 51 for a gain of 5.
Yeah, you can bet Mario Anderson had 2 hands over the football there as soon as he made his initial cut. Good job by Mitch Picton, by the way. I mean, these receivers, they're asked in this offense to be blockers. He's the end man on the line of scrimmage, taking the legs out of the first defender he sees, and it's what gives Anderson just a little bit of running room to get what he got.
So 2nd and 6, they're only going to give Anderson a carry of 4 on 1st down. It's a 5-receiver look for the Riders. Back to pass is Mayer. Mayer can't find anyone, now slings it underneath to Anderson. He's got room near side, steps out of bounds at the Winnipeg 52-yard line, but that'll be good for a Bazandowski Agency's 1st down.
I would have liked to see Mario Anderson either make a cut to the inside, try a stiff arm, or just put his head down and run over to the defender here. He ushers himself out of bounds here, right? And I get it, you just fumbled, so you want to make sure the ball's secure, right? I get that. But again, I mean, this is preseason, right? It's like when we talked about the quarterbacks, like passing on the short throw and going for the long one because you're trying to audition. I think that was an opportunity there he could have taken advantage of.
1st and 10 Riders, ball on the Winnipeg 52 with 10:32 to go in the 2nd quarter. Hand the ball off to Anderson once again, but he's met right away. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers do a great job of shutting that down on the offensive right side of the line, and Anderson maybe gets a yard.
Well, you've got Morgan Runges, a fullback, who's coming from the depth, and his job is to cut off the defensive end, and he completely misses. He just kind of dives. He doesn't go for the block. He dives his leg, and that allows the defensive end to just come unabated and present himself as a tackler. And the defensive tackle to the inside of the D end also did a good job against the block, and there was nowhere to go.
2nd down and long for the Roughriders. 9:55 now to go in the quarter. Ball right-hand hash, 3 receivers to Jake Mayer's left. He's in the gun. Early movement pre-snap, but I think the Riders jumped. And while there won't be a running and loss of rep on this one, it still is not going to sit well with head coach Corey Mace.
I believe that was Trayvon Tate.
Officials are discussing it right now for sure. Wait and see what they find out. Her pony.
Number 60.
Oh, it wasn't Trayvon Tate. I'm blind.
That was
Excuse me.
Big Red, Peyton Collins.
Your boy.
6'7", 301 of Eastern Kentucky.
Big ginger out there. Got to know the snap count.
It was interesting. Jake Mayer, one of the things he talked about being excited about to get the start in this preseason game here tonight was the opportunity that he had not to use a silent count in Saskatchewan. He says, I've never had the opportunity not to do that. So 2nd and 14 following the penalty, 9:42 to go in the second quarter. Winnipeg out in front 21-3. 5 receiver look for the Rider receivers, 3 to the far side, wide side of the field for Mayer. They'll run to the line in the waggle as Mayer will dump it underneath. Mitch Picton goes up, makes a big catch, but it's only going to be for about 6 yards. They'll be a good 7-8 yards shy of the first down, and here comes the punt team with Joe Couch.
Yeah, honestly, this is a throw that Jake Mayer really is the only one available. Blue Bombers do a great job of covering down here. Nobody open beyond the first down marker, so Mayer's just trying to give somebody an opportunity to make a play. The offensive line did a good job. There wasn't a ton of pressure on him. It's just it was a better job by the linebackers in the secondary making sure that past that first down marker there was no green and white jerseys that could have caught the football.
Jaden Woodby on the tackle for the Blue Bombers as Joe Couch downs back at his 45-yard line, ready to kick this one away. Returner for the Bombers back at his 6-yard line. He'll take it at about the 7. Makes the first man miss. Flags come down. He'll reverse his field, go back the other way. Lots of room to run to the 30, 35, 40, 45 to the midfield stripe. Still going. Makes the kicker miss on his feet. Headed to the end zone. It's Vavra to the 15. Finally going to be wrapped up and tackled from behind. But
Couch make the tackle.
With the
unfortunately, it's off or not. This is coming back.
At the Bomber 10-yard line.
That's one of those deals. You know, I've always been in that. I've always thought about that. If I'm a returner, right, and I break a run, but I know that there's a penalty on our side, right? Like, is it really bad if I just gear down and stop and be like, come on, guys, let's be serious. I'm not wasting it, all right?
I don't think you can.
No, of course. That sounds stupid, right?
You'd
but I'm just saying, I was never a returner. That's probably why I was never a returner, not even in high school.
8:25 to go in the quarter. 21-3 Winnipeg leads. We'll take a break. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football in the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Saskatchewan, we're built for seeing the sun rise and for days lasting past sunset. We're built for trials, tasks, and tough times. Redhead Power Sports in North Battleford offers you your next ultimate off-road experience. From Can-Am off-road vehicles, Sea-Doo personal watercrafts, or Ski-Doo snowmobiles, let us take you on your next ultimate off-road experience. Choose your next adventure with Redhead Power Sports. RedheadPowersports.ca.
Choosing what restaurant to go to? Difficult. Choosing a wireless deal at SaskTel? Easy. When you switch to SaskTel and choose your savings, you'll have no regrets. Switch to SaskTel and choose to save $10 a month for 24 months or get up to $250 off a new phone. Visit SaskTel.com/choice for details. Conditions apply.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Balls return all for naught for Winnipeg, so instead of being set up deep in Rider territory, they start this drive on their own 1-yard line. As we've got lots of pre-snap movement as the whistles are going to sound before the ball is even snapped. As into the game now at quarterback is Chase Artopius for the Blue Bombers.
I like this kid. I thought this kid looked really good last week in his opportunity that he got. And I'm glad to see him early. It's getting a little dicey, though. I'm going to be honest with you. We're seeing sloppy reps here from both sides, and that does not bode well for those of us who want an experience watching this game because it's only the second quarter.
8:19 to go in the second quarter. Utopias is in the shotgun. He'll hand it off on first down. Room to run across the 5 up near the 7-8 yard line. Peterson has it. A nice carry on first down.
Yeah, I think he got the junior Jonathan Stevens in there, and unfortunately he just gets knocked back, and that's what the running back is. So Stevens is on our left side of the defensive front here, and he just kind of catches the block, and that's what gives the running back a little bit of momentum, right? As a defensive tackle, you just want to anchor in there, right? You want to get your pads low, can't get knocked off the line of scrimmage. That's what happened there, and you got 5 out of it.
2nd and 5 for Chase Artopias of the Blue Bomber offense. At their own 5-yard line, Artopias pumps once, feels the pressure, and he'll get brought down in a Quilt Plains Chevrolet sack inside the 5-yard line. The Riders get home, and a big sack to force the Blue Bombers to consider punting for the first time.
Yeah, this is Kendi Charles, and the Saskatchewan Roughriders are running a stunt. And the stunt is on the other side. Kendi Charles is all effort here. He's just working and working and pushing guys and being physical, and eventually he gets the inside of number 61, Gabe Wallace, and brings down Artopias. This is just all-out effort, and that's reminiscent of a guy like Micah Johnson, right? You see a guy, a vet like that, and you see his work ethic every single rep, and that's what you get out of these youngsters. They replicate that, and he had some success doing it.
First punt of the night going to be fielded by Mario Anderson on the Winnipeg side of center. Makes a man miss up to the 35, skips out of bounds at the 31. That punt return brought to you by Ibarassa and Sons. Cut grass like a pro with Toro mowers from Ibarassa and Sons. Unmatched power, proven performance. Your perfect lawn starts here. Visit your local Ibarassa and Sons location today. Following the penalty, the Riders are going to get some pretty good field position up to the Winnipeg 30-yard line to scrimmage 1st and 10 and try to turn their offensive fortunes around as they trail 21-3 here in the ballgame. Mark Mueller wanted to see some rhythm out of his offense. They haven't been able to establish it, but for a second time in the ballgame, they've got great starting field possession. As Mayer's in the shotgun formation, he's got 4 receivers. Now Mario Anderson comes and settles by his right in the backfield. He'll take the handoff. Hyde stepping it up across the 30 near the 25-yard line. It'll be close to a gain of 5.
Zach Fry just can't move the nose tackle off the line of scrimmage here. And as Johnson gets the handoff, he just doesn't have any running room. And because Zach Fry is just unable to move the nose tackle off the line of scrimmage, he also doesn't have many options in front of him. So he picks a side, he puts his head down, and he does a good job to get 4. More importantly, you keep the football and you're still in field goal range.
5:44 to go in the second quarter. Riders trailing 21-3. They're knocking on the door of the red zone as it's a 5-receiver set for Mayer back to pass. Has time, loads it, guns it, and it's almost intercepted as a flag comes down intended for Mitch Picton over the middle.
This is going to be pass interference. The defensive back, or sorry, the linebacker, number 30, I think it's 39 or maybe it'll be Jones. Yeah, their middle linebacker. He just gets in on the contact way too early on the potential receiver.
We'll wait for Tim Croker to make the call.
You want to know when a DB knows that he's just... Yeah. So after a couple tries, I got it right. It was Jonathan Jones. But you want to know how a defensive back or a linebacker knows that he's about to get a pass interference call?
How?
Because he puts his hands up in the air like he didn't do anything. It wasn't me, guys. It wasn't me. Right away. Like without a hesitation. That's when you know you've done wrong.
So the Riders are now deep inside the red zone. Of course, the red zone for Ashdowns Furniture and Interiors in Moose Jaw. First down play. Fake the handoff. Mayer rolls near side, down near the goal line, and that's intercepted. The Bombers have it at the goal line, and they come up, step up, and make a huge play, as making the play was, once again, Isaiah Avery with the interception, and it's a turnover for the Riders.
Yeah, you got the run-pass option, and that part was executed right. But Mayer forces this, and not only does he force it, he puts it behind the receiver. And when he puts it behind the receiver, the defensive back that's breaking down, trying to get in on the tackle, tackle, right, the ball kind of lands right at his shoulder pads. This is just a bad throw from Jake Mary. He throws it behind his guy. And the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, who are known for turning the football over, well-coached team, right? You got Richie Hall concepts on top of a Jordan Young scheme. Another turnover for the Saskatchewan Roughriders on an errant throw.
Isaiah Avery out of Notre Dame comes up with the pick for the Blue Bombers in the Olympic RTM's turnover. It's now 1st and 10 for the Bombers. They take it at their own 3 after the interception. Artopius in the game. Hands off to Peterson. He'll try the right side, but he gets met right away. And the mass of humanity will push the pile back a little bit, so maybe a gain of a yard.
I believe that was Eric Black.
He was one of the crew in there, as was Braxton Hill.
Yeah, it was either Eric Black or Woodland. Either way, good job sifting through traffic, right? Keeping your hands at shoulder pad level so you can see the play with your eyes, and you locate the football. You don't get knocked off the line of scrimmage. Good job.
2nd down and 8 for the Bombers at their own 5-yard line with 4:15 to go before halftime. Winnipeg leads Saskatchewan 21-3. Artopius in it, quarterback in the shotgun, back to pass, dances into his end zone. Now it's a screen underneath. It's complete up to the 10 near the 15-yard line, and finally not before the 18-yard line, before the running back Matthew Peterson was able to come up with it, and Braxton Hill chases him down from behind, but not before a 1st down.
They've executed a draw really well this game, and now here they execute a screen against zone defense really well. I mean, the Riders miss a couple tackles. That definitely helps the success of the play, but well executed. Bombers always play well up front. They're a physical football team.
1st and 10 for the Bombers, now at their own 16-yard line. Ball far hash, moving right to left towards the north end zone. 5 receivers in play for Artopius. Has to scramble near side. Hit as he throws. The ball goes up in the air, but it'll harmlessly hit the carpet after Artopius took a big hit, and he's slow to get up.
This is a great job by Aaron Patrick on the right end. So you've got a ball fake, right? And what Artopius is trying to do with the fake is he's trying to suck Patrick down and into the running back so he can get to the outside. Patrick doesn't fall for it, right? He knows that Artopius kept the ball. He gets upfield, pressures Artopius into a tough throw because he's going to his the opposite side of his throwing hand, right? Not much of a chance there. Pressure, incomplete, 2nd and 10. So now, football IQ, right? There's 3:16 left. It's 2nd and long. As a defensive lineman, you know that this is a pass rush opportunity. So let's see these guys pin their ears back. You might see some defensive stunts, right? Defensive line stunts, but let's see some pass rush here.
3:16 to go before halftime. 5 receivers set for Winnipeg. 3 on this near side of the formation for Artopius. He's in the shotgun on that far side of the field. Clean snap, drops back to pass, has time, now rolls out far side, throws it, and it's intercepted in and out of the arms of the Riders. Down low, as it looked like it was going to be picked off, as coming in and cutting underneath that play was Tyreek McGee. Couldn't squeeze it, and it's a kicking situation with 3:01 to go.
I think Artopius thought he was playing for the Riders because he threw it directly to McGee. And if McGee catches this is a... But here's the thing, he forces this. Artopius doesn't need to leave the pocket here. There's not a ton of pressure, right? That's what made Tom Brady so good. The best Pigman, they tried their hardest to stay in the pocket, right? Where the play is drawn up from. So Artopius goes outside the pocket for no reason, then almost throws a pick. They're lucky to get away with just being punters here.
Jamison Sheehan is on to punt it away. He'll get this one off from his 7-yard line. Another E. Barassa and Sons punt return, this time for Dre McCrae at his 40. Looking for room, doesn't find any. Gets up to the 45 and stowed under there with 2:41 to go, and the 3-minute warning issued to the benches. 21-3, Winnipeg leads Saskatchewan. This is Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See how Western Ag Professional Agronomy can help your farm at growmoreprofit.com.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means?
lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all, $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasslotteries.ca.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Co-operators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, Kendi Charles registered the only quarterback sack of the night thus far for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Quarterback sacks are brought to you by Quill Plains Chevrolet. Buick GMC in Wadena taking down high vehicle prices. Drive a little, save a lot at Quill Plains. A 3-minute warning has just been issued for Brett Young's seeds. More bushels per acre, they can get behind that. Visit brettyoung.ca for canola hybrids that are the best fit for your farm. As the Riders are going to try to farm out a first down and more with 2:41 to go before halftime and trailing 21-3 to the Bombers.
Got to do something, and you got plenty of time. Let's just do this. Let's just move the sticks. Let's get a first down here, right? Let's not go for it. Let's just get a first down.
Well, Jake Mayer will be tasked with that. He's got 5 receivers at his disposal, 3 near side. He's back to pass. Looking deep. Has a man. Far side. It's caught down inside the 20 to the 15-yard line. Joe Robicelli.
Robicelli just absolutely blows by the halfback that is covering him. This is all speed, and we talk about his athleticism a lot. And by the way, this was an excellent throw by Jake Mayer, who makes up for the bad one that the play before. But this is just Robicelli showing off his speed and his playmaking ability. A great throw by Mayer. He has plenty of time to do it, puts it on the money. And that's what we talk about, right? Move the sticks, right? We didn't think they'd get there that quick, but they got there. Let's convert this now.
Now inside for a third time tonight in the Ashdown Furnitures and Interiors red zone. 2 receivers far side for the Riders. That's where Mayer looks, has time, pumps once, now feels the pressure, sprints near side, and he'll just throw it into the turf as he was being dragged down from behind as the Bombers were finally able to get home, and he couldn't see anybody open downfield.
This is pressure due to the fact, again, that nobody is open downfield, right? You've got a lot of shorter routes here, but just absolutely nobody open. Great job by the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, taking away all options. 2nd and 10 here. You got to think if you're the Riders, you're just trying to spark yourself, right?
Well, it's 2nd down and 16, Luke, or 2nd down and 10 from the 16, pardon me, with 2:16 to go.
Let's see the offensive line hold up. Let's get Jake a pocket and see what he can do with his arm.
Mayer calls his receivers to the line, drops back to pass. Here comes the rush, feels it, and he's sacked. A Quill Plains Chevrolet sack for the Blue Bombers as Mayer is hauled down in the backfield as he just couldn't have the time that he needed to get that one away.
You've got number 65 at right tackle, Daniel Johnson, and we just said, let's get Jake Mayer some time to throw, and it was the opposite of time. Unfortunately, Johnson just completely misses his block as a right tackle. There's too much pressure off the edge, coupled with pressure up the middle. Nowhere to go for Jake Mayer, and Lowther comes out here. So as soon as I criticize him for having a nice, easy training camp, he's the only one who's pressed into action here this game.
30-yard attempt coming up for Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals and Brett Lowther. It's right in the middle of the field at the 30-yard line after that sack by Devin Adams. He had 4 sacks a year ago. Flag comes down as Lowther puts it wide to the left. However, he's shaking his hand right now, and it looks like the Bombers jumped offside. So a bit of a reprieve, perhaps.
Offside, Winnipeg defensive line. It's a 5-yard penalty. We'll reach on the It will remain 3rd down.
So 3rd down will remain, and they'll move the ball up 5 yards. And Lowther's going to get a second go at it, this time from 25 yards. Again, field goal attempts this season brought to you by Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals, serving southern Saskatchewan for over 50 years with short-term flexible contracts. Call 522-5866. So now just inside the 25-yard line is where Joe Couch will take his knee, gets a clean snap. Lowther doesn't miss this time and makes it 21-6 for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers with 1:48 to go before halftime. Coming up at halftime, of course, Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates will break down the opening half for you from the brand new Harvard Studios Lounge, now known as the Sports Cage Lounge by Harvard Media. Great new look, fantastic food, and not some bad people that talk. Join them just off the concourse level on the west side of the stadium.
That's where all the food is housed.
That is true.
We got the Western pizza in there.
Yeah.
We go down there for a slice here. Got to do something to spice up the evening, you know. Down 21-6.
All right.
Throw some chili flakes on and all dressed.
That's the way you go, hey?
Well, I mean,
I'm a Parmesan guy.
Parmesan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Not my first choice, but you know. Considering cheese is already a key ingredient in pizza day.
Well, I know. You can never get enough cheese in my world.
All right, fair enough.
Dylan Mitchell back to return this kick from Brett Lothar. End over ender going to be fielded up around the 16-yard line. That's where the returner brings it back as he'll dance away from one tackle and then get up to the 37-yard line and finally going to be flung out of bounds there. And the Winnipeg Blue Bombers with 1:41 to go before half have another opportunity to add to their 21-6 lead.
Remember when we talked about knowing what you're going to get out of certain guys?
Yep.
One of the things that you know that you're going to get out of the Jordan Herdman Reed brothers is good special teams players, right? They understand that. It's what's extended both of their careers, right? You made guys, even if they're not on a roster, they're one of the first guys that's called when a team has a gap, right? Just so happens that they've been on this roster for a couple of years, but both of them fantastic special team players.
So 1st and 10 for the Blue Bombers. Now in at quarterback Terry Wilson. Fakes the handoff, drops the football, picks it up, and is sacked. A Quill Plains Chevrolet sack is a big one for the Roughriders late in the half.
Hoskins. Sloppy play.
Yeah.
That's if you were to ask me, Luke, what's one word to describe the first half, I would say sloppy. Hasn't been a lot of consistent football.
Just a missed snap, and Wilson then had to fight for his life. And kind of an interesting time that we have seen all 4 Blue Bomber quarterbacks here in the first half. As Wilson's in the gun now, Peterson the lone back in the backfield behind him. 3 receivers far side. Throws near side, batted up and in and out of the arms of the Riders. They tried to dive for the interception, just couldn't come up with it. It might have been Braxton Hill in the vicinity, and it'll be a 2-and-out.
Jaden Dalkey is there immediately to defend the quick slant, which is where Wilson was trying to go on his left side. Good job by Dalkey getting in on it. Excuse me, not Dalkey. I am absolutely wrong. That is number 37, excuse me, Robert Javier. But a good job nonetheless, getting in on the quick slant, separating ball from hand, giving the Riders an opportunity to try to get an interception.
Sheehan's punt returned by Dre McCrae takes a heck of a hit when he gets to the 46-yard line and spins his way up near the 49. And the tackler is in some distress down around the 45-yard line, and McCrae is slow to get up as well on that Eberassa and Sons punt return. Eberassa and Sons, of course, they know what it's like when you want perfect grass. Cut grass like a pro with Toro Mowers from Eberassa and Sons. Unmatched power, proven performance. Your perfect lawn starts here. Visit your local Eberassa and Sons today, as there's definitely some concern for both players involved on that collision down around the 45-yard line. The injury report this season brought to you by WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Let's make Saskatchewan workplaces the safest in Canada.
Number 50, Fabian White, and also Dre McCrae shaking up on the play.
So you heard the 2 players that are involved, Fabian White and Dre McCrae. Is
yeah, initially Fabian White wasn't down, right? And I think that might have gotten just an opportunity to sort of get his feet about him and realize that he wasn't all right.
Well, Fabian White's is out of Cologne, 5'11",
it's
224.
Getting to his needle, because at first it just looked like he couldn't move at all, right? And you automatically go to the worst case scenario when you see a player struggling to even move.
Yep.
Right? You automatically think it's neck or back. So the fact that he is now sort of up, and I mean, no injury is a good injury, but there's also degrees of injury that you don't want, right? So
Well, both players are down on the turf getting some attention to one another. Of course, the Riders will open up the regular season 6 nights from now as they kick it off for the entire Canadian Football League when the Ottawa Red Blacks will be in town. Boy, that's going to be a great night. Tickets available at riderville.com. They've got a lot of things planned, including a guy from my hometown and Braden King going to be performing at halftime. So it's going to be a great night. And, of course, we'll have it all for you right here on the Rider Broadcast Network.
You can't say a guy from a hometown, then mention his name, but not say where the hometown's from.
Oh, I just assumed you knew I was from Weyburn.
I knew you from Weyburn, but what if their listeners don't necessarily connect the dots there?
There you go. Okay.
Yeah, come on, Dave. You got to give the people what they want. They want to know where Dave Thomas is
from. That's right.
You know?
Okay. Fair enough.
They got to know where the voice of the Riders is from. They got to know he's right about 45 minutes down the street. That's where Weyburn is, right?
Well, if you're making it there in 45 minutes, I want to ride with you because it's about 112K.
Yeah, so 45 minutes.
Okay. Again, I want to ride with you. As Dre McCrae gets a round of applause as he comes off the field.
More than an hour to get to Weyburn.
112K?
It's right down the street. Literally. Get on Albert right there and just,
he gone.
He gone.
He gone. All right, so the players, Whites and McCrae, make their way to their respective sidelines. The Riders at the end of all of this are going to get the football back with 1:06 to go before halftime. This is a scenario that they have worked on repeatedly throughout training camp.
You want the opportunity to go through scenarios that you're going to be. So every team always operates a 1-minute drill. Here's an opportunity.
So Jake Mayer comes onto the field.
Doesn't look like it. All of a sudden, it's
6 receiver look.
2 inches all of a sudden.
Mayer back to field the punt or the football, and now he'll throw it up. Looking near side for Robustelli. He can't bring it in. Falls incomplete. Mayer threw it into double coverage. Felt that a blitz was coming. It didn't quite get there, and he threw it up, and Robustelli just couldn't bring it in.
Well, there was 2 defenders over there in Bombers jerseys, but really they had 3 defenders. And you want to know who the third one was? It was the sideline, right? So that was essentially 3-on-1 for Robustelli, who had just made a fantastic catch earlier. But Mayer tries to give him an opportunity to go for a 50-50 ball, right? You're trying to advance down the sticks. You're in your 1-minute drill. Here's the problem, though. Because of the incomplete, you're at 2nd and 10. You don't get this, which I assume you're going to throw. Then the Bombers get the ball with time.
So 2nd down and 10 it is for the Riders at their own 49-yard line. Bombers bling the blitz, and it's thrown over the middle. It's caught up near the Winnipeg 47, but it's fumbled. The Bombers have it, come up with it, and they'll come up with their 3rd turnover of the game if this stands.
Now, they ruled it incomplete initially. Hopefully that stands if you're Rider Nation, because
it was intended for Braden Messeri.
Oh man, the defense is coming on. They do think this is a turnover potential.
No, it's punt team.
Oh right, my bad.
So yeah, Mayer, and we'll get a look at it on the Maxtron. And
I just just said that.
The ball did come out at the end. He might have been on the field. This might be a catch if Coach Mace is in the challenging mindset. We'll wait and see. No, it doesn't look like anything is going to be forthcoming here in the preseason.
So here's the challenge, right? You're punting now. You got 57 seconds. The clock's not moving, so you're not losing any time now. So the Bombers are going to have a good amount of time to get into scoring position here.
So Couch, a high kick, not going to be deep, but it'll be high, and it'll be fielded on the near side hash. Reversing his way is the returner, but a nice job of downfield coverage to get in on Harris, the returner for the Bombers, and they'll get an opportunity. Will Winnipeg, with 47 seconds to go before halftime, leading 21-6.
Yeah, and best case scenario just transpired for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. You've got one of the best special teams players in the league, A.J. Allen, downfield, and they don't gain any ground. As a matter of fact, they lose ground. So I said that they had a ton of time, but unfortunately for them, they're starting incredibly deep. They needed a decent gain on this kick to really have it be feasible. If they run the ball here, that means they're just trying to get into halftime, Dave.
Terry Wilson in at quarterback for the Blue Bombers. 1st and 10 on their own 24-yard line. No return on that 36-yard punt by Joe Couch. No running room there for Peterson. It'll be 2nd down with 43 and counting to go before halftime.
They ran the ball. They're trying to run the clock, but even the clock, you know, we got home field advantage, so we didn't actually run the clock there at that play. So the Bombers, they didn't even get a chance to start the clock, and nobody's flagged it to anybody.
Keep telling me it's preseason for everyone. We're working out the kinks and getting ourselves ready to go.
Oh, there they go. Now the clock's running.
Second down and 10. Yes, you're right. Clock is running now. 33 seconds and counting before half. 5 receiver look for the Bombers and quarterback Terry Wilson. Peterson the lone back in the backfield as Wilson's back to pass. Has time, swings it underneath, complete. That's the back Peterson who gets across the 25 up near the 29-yard line. He'll have a gain of 5, but will be 5 short of the first down with 22 seconds to go.
And zero rush here for the Bombers to get on the field. We're just going to punt this and get to halftime. Down 21-6.
22 seconds to go, and Daniel Weeb comes out to return it for the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
You like him?
Saskatchewan kid, yeah. He's done well at camp.
I like him too. Yeah, I agree. I think he's a good player.
Smarts. We'll see what the U of S Husky can do on this punt that is coming his way, as Dre McCrae, of course, left injured after the last punt return. We've seen Mario Anderson field a kick thus far tonight in the battle of the returners thus far.
You see Alfred again now that McCrae's down, you think?
The interesting decision as Weeb stands back to receive this Sheehan punt at his 35-yard line. Has to dance to a full sprint as the kick is short and it bounces out of bounds. And how's that? Man. Anticlimactic.
Didn't even get a chance.
So zeros are on the clock. 21-6. Winnipeg leads on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan at qualitytire.ca. We go to Justin Dunk, Teagan Witko, Wes Cates next. This is the Saskatchewan Roughriders 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
When disaster strikes your home, who do you call? Not the quarterback. You call the pros at Winmar. From water, fire, and storm damage restoration and all your general contracting needs, Winmar is ready to suit up 24/7. Just like our team, Winmar never backs down when the pressure's on. Fast, professional, and always on your side. It's not just restored, it's Winmar restored. Winmar, we're coming through for you. Visit winmarregina.ca today.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. See the Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
30 minutes are in the books. It's time to get the story behind the score. It's the Rider Nation Halftime Report. Here's Justin Dunk and Teagan Witko.
Yes, through the first half, and now it's time for the halftime rewind for Quality Tire. With 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca.
This left side of the field. Mayer to pass, feels the pressure, finds Picton across the 25, 15, down to the 10-yard line. First down is Mitch Picton, hit on the numbers by Jake Mayer. Brett Lothar is going to come out and attempt a 16-yard field goal. Good snap, nice hold by Joe Couch, and the ball goes through the upright. Bombers have 5 receivers in motion far side. He's Strevler loading up, throws it up, and it's picked off. The Riders have it on an Olympic RTM's turnover and bring it back the other way to the 50, down inside Winnipeg territory, all the way down to the 10-yard line. They hand the ball off, but it pops loose, and it's going to be scooped up by the Blue Bombers. They'll bring it back the other way. It's a foot race to midfield, down the far sideline, still going, down to the 20, 10, 5, touchdown. At their own 5-yard line, Artopius pumps once, feels the pressure, and he'll get brought down in a Quilt Plains Chevrolet sack inside the 5-yard line. The Riders get home, and a big sack. Well, Jake Mayer will be tasked with that. He's got 5 receivers at his disposal, 3 near side. He's back to pass, looking deep, has a man, far side, it's caught down inside the 20 to the 15-yard line, Joe Robicelli. So now just inside the 25-yard line is where Joe Couch will take his knee, gets a clean snap. Lothar Doesn't miss this time and makes it 21-6. Terry Wilson fakes the handoff, drops the football, picks it up, and is sacked.
And that was the halftime rewind.
Teagan, I gotta say, there's a lot of rookies for the Riders out there. You're a rookie with us, first time down on the sideline. What was it like to be there and see the Riders run out of the tunnel to bring him out?
I understand now why it's so exciting for the newbies. I understand why, your Hundabees, your Weebs, they have this massive smile on their face, the crowd, the energy, and this is preseason. Justin, this isn't like this is home opener yet, but the fireworks, the music, just the energy of this place, this building has a personality of its own. It's pretty cool, I must admit. And,
did you get some goosebumps, chills yourself?
I will say that it got a little chillier down there as the first half went on. But yeah, definitely goosebumps to start, and then it was time to get to work.
Indeed. Well done down there.
Well, thank you very much. Should we get to some stats here and kind of recap exactly what we saw? Because that was... Oh, you know what? Actually, let's take a break here real quick, and then we'll get back into those stats. Because, preseason game it sure was, and there's a few things that you and I should probably break down here. But that's all coming up in just a moment here. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. Stop by Ag West in Yorkton today or visit masseyferguson.com to learn more about the 1 Series Round Baler.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. I love to dig. And when it comes to digging, we prairie dogs are naturals. But I want to make sure that when you dig safe. No matter what kind of project you're working on, we're talking at a huge construction site or just in your backyard, you got to find out where the underground lines are. And getting a line locate's the only way to know for sure. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
Dig safe. Dig like Doug. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Start counting the days. Country Thunder Saskatchewan is almost here with Jason Aldean, Def Leppard, and Bailey Zimmerman.
You're the last thing that
Plus Nate Smith, Tyler Hubbard, Kip Moore, Tim Hicks, and many more. All your favorite artists together on one stage. Experience Country Thunder Saskatchewan in Craven, July 10th to 13th. Tickets at countrythunder.com.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at sasktoday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at sasktoday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Truck Month has been extended at Capital Ford Lincoln. By popular demand, we're extending this event so you can take advantage of massive savings on our awesome selection of vehicles. Get into a brand new 2025 Ford F-150. We're offering savings up to $14,000. Or finance one for as low as 0% over 72 months OAC. Or check out a brand new 2025 Bronco Sport. Leases are going for as little as $99 a week plus tax. Only for a limited time at Capital Ford Lincoln in Regina.
Calling all skilled heavy-duty mechanics. Core Industrial Services has an exciting opportunity for you. They're hiring a full-time heavy-duty mechanic to join them at their 9,000-square-foot shop in Rocanville, Saskatchewan. As a heavy-duty mechanic, you're responsible for performing maintenance and repairs on a wide range of equipment, from heavy machinery to light trucks and more. At Core Industrial Services, they believe in the power of teamwork. Apply today on their website at coreindustrial.ca or call them at 306-745-4844. Core Industrial Services, where expertise meets opportunity. Apply now.
Taking a deep look at the game with instant insight and analysis. Watch our analysts live at sportscades.com. This is the Rider Nation Halftime Report on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's Teagan Witko and Justin Dunk inside the Sports Cage Lounge at Mosaic Stadium, 21-6. That is the score right now in favor of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. We've been talking a lot about punt returns here, Justin. Dre McCrae, Mario Alford, both making a little bit of this happen, right? Okay, so Dre McCrae, 2 punt returns for 30 yards, and then Mario Alford 1 for 1. So, I mean, Mario's doing a little bit there, but I also realized that he got some rushing yards in there as well, 17 yards on 6 carries. What else are you seeing?
Yeah, I'm looking at the kickoff returns. Dre McCrae, 2 for 54. Mario Alford, 1 for 27. You know, I was told coming into this game that Mario Alford would get 1 punt return and 1 kick return. We've seen that so far, so if that information is correct, perhaps his night is done. But it looks like he's still spry based on that 27-yard return. And Dre McCrae's doing his thing. He's got a 29-yard kick return. Looks, I would say, much more comfortable in the punt return game than he did last week. There was one where he bobbled it, kicked it around a little bit. Fortunately, was able to recover it. But you can't do that kind of stuff come the regular season. And I had heard that he was doing that a little bit in training camp. He was inconsistent. So I think it's definitely a positive night overall for Dre McCrae. But Mario Alford is showing still at 34 years old that he's got some juice.
And can we also just really quickly here mention the fact that Joe Couch got a tackle? I'm sorry, what? This is the punter they brought in. And
he had to make a touchdown-saving tackle, and I think he was getting dapped up on the sideline afterwards, wasn't he? You saw it.
I certainly did. That was something I was not expecting to see today. But as I mentioned earlier, that is, that is what preseason is all about. You work out those kinks. I mean, Brett Luther looking awesome. A little bit of work maybe on the D. Maybe we need. What did you see on that line?
Well, I think you got to realize, right, that you have a sort of backup group outside of DeMarcus Fields, but he didn't really play very much in the first half. And then you're going against the Bombers' top quarterbacks, Chris Trevler, Zach Collaros, and Carrick Wheatfall, who had a touchdown earlier. That's a guy who is starting caliber. So it's a little bit of a mismatch. So I think we'll sort of not go so hard on the Riders' defense because of that. But I would still say that Corey Mace, he'll probably tell us post-game, the standard is the standard, and we didn't play to that standard.
Well, we're going to send things back up to Luke and Dave in the booth pretty quickly here. This is Saskatchewan Roughriders football on 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Radio Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
The new Saskatchewan budget is delivering for you. It makes life more affordable with lower taxes for students, seniors, homeowners, families, and everyone. It delivers new funding to improve access to health care and shorten wait times. The new budget will improve education for our students and make our communities safer. And it's a balanced budget, so we are in a stronger position than other provinces to respond to tariffs. The Saskatchewan budget, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
It's time for Play Now Now. Play Now is Saskatchewan's only safe and secure gambling site. Operated by SIGA, Play Now offers over 600 slot games, your favorite live table games, and the Play Now Sportsbook. For a limited time, enter promo code SASKAG100 for $100 in casino free play with a $25 deposit and playthrough. That's SASKAG100 for $100 of free play on your favorite slot games. Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
With today's operations, it takes timely, accurate spraying to drive profitability. You need complete vehicle control, a comfortable cab, remote management capabilities, and precise spraying technology. The Case IH Patriot 50 Series sprayer delivers all that, plus a bold look that embodies everything you expect from Case IH. Welcome to the future of product application. See your local Redhead Equipment for details. redheadequipment.ca, making tracks since 1948.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See how Western Ag professional agronomy can help your farm at growmoreprofit.com.
All right, give me something big.
The Ford It's a Big Deal event is on.
Bigger.
Get a big truck and an even bigger deal.
Love it. Now the details.
Right now, lease a 2025 F-150 STX with the Black Appearance Package from $220 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 24 months with $43.75 down. That's like $110 weekly.
Now bring it home.
Plus, there's a $750 bonus for eligible Ford owners. Hurry into your local Ford store or visit Ford.ca today.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. It's time for third quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the 620 CKRM Co-operators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. The Saskatchewan Roughriders and Winnipeg Blue Bombers are dashing onto the turf for the second half, and the number that jumps out off the board is the minus 73 yards rushing that the Saskatchewan Roughriders put on the board in the opening 30 minutes of play. Yes, that happens after you fumble a football and then it gets returned back the other way, like the Winnipeg Blue Bombers did to put up 3 majors in the opening half. The Riders have yet to find the end zone, albeit preseason play, but still have yet to break the end zone barrier thus far in the preseason. As we get ourselves set to go, the Bombers a little late coming onto the field here at Mosaic Stadium, but they do make their way out. It's going to be interesting to see as you try to judge by what you see from the quarterbacks who are warming up as they come out of the halftime tunnel, and both Jake Mayer and Jack Cohn were warming up, so we'll wait to see how much of each we have an opportunity to see as the Roughriders are getting set to return to start the second half. The kickoff brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca as the Riders have back to return Mario Anderson and Daniel Weeb. So Mary Alford got 1 touch on the football, and that's been it thus far tonight. And Dre McCrae, of course, was shaken up late in that opening half. So Tim Croker whistles play in. Decibel level is up at Mosaic Stadium. And Castillo's kick is an end-over-ender that'll chase Daniel Weeb back to his 7-yard line. That's where he starts his return. Cuts towards the left. He'll be tackled there at the 29-yard line. His bodies continue to flow after the whistle. And here comes the Saskatchewan Roughrider offense and quarterback Jack Cohn.
Yeah, Aaron Patrick is one of the fullbacks here on this return. Just can't get enough of blocking service on one of the Bombers' defenders, and that's where we see the tackle. Jack Cohn gets the start here for the second half.
22-yard return for Daniel Weeb off that opening kickoff, and he gets it up to the Saskatchewan 29-yard line, 1st and 10. The Riders will take the ball on the left-hand hash. Is a bit of a delay trying to get the chain stretched out on that far side. I think we've got it sorted out now, and we'll get play whistled back in here just 6 seconds into the second half. No matter where you may be in Saskatchewan, thank you for tuning us in on the Rider Broadcast Network. And looks like there's going to be a penalty assessed at the end of the play as well. We didn't get the announcement from Tim Croker, but the Riders are going to be moved back now, scrimmaging inside their 20. So unsportsmanlike play, for lack of a better term, for the Riders, as picking that penalty up was number 54. I think that was the guy that you identified in Braxton Hills. So it backs the Riders up now to their 19. That's where they go 1st and 10. As the Command Center might be reviewing this one as well. Command Center reviews this season brought to you by Mazank Fuels. Mazank Fuels proudly serving the ag community across southern Saskatchewan with reliable bulk fuel delivery and all your oil needs. Trust local, trust Mazank. Looks like the Command Center is okay with where the ball is placed and the penalty that was called. So will whistle play in. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Riders offense. Jack Cohn and that quarterback. It was Jake Mayer that was at the helm for the first half as Morgan runs the lone back in the backfield. The first pass, though, is complete on the near side from Jack Cohn. A big hit at the end of the play, and Robustelli comes up with a catch and is a little slow and hobbled as he bounces his way back to the huddle.
Yeah, Joe Robustelli starts out running a kick slant, but just kind of gears down into a spot where there's no defender. Just right, take small steps, and there you got your first completion. Now keep building.
2nd down and 4 for the Riders after the 6-yard reception. Cohn to pass. Loads it up, looks underneath, has that ball complete to Mitchell Picton. He'll turn around and scoot up the field towards the 29-yard line. He'll be close to a 1st down.
Yeah, the Bombers are doing a good job of forcing everything low that our quarterbacks are able to get to. They're not really, we've seen a couple deep balls by the Riders, but for the majority of this game, they've done a good job at limiting the options for any Saskatchewan quarterback.
New quarterback coming in is Tommy Stevens because it's a 3rd and 1 play for Moose Creek Red Angus. Of course, 3rd down gambles brought to you by Moose Creek Red Angus. And this is a long one, 28 yards. He's got to get up near the 29 and not just beyond. Riders crowd the line. Stevens in under center. He's going to be met right away, but a flag is down. I don't know if Stevens still...
Looks like the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are offside.
Well, Stevens looked like the road runner. His wheels were spinning as he was trying to go forward, but nothing there. We'll wait to see whether this will be a 1st down for the Riders. They only had 6 in the entire opening half, and the Riders are pointing towards Winnipeg. And it looks like it will be the first Bazandowski Agents' 1st down of the 2nd half for Saskatchewan.
Winnipeg defensive line. 5-yard penalty. Takes the 1st down.
Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance. The 1st down is on the board for Saskatchewan. Jack Cohn jogs back out to the huddle. It'll be 1st and 10, now up at their 34-yard line. Riders have had some opportunities. They've thrown 2 interceptions to Jake Mayer in the opening half, but they also were able to go ahead and Jake Mayer, threw 1 interception as the handoff goes to the first man through out across the 35-yard line. Thomas Bertrand-Houdon. He'll get a yard, maybe 2. It'll be 2nd and long Saskatchewan.
Yeah, this is a good job. Just effort to the football, right, from the defensive line. Identify where the ball carrier is, right? Get there, come hell or high water.
So ball on the 36 now of the Riders. Left-hand hash.
Linebackers filling gaps.
12:47 to go in the 3rd quarter. Winnipeg leading Saskatchewan 21-6. 5 receiver sets Saskatchewan, 3 to this near side for Cohn on 2nd down. 4 down linemen for the Blue Bombers on the 2nd and long play. Cadence from Cohn, receivers leave. Cohn back to pass, throws. That's complete up across the 50-yard line, and that should be good for the 1st down for the Riders as Robustelli comes up with a catch.
I'm telling you what. This kid's trying to make this football club, and this is a good throw by Jack Cohn. This is a positive drive, right? I mean, you're looking at some inconsistent football in the first half. You're not able to move the sticks. Jack Cohn's come in here. He's been calm. That was another 2nd and 7+ situation too, right?
Absolutely.
Like, these are not situations that are the 2nd and 3 type of deals.
1st and 10 Saskatchewan on their own 53. Backfield empties. Cohn passes complete underneath just across midfield as coming down with it was Deshawn Mims, the Regina Ram receiver. As he'll have it. Oh, are they going to rule incomplete?
Yeah, no, they're going to give him the down. Unfortunately, Deshawn Mims wasn't able to. This was a good throw by Cohn. I get what he's trying to do. He's trying to give the option for a receiver to make a play, but it's good coverage too by number 12 from the Blue Bombers, Latavius Brini. You get to limit. You got a shallow throw where the receiver wants to make a play, just they don't allow it.
2nd and 7 now for Saskatchewan, just inside Winnipeg territory. Cone back to pass, has time. Near side, that's complete for a first down for the Riders. Up to the 45-yard line, is coming down with it was Mitchell Picton.
This is the Jack Cone that I saw in the first week of camp. This is the Jack Cone that gets me kind of excited about the future of this young man. He's come in here, he's been poised, he's commanding the huddle, and he's making throws. This is another good spot. You got it right in front of the defender. Picton, reliable as always, only had one hiccup. That was at the beginning of the game. Another completion, another first down.
Jack Cone with Thomas Bertrand-Houdon standing to his right. In the backfield, 3 receivers far side. Tight end is in, and Trent Penix. Cone delivers. That's incomplete. Tight coverage. And coming up and batting away right on the nick of time from Joe Robustelli was the defender, as Tay Gowan was able to break it up.
Joe Robustelli, he's running around, so the defenders are all over him. He tries to stop, but he stops a little bit short, and I feel like if he had tried to box out the defender and maybe used his body there. I know that as receivers you don't want to use your body to catch the ball, but if he uses his size there and gets in front of it with his whole body, I think he comes down with the catch.
2nd down and 10, Saskatchewan ball, the Winnipeg 45, 10 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. Clean snap for Cone, backfield empties. He'll fire, that's going to be incomplete. Looking once again for Robustelli, but that pass was just beyond his reach as it was a little low and a little outside, and out comes Brett Lother by the looks of it to attempt a long field goal. Looks like they're going to set this one up from 49 yards. No, check that. It's going to be back around 53.
Hey, listen, I mean, this is a good litmus test to see where Lowther is right now, right?
A 53-yard attempt coming up for
this. Listen, this is completely in his range, right?
Oh, yeah.
These 53, I've always kind of felt comfortable with Lowther in moments around the 56-yard area. So
53 for Brett Lother. Field goal attempt for Alliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. It's a good hold. The kick is up, end over end.
Money.
And he nails it. Brett Lother is good from 53, and the score is Winnipeg 21, Saskatchewan 9. 9:48 to go in the 3rd quarter. We'll take a break.
That's why I can make fun of kickers having relaxed training camp.
There you go.
They come out and they execute.
We'll be back with more from Mosaic Stadium in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughriders football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
How has AgDirect Hail become one of the largest and fastest growing crop hail insurance providers on the prairies? Is it our competitive rates, our superior customer service and professional claims handling, or maybe it's our easy-to-use online application? I'm Bruce Lowe with AgDirect Hail Insurance, and I want to thank hard-working farm families for your support. Whatever your reason is for choosing AgDirect Hail, we appreciate your business. Please visit agdirecthail.com or call us toll-free.
It's time to revolutionize the way you harvest. The new Fendt Ideal Combine has been precision engineered to give you better real-time monitoring. A 485 bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second. Plus, the industry's best warranty, service, and loaner program. The new Ideal Combine. It's Fendt. It's time. Learn more at idealharvesting.com and schedule a demo. See the Fendt Ideal Combine at AgriLink Equipment in Brownlee.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Heath Water Bottle Rentals bring you field goal attempts this season. They're proud to serve Southern Saskatchewan for over 50 years with short-term flexible contracts. Call 522-5866 today as Brett Lother is 3 for 3 tonight, connecting from 16, 25, and 53. It's 21-9 Winnipeg leads, and Lother's about to kick it off.
Well, you criticize your kickers for
that was
suntan.
you. Yeah,
no, I know. I'm just saying. I get to do that, though. I've got the experience.
That's right.
I was roommates with Luc Mullinder, and nothing got me more annoyed than seeing Luc Mullinder just hanging out while the rest of the boys are banging weights and watching film, you know?
End-over-end kick taken by the Bombers at their 17 on the fly, up to the 20. Reversing the field, back to the near side now, up across the 20 to the 23-yard line after that kickoff by the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Dawson Hodge put a foot into that.
It was a heck of a kick.
The Bombers going to start 1st and 10 at their 34-yard line. 63 on the kick, 16 on the return. 9:41 to go in the third quarter. Winnipeg leading Saskatchewan 21-9. As we've got a break on the field, we'll take one too. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The time clock isn't stopping, and on the field, Delero Complete Fungicide from Bayer has not disappointed its Prairie Pulse grower fans. Outstanding defense. 3 modes of action deliver powerful broad-spectrum disease control. Dominating O-line. Managing both anthracnose and Ascochyta Group 11 resistant biotypes. For powerful pulse performance and bin-boasting yields, put Delero Complete in your starting lineup this season. Ask your local retailer today. Always read and follow label directions.
The Gleaner S9 Series combines are designed for farmers in the business of farming. A harvest is successful when a crop is harvested as quickly and efficiently as possible and produces a clean grain sample with little loss. The Gleaner combine offers levels of harvesting performance and efficiency other combines are unable to achieve. Simply put, Gleaner combines save more and cost less. See the Gleaner S9 at Nick's Service in Emerald Park or go to nickservice.com. The Gleaner S9, built with the farmer in mind.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Rider Nation, we love hearing from you on the B&A Petroleum text line at 306-936-6262. B&A Petroleum in Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelburg, and many other locations serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. The Bombers get set to go back to work. 1st and 10 following that punt. Terry Wilson in at quarterback for the Bombers. Ball is set up on the left-hand hash. He'll hand it through to the running back. Room to run across the 40. Move the pile up near the 45-yard line. What a great second surge from the offensive line to move that pile up near the first down marker after it looked like the run was going to be stopped after a yard, maybe 2 by the Blue Bombers running back Quinton Cooley.
Yeah, this is Cooley doing his best Brady Oliveira impression, right? Just attacking downhill, running between the guards and the A-gaps and churning his legs. That was a phenomenal run. Jaden Dahlke there to help put a stop to it finally, but not before the Bombers got 9 yards.
Short yardage play for the Bombers. They'll come up to the line quickly. Wilson going to try to move the pile. Flags fly. And Wilson would have enough for the first down. And this is interesting.
I don't know. I think we've got offside again.
The interesting point to me is Terry Wilson stays in at quarterback in a short yardage play.
5-yard penalty, first down.
Well, what else are they going to do, right? They've already got, Claros comes in here, throws the ball twice, has 2 touchdowns, so he's done. Strevler, he comes out here, he does his thing a little bit. And so I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe you see Wilson for the third and then
go back to the youngster Artopius. See, the one thing, though, that my curiosity was piqued, we'll get to that after this play, is the handoff goes underneath, trying to stretch it out to the near side. It's the old Nick Dembski play, not being run by Dembski, but being run out of bounds is Keelan Harris, and Harris should have enough for the first down. And my point was going to be with Terry Wilson running the short yardage offense in that instance, maybe they're taking a look at him just to see what he can do.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you're right. I mean, again, who knows what conversations or what choices they want to make following this game, right? Especially when you know you have an hour on the plane to watch the film. Hopefully you get through some of those choices by the time you get to Winnipeg.
8:17 and counting to go in the third quarter. Bombers have the ball in Rider territory. Wilson, the fake handoff now in near side for Harris. That pass is complete. Benoit Marion is going to hang on to him for dear life as Harris will get inside the 40, up around the 39-yard line, so a gain of about 7.
Yeah, Marion makes the initial contact on the ball carrier here, right? But unfortunately, it's out of effort, and he's behind when he does make contact. And the defender, the ball carrier, give him credit. Marion's a big dude, and he carries him for about 2-3 yards.
So second down and a short 3, if you will. A long 2 is the way I see it. On the Saskatchewan 39-yard line. Wilson in the gun. Motion to the far side of the field, and Myron Mitchell hand the ball off, and that's going to be enough for a first down and more. Inside the Riders' 30-yard line, still churning, was Quentin Cooley, and again, that's going to be enough for a first down and more.
It's so hard for Kendi Charles and any defensive lineman, right? When you're in the fray, you're trying to get off a block, and the reason you're trying to get off the block is the fact that you know where the ball is going. Sometimes that works against you, though, right? Because you end up giving up your leverage to try to get off the block to get to the ball carrier. In that case, Kendi Charles did, and it opened the gap for the running back.
First down and 10 for the Bombers at the 31-yard line of Saskatchewan. 6:51 to go in the third quarter. Fake the handoff. Wilson fires underneath, and that was kind of an awkward-looking play as it looked like the Riders perhaps had the best shot at that in Antoine Brooks Jr. Instead, it falls incomplete.
That's A.J. Allen. It's one of the Riders' best, Antoine Brooks Jr., one of the younger, talented Saskatchewan Roughrider depth players, also does a good job on special teams. Here, he initially thinks he's taken on a block, and then it turns out that the ball's coming his way because either Myron Mitchell is the intended receiver, and I don't think Myron Mitchell knew he was the intended receiver. No, I don't think
so either. Second and 10 after the miscue on first down. 6.5 to go in the third quarter. Bombers lead 21-9. Delayed draw. Lots of room for Cooley up to the 25. Tries to battle through the tackle to get closer to the first down. Looks like he's still going to be held a yard, maybe too shy.
Cooley's a good-looking player.
Yeah.
Right? Takes a few riders to get him down here. I mean, that's tough running.
Well, that's going to be an interesting conversation as well in Winnipeg, right? So you've got Johnny Augustine, who's moved on. You've got Brady Oliveira, who's a Canadian.
Yeah, and awesome.
You've got Quentin Cooley, who's American, and Matthew Peterson, who we saw run in the first half as a national. Is coming out to kick is Sergio Castillo. A 32-yard attempt is upcoming.
Well, I can promise you this. With the money they pay Brady Oliveira, but also the ability of Brady Oliveira, they're not changing the ratio in that part of their
Castillo is good from 31 yards.
So Castillo's 31-yard attempt sails through the uprights. It's now 24-9. Winnipeg leading Saskatchewan with 5:39 to go in the third quarter. We'll take a timeout, come back with more in a moment from Mosaic Stadium. This is Saskatchewan Rough Rider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's time for Play Now. Play Now is Saskatchewan's only safe and secure gambling site. Operated by Sega, Play Now offers over 600 slot games, your favorite live table games, and the Play Now Sportsbook. For a limited time, enter promo code SASKAG100 for $100 in casino free play with a $25 deposit and playthrough. That's SASKAG100 for $100 of free play on your favorite slot games.
Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense. Choosing what restaurant to go to? Difficult. Choosing a wireless deal at SaskTel? Easy. When you switch to SaskTel and choose your savings, you'll have no regrets. Switch to SaskTel and choose to save $10 a month for 24 months or get up to $250 off a new phone. Visit SaskTel.com/choice for details. Conditions apply.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Offense about to go back to work. First, let's put her back to work. That's Teagan Witko on the sidelines for Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers.
Dave, Luke, I wish I could tell you that there was just as many smiling faces on this sideline as there were when they first entered the field to bring them out. That's definitely not the case at this point. I know that some of the coordinators and Corey Mace himself not looking super thrilled right now, and they are definitely on the sidelines here having some discussions about how they can improve their game and make some adjustments.
Thanks, Teagan. Trailing 24-9. We'll see if those adjustments pay off. The Ritchie Brothers Sideline Report. Ritchie Brothers Auctions, born in the West, trusted worldwide, all equipment, every auction, proud supporters of CFL country. Ritchie Brothers, where Canada bids. On first down, Cohn feels the pressure, fires. That's incomplete, in and out of the arms of the intended receiver, Mitch Picton. It would have been close for a first down. Instead, it's incomplete, and 2nd and 10 coming up.
I love this play from Cohn, though. Right? Instead of leaving the pocket under pressure, just steps up into and readjusts his launch point. This is a ball that should have gotten caught for a first down. I'm really liking what Cone is doing here as a young quarterback. Again, this is kind of where I was hoping he would go and do what he would do with his opportunity.
2nd down and 10 now. Saskatchewan at their own 40-yard line. Cone is on the far hash. 3 receivers out that way. Clean snap, back to pass, has time. Throws it complete across the 50 to the 40 of Winnipeg. What a catch, but that's going to shake up the receiver. Is jumping off as Joe Robicelli he's going to have to take a knee as he holds the shoulder right after making the catch. A sensational one over the middle. However, out comes the training staff to help him out. Of course, injury breaks this season for WorkSafe Saskatchewan. Workplace health and safety is everyone's responsibility. Let's make Saskatchewan workplaces the safest in Canada. As we do that, we can also check out the 50-50 jackpot. Last look, boy, I got to check this out. I thought it was close to 90. It's over $89,000 right now.
For an exhibition game, too.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
That's right. And, of course, get in on the early birds. You could grab that cart that you had. Oh, yeah, there's all kinds of options. Go to riders5050.ca for yours with the all-new Rider Foundation 50-50. That's riders5050.ca. A break coming up now as we'll come back with more third quarter action in a moment. Winnipeg 24, Saskatchewan 9. This is Roughriders football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Here at Cooperators, we can help you invest in a way that's right for you. Like the starting to invest later has to be better than never plan. Talk to us today about how we can turn the investing goals you've made into investing realities.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Tom Bamford in Regina a call at 306-949-6633 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Whether you're going down the road or spend your days down on the farm, you've got a lot to get done and a lot of miles to go. Knowing that UFA has you covered with one of Western Canada's largest card lock networks, bulk fuel delivery where you need it, a range of premium lubricants, and our exclusive Diesel X Gold fuel means you have less to worry about. Visit one of over 100 convenient locations or ufapetro.com to find out more. From fleet to farm, we've got you covered.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Let's go right down to the Riders sideline and Teagan Witko.
Well, it looks like Robicelli got off the field by himself there, being pulled up by both arms. But right now he is being looked at by some of the trainers, just stretching it out, seeing how it feels. We'll monitor the situation and see if he takes a seat.
Thanks so much. As a pass underneath is complete to Daniel Weeb. He'll make a man miss and then go over another down to the 25 on the far sideline. Thanks so much, Teagan, for that update. Of course, sideline updates brought to you by Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers. And big catch for the Rough Riders and a big first down all the way to the Winnipeg 24. The Riders will get set. This 16-yard reception for the U of S product. Daniel Weeb, of course, proud to call Herschel home, and that's where the farm is here in Saskatchewan for Daniel Weeb, as it'll be a opportunity for the Riders inching closer to that red zone for Ashdowns Furniture and Interiors in Moose Jaw. Ball is on the right-hand hash. Small delay just making sure of the spot of the ball. It looked like they were checking that out with the command center. Was the officials here? As we're set now, 1st and 10. Ball on the 24-yard line of Winnipeg. Jack Cone at the helm for the Riders. Hands it off. Room to run across the 20, down to the 19, 18 stumbling forward and not much more. Nice catch there run there for Trent Penix, pardon me. And it's a gain of about 6. It'll be 2nd down and 4 with 3:52 and counting to go. As the Riders are back in that red zone. They've been here before. They turned it over with an interception, with Jake Mayer throwing an interception. Of course, the Riders also in the red zone when they fumbled the football that was scooped and scored by the Bombers. And Winnipeg has a 24-9 advantage. Riders look to cut into that now here in the third quarter with 3:30 to go. It's 2nd and 4. Ball on the Winnipeg 18-yard line. 5 receivers set for Cone. 3 to the near side, wide side of the field for him on 2nd down. Looks to throw, and he'll be tackled in the backfield. A Quill Plain Chevrolet sack, as the Bombers were able to just collapse that pocket all the way around Cone, and he couldn't find a receiver, and he's going to have to jog off the field. And Brett Lother, who's been all of the points this season for the Riders, is going to get a break as Dawson Hodge will come on to make his first pro attempt. Lother was 3 for 3. Now a 31-yard field goal attempt for Dawson Hodge to cut into the lead with 22:43 and counting. It'll be from the right-hand hash. Not much wind by the looks of it down at field level. Joe Couch, the holder. Hughes with the snap. That's clean. The hold is good. Kick up. Good. Dawson Hodge makes his first Canadian Football League field goal attempt. And it's 24-12 as the Riders have cut into the lead once again. Now with 2:29 to go here in the third quarter. We love hearing from you, Rider Nation, on the broadcast, no matter whether you are in Saskatchewan. Dial us up on the B&A Petroleum text line, 306-936-6262. B&A Petroleum in Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelburg, and many other locations serving southern Saskatchewan for 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. So how about that 31-yard field goal for Dawson Hodge? Of course, field goal attempts for Alliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Serving southern Saskatchewan for 50 years with short-term flexible contracts. Call 522-5866 as we get set for another kickoff, as that's what the Winnipeg Blue Bombers have elected to do following that field goal. Now we've got whistles firing around the field, trying to get the teams to break huddle and let's go. Now they do. And to kick it will be Dawson Hodge once again, as it looks like Brett Lother is going to get the rest of the night off. Back to receive the kick is Trey Val. I called Vavra earlier. Vavra was a great receiver returner for the Saskatchewan Huskies and out of the Swift Current area. So he'll stand back at about his 12-yard line to return this kick from Hodge, who puts the ball on the 30-yard line far hash. End over end kick. Taken by Vival at the 15, to the 20, 25, 30, far side, room to run to the 40, spun around to the 50, still on his feet before finally being tackled out of bounds at the Winnipeg 50-yard line. We've got a pair of Rider players down, on the return. But a good return there for Vival, and the Winnipeg Blue Bombers is now will have a bit of a delay with 2:23 to go here in this quarter. 65-yard kick off the foot of Dawson Hodge, 34 yards on the return. As the Bombers will have the ball back with 2:23 to go here in the third quarter, leading 24-12. As mentioned, the Saskatchewan Roughriders will open the season here at home 6 nights from now. The Ottawa Redblacks will be in town. It is the CFL season kickoff. We can tell you we're planning some very special guests coming up in the Croft Electric Nelson Holmes Rough Rider Countdown to Kickoff, as well as the Riders pregame show that will include CFL Commissioner, tentatively, Stu Johnston. I had a conversation with Mr. Johnston. Do you prefer Stu or Stewart was my first question. He goes by both, but prefers Stu. So Stu Johnston, the Commissioner of the Canadian Football League, will be in attendance here at Mosaic Stadium for the season opener again on Thursday night. And if you haven't got tickets yet, you can also get a Labor Day ticket at the same time with the watermelon packs that are available. Again, the Riders can walk you through that, as well as the flex packs that are available and more. So still some players getting attention on the field as Mario Anderson making his way off the field first, and then it's going to be the Saskatoon Hilltop junior player that's going to make his way off in Liam Hoskins. Sorry, it's not Liam Hoskins. But we'll get that sorted out. Everybody seems to be walking off under their own steam, so that's good news. And we'll get back at it. 1st and 10 for the Bombers. Their own 49-yard line. Wilson throws a wide receiver screen read nicely by the Riders, and they'll converge on the receiver right away. It's going to be a loss of 1, maybe 2 yards. Rider defense does a nice job of swarming, not giving up anything at all, and it's going to be a loss of a couple on the play for the Bombers.
It's going to be 2nd and long.
And their receiver Jalen Hall who came up with it on that far side. So second down and maybe a loss of 1. Maybe it was right on the money. Reggie White Jr., pardon me, on that reception. Second down and 10. Bombers have it. 5 receivers set. Saskatchewan side of center. 1:39 to go. A little shovel underneath. Fake to Myron Mitchell. Now Wilson near side has a man wide open down to the Saskatchewan 45-yard line. Nice play action. Caught the eye of many in the backfield, and then the pass complete along the near side to move the chains for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Is coming up with the catch was Joey Corin. A 5th-round pick of the Bombers, 39th overall in this past spring's draft out of New Hampshire. Had a couple of catches for 22 yards in the opener last week. Now has a big first down catch here as it's 1st and 10 for the Bombers at the Saskatchewan 43-yard line. 55 seconds to go before quarter time. Handed off to Myron Mitchell, trying to get to the outside. Hurdles a man, then spins into a tackle as Nick Weeb is coming up to make the play for the Roughriders. It's going to be a gain of maybe 4. It'll be 2nd and 5 for Winnipeg as they try to string out the defense to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. As dancing inside was Myron Mitchell, who had a heck of a day with 3 catches for 27 yards last week, and that time he was able to get with Nick Weeb, who came from behind to make the tackle, but also in hot pursuit was Robert Javier. 2nd down and 5 for Winnipeg at the Saskatchewan 38. Terry Wilson in at quarterback. 5 receivers set for the Bombers. Fakes the handoff. Back to pass, fires far side, complete inside the 30, up near the 29-yard line. Once again, making the reception was Joey Corin, and it should be another first down for the Bombers, who are moving late in the third quarter down to the Saskatchewan 29-yard line. Likely the final play of the quarter coming up as Wilson gets the play signaled in from the sidelines in his helmet. Covering his ears, a little bit loud here tonight at Mosaic Stadium. Good crowd on hand for some Friday night football. Wilson in the gun. 2 receivers far side. Hands off to the balloon back in the backfield. Room to run to the far side. Down inside the 20 to the 15-yard line. Nice run by Quentin Cooley. And that's going to wrap up the third quarter. Through 3 quarters of play, Winnipeg leads Saskatchewan 24-12 on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. Fourth quarter action coming up next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. Step inside the all-new Mack Pioneer, where 125 years of legendary innovation meets the future of trucking. The Pioneer is a long-haul highway tractor with the safest, most fuel-efficient, and smoothest ride on the road. With 515 horsepower and cutting-edge technology you can track with the Mack app. The Pioneer is aerodynamic, has new wind-reducing features, and a redesigned comfort cab. There's always a new frontier. With Mack Pioneer, we're here to lead the way. Mack Pioneer at Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Don't go anywhere. Anything can happen. This is fourth quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
15 minutes to go. Riders trailing by 12. Let's go downstairs to the sidelines and Teagan Witko.
Well, it does appear that Robicelli is fine. He's up. He's not really working on that shoulder anymore. But there is a player in the tent. Dalton Urban is in the tent being worked on right now. It's hard to tell what is being worked on. I did not see him enter the tent. But Mario Anderson is appearing to be just fine. He's back on the sidelines and raring to go.
Great news. Thanks so much, Teagan Witko. Sideline reports for Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers as it's first down. Fake the handoff to Cooley, and back in the backfield, wrapped up Terry Wilson. Another Quill Plains Chevrolet quarterback sack by your Saskatchewan Roughriders as Liam Hoskins gets home.
For the run pass option look at all. He's patient, makes sure he stays on the line of scrimmage, and as soon as he identifies that the quarterback, Terry Wilson, has not handed off the ball, he's upfield making a tackle. Great play.
Loss of 9 for the Bombers on first down. It's 2nd and 19. Just underway in the fourth quarter. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Teagan Witko at Mosaic Stadium. Riders trail by 12, haven't found the end zone tonight. 3 Brett Lothar field goals and a Dawson Hodge field goals, the scoring for the Riders thus far tonight. 2nd and long for the Bombers, 4 receivers to this near side of the field. That's where Wilson looks, fires, complete. Mitchell in the 20-yard line down to the 17 as he just kind of spun away. It was a stutter step, and I thought perhaps he had dropped the ball, but Mitchell comes up with the catch. Still going to be well shy of the first down,
This was a good job initially by the defensive backs, because what they do is the Winnipeg Blue Bombers try to run a longer route right up the seam to distract the eyes. They don't fall for it. They stay low, and when the quarterback does get the football low, they're able to break because they didn't commit to the longer throw, which is essentially the Bombers trying to distract them. Try to throw a rope-a-dope in there, Dave.
26-yard attempt coming up off the foot of Sergio Castillo. He's 1 of 1 from 31 tonight. This one will be from the left hash into the north end zone. Good snap, clean hold. The kick is up and through from Castillo, and he's 2 for 2, extending the Winnipeg lead to 27-12 with 13:10 to go in the fourth quarter. We'll take a timeout and come back with more in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Take care of your crops with the Fendt Rogator 900 Series sprayer. It's the industry's only rear boom sprayer with 2 height adjustable clearance for late season protection. Go from standard clearance to high clearance in less than 45 seconds and liquid to dry application in under 2 hours for maximum productivity. Your crops depend on spot-on placement, and this is the sprayer to get the job done. See the Fendt Rogator at AgriLink Equipment in Moose Jaw and Brownlee.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
First down throw from Jack Cohn to the far side. Skips incomplete, intended for Abdul Jannah Jr. It'll be 2nd down and 10 for the Riders with 12:34 to go in the fourth quarter, trailing 27-12 at their own 40. Back to pass. Cohn looks deep, can't find anyone. Now he has to scramble near side, being chased down, and now going to throw it near side. Daniel Weeb has it up to the 41-yard line, which is just beyond the initial line of scrimmage. So it's going to be a 2nd down, or pardon me, a 2 and out, and a second 2 and out kicking situation for the Riders.
Listen, obviously not a lot there for Jack Cohn. I thought he did a good job of just extending the play, and a good recognition of that by Daniel Weeb. He sees his quarterback really is running out of space and time. Tries to give him a target. Obviously, the low throw isn't going to get him the first down. It also avoids a sack, and you don't risk potentially fumbling the ball if the defensive end gets his hand in the right place. So kicking it in this case is good. You need a defensive turnover. We're only down 15, so, I mean, the Riders still have a good chance of getting back in this. Just got to make something happen quickly.
So get set to punt this football away to the Saskatchewan Roughriders from their own 27-yard line. That's where the punter stands in Joe Couch. High kick right to the middle of the field. Very returnable for the Bombers as they'll try to set it up. Coming to the near side is the returner across the 26, maybe 27-yard line. Nice downfield coverage there by the Riders. As coming back was Dylan Mitchell the other way, and the Bombers will have it with 11:20 to go. Winnipeg leading Saskatchewan 27-12. Another timeout as we'll come back in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Attention farmers. The Burgo Model Year 2026 order program is on now. Take advantage of the best pricing of the year on Burgo's seeding equipment, including their exciting new models. Whether you're upgrading or expanding, now is the perfect time to invest in the future of your farm. Visit Young's Equipment or call to see how a new Burgo seeding system can revolutionize your operation. Don't miss out on these incredible deals. Young's Equipment, your Burgo headquarters. Check youngs.ca today.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Teagan Witko back at Mosaic Stadium in Regina. 27-12, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers lead the Roughriders with 11:20 to go here in the fourth quarter. And I guess it's now or never for some guys on these two rosters,
you're
right?
running out of opportunities, right? And more importantly, the guys who are being promised, hey, you'll get in next series. Hey, we're going to go with, second string punt return here as soon as we can. I mean, they're looking at the clock and just hoping that happens for them.
So the Winnipeg Blue Bombers will scrimmage 1st and 10 at their 27-yard line after that punt return as Terry Wilson hands it off underneath, taking it to the 25, trying to get around the corner. 35, diving ahead to the 35-yard line was Jalen Hall. Perhaps that was Gavin Cobb, 82, not 87. My apologies. And yes, it was Gavin Cobb, and he'll spin around the corner and get close to the first down, a gain of about 8. As young Gavin Cobb shows his wheels there, of course, for a number of years. He used those wheels in Canada West football and had a sensational career. Going to be second down at about 3. They give him 7 on the carry. Tight ends in, handoff up the middle for Cooley, and Quentin Cooley gets across the 40, near the 41-yard line. That should be enough for the first down and more, as it'll move the sticks for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, who seemingly have been able to put drive after drive after drive together tonight.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, the Bombers have just consistently made plays, right? And right now, I mean, this actually is indicative of the regular season Blue Bombers, right? They've got a lead, and now they're going to start working the clock, right? They go into their run down the clock offense, if you will.
Gavin Cobb, 5'9", 170 out of Manitoba. Of course, he is a hometown boy and got 7 yards on that previous carry. As Wilson to pass underneath, and that's hammered away. Ball comes loose. Riders scoop it up, taking it back the other way. 10-5, touchdown Riders.
Incomplete pass is going to be ruled here. Great job separating the ball. I can't see which number. Maybe, I guess I should say, the license plate of that truck. It wouldn't surprise me if it was Jaden Dahlke.
Well, it was Robert Havier on the return, and boy, did he do a dance in the end zone. Unfortunately, all for naught, as the pass, like you say, was ruled incomplete. And if anything, he might have been down on the turf as well. Again, not going to matter at the end of it all. However, head coach Corey Mace may have his challenge flag out, and indeed he will.
Well, here's the thing, and the other thing is, too, Dave, is you want to see your guys competing, right? It doesn't matter what the score is. It doesn't matter how much time left on the clock. You want to see your guys competing.
Mosaic Fuels bring you coaches' reviews this season, proudly serving the ag community across southern Saskatchewan with reliable bulk fuel delivery and all your oil needs. Trust local, trust Mosaic. So, the officials are going to talk with head coach Corey Mace. I don't know if they want to convince him out of challenging this or not.
They're like, hey, Corey, probably should just act like you dropped the flag by accident.
There is a strong possibility. So they're going to challenge it. And like I say, I wouldn't be surprised if they rule it a completion with down by contact.
Yeah, right. No, I think that's a good call. You got a couple options here, right?
You're not going to bet the house on it?
No, definitely. No, I've already lost the parlay.
27-12, the Bombers lead. We'll take a timeout while this play is under review. 10:03 to go in the third quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. Hey football fans, Carla Beck here, leader of the Saskatchewan NDP, MLA for Regina Lakeview. I love this province, and I love this country, and there's nothing more Canadian than the CFL. 3 downs, not 4, wearing a watermelon on your head and cold beer on a hot summer day. We're working hard for a better future, but like you, I'll always make time for the green and white. And I can't wait for us to bring a certain cup back home. Call me at 306-522-1333.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, Tim Croker is getting set to make the call. They do have the ball scrimmaged right now. Do the officials at the 42-yard line of Winnipeg, indicating that the call on the field was an incomplete pass. Not calling Colson out in our studio downtown in Regina. He thinks this is going to be overturned and will become a fumble.
No, I don't know, man. The refs are setting up like this is going to be 2nd and 10.
All we're waiting is the Mazank Fuels Command Center review isn't quite complete yet, but this could really change the course of the game. Right now, 27-12, the Winnipeg Blue Bombers are leading. Olympic RTM's turnovers. The Riders have fumbled and been intercepted, while the Bombers did throw an interception as well.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. The ruling on the field is a catch and down by contact at 20-yard line, 2nd down.
So there you go, catch down by contact.
And it wasn't Jaden Dahlke, it was Phelan Sanford. So, I mean, a guy who struggled a little bit there in the first quarter had a touchdown thrown on him in man coverage. It's good to see him still out there competing, right? He separates the ball from the man. It's a good play by that youngster. Thought it was Jaden. It's like they're twins out there, him and Jaden Dahlke.
So this is interesting because Coach Mace challenged that it was a fumble, right, and not a completed pass, so I believe he'll lose a timeout. Indeed he does. So 2nd down and 12 now. Underneath, Wilson. Pass is complete. Near side flat up across the 45, near the 48-yard line. That still will be short of the first down, but the back Cooley was able to come up with the catch, and it looks like the Bombers will kick.
Yeah, this is a good job. Eddie Hecker doesn't make the play tackle here, but he makes the play for the Riders because he's the first guy in on the ball carrier, forces the ball carrier back inside to where all the help is coming down the pipe. So, again, that's one of those deals where sometimes you don't make the tackle, but you end up making the play for your team.
So the Bombers will kick this away from their 35-yard line, and Ibarasa and Sons punt return upcoming from Daniel Weeb, who stands at his 14-yard line to receive this. High kick from Sheehan. It's a backwards spiral almost, and now it'll take a bounce at the 22 into the arms of Weeb. Tries to make a man miss, and then he's going to be wrapped up, hangs onto the football, and that's where the Rider offense will go to work with 21, or from their own 21-yard line after a minimal return for Weeb. Ibarasa and Sons, they know grass, and you can cut grass like a pro with Toro Mowers from Ibarasa and Sons. Unmatched power, proven performance. Your perfect lawn starts here. Visit your local Ibarasa and Sons location today. John Hoffman not buying that there was any return on that. I thought it was a yard. He's a Saskatchewan kid, John. 39 yards on the punt, nothing on the return, according to John Hoffman. That's what he says. I don't know. I think there was a yard there, but you're going to have to explain it to the entire community of Herschel, Saskatchewan, where Daniel Weeb calls home. 9:03 to go in the fourth quarter. Winnipeg leading Saskatchewan 27-12. The Riders have it 1st and 10 now at their own 21-yard line. The officials imploring the Riders to break the huddle. However, Jack Cohn now steps in to hear what the play is, as the play came in to his helmet. And right now Tim Croker is having a conversation with the officials on the far side of the field, as is Mike O'Shea. So that seems to have resolved itself, and we're ready to play football again with 9:03 to go here in this preseason finale for both the Bombers and Riders after a smoky start to the day, which fortunately here in the Queen City has subsided.
Yeah, it turned into a really good day for football.
Handoff to Penix. He'll get across the 24, maybe the 25-yard line on the far side from Jack Cohn, who remains in the game at quarterback. Going to be a gain of about 3. It'll be 2nd down and 7.
Penix, nice, high and tight. That's how you want to, right? You can't see the replay here, Rider Nation, but when you get in and around traffic, you really protect that football. He had a defender hit him low, but still managed to hang on because of the way he was carrying that football.
2nd down for Saskatchewan. They're going to give Penix a gain of 4 on the play. Of course, John Hoffman didn't have anything to do with that spot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him anything. 5 receivers for Cohn on 2nd down. 3 to the near side. Cohn to pass over the middle.
Nice throw.
In and out of the arms of the intended receiver, is cutting back in 1st down territory. Right around the 39-yard line was the young Abdul Jana Jr., and it's incomplete, kicking time, Saskatchewan.
Yeah, you know what? I said this was a nice throw because of the velocity it had on it. It's just a little bit behind the receiver.
So Joe Couch will come out to punt this one away. Bailey Flint given the night off, as Joe Couch, who was re-signed this week, gets an opportunity to kick this one away from his 10-yard line. Standing in the middle of the field, Bombers one returner back at his own 35. Good snap. Couch going to try to angle it to the far side. Doesn't get all of it, but gets to the numbers on the 40. Returner brings it back to the 45, up, ended at the 49-yard line. Good downfield coverage by the Roughriders as Harris was in on the return for the Bombers, and they'll get it 1st and 10 when we come back. 7:47 to go in the fourth quarter. Winnipeg leads Saskatchewan 27-12. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. I love to dig. And when it comes to digging, we prairie dogs are naturals. But I want to make sure that when you dig safe. No matter what kind of project you're working on, we're talking at a huge construction site or just in your backyard, you got to find out where the underground lines are. And getting a line locate's the only way to know for sure. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
Dig safe. Dig like Doug. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Teagan Witko at Mosaic Stadium. 7-12. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers lead the Saskatchewan Roughriders with 7:47 to go in the fourth quarter. Bombers, after that return, will scrimmage 1st and 10 at their 50-yard line, pardon me. Terry Wilson, who's played the bulk of the game after all 4 quarterbacks got into the first half for the Bombers, hands it off to Quentin Cooley. He'll dance his way across the 50 and then jumps across the 52 to the 54. A nice gain of 4 on 1st down for the Bombers.
I love this kid Cooley, not going to lie. Right, I mean,
so 2nd down and 5. They put the ball just shy of the midfield stripe on the Bombers' side of center. Ball left-hand hash. Wilson in the gun, 3 receivers far side. Cooley, the lone back in the backfield. Going to hand it off to the receiver, trying to get to the far side. He's met in the backfield and just barely gets back to the line of scrimmage. Nice job by the Riders to swarm the ball
really
carrier,
good, yeah.
and Nick Weeb comes up with a tackle for the Riders as trying to get around that corner on the outside was Bryson Daughtry.
Gideon Ajay did a good job too. I mean, again, yes, he misses the tackle. However, whenever you're missing the tackle, as long as you're missing it to the inside, forcing guys on the inside where your defense can come, give you a hand. You see on the replay, he just, boom, the runner gets inside. But look at that. Number 43 is coming down to fill that gap. Nick Weeb.
Yep.
Nick Weeb, who we've been excited about.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting an opportunity to play after being on a pitch count for much of training camp following his knee injury last year. As a high kick by Castillo. Going to be fielded back inside the 10 of the Riders. Taken there, dancing, trying to find some room. None to be had, though, is trying to skip his way was Daniel Weeb, another Saskatchewan Husky. He'll get up near the 12, 13-yard line. Not much running room there for the returner for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. And
you know, I'll tell you what, remember we talked about the importance of special teams in the preseason, especially for the guys who are on the bubble. I think the return teams on both sides have played well today, right? So I'd love to be a fly on the wall in that special teams room watching this film, right? When you're sitting there and you're like, man, I like this guy. He's not a starter. He's American too, but look what he's doing on spec, right? Like, oh, man, the conversations are incredible.
A 6-yard return on the Ibarasa and Sons punt return by Daniel Weeb. It's 1st and 10 Riders at their own 15. Hand off to Trent Penix on the far side. He'll get across the 15-yard line up near the 17 for a gain of close to 4.
This was really well blocked initially. It was just one Bombers defender that kind of blew up this whole play because we had the space. Again, we always got to remind ourselves, right? The Bombers are in training camp.
Yeah,
too,
that's right. Absolutely.
We get so excited to see which Rider guys are making plays and out there, and you're just like, oh, yeah, I forgot about these other guys.
5:28 and counting to go in the fourth quarter. Winnipeg in front of Saskatchewan by a couple of scores. It's 27-12. Jack Cohen in at quarterback for the Roughriders. It is 2nd down and 6. Back to pass. Feels the pressure. Throws it. It's in and out of the arms of Missouri as he came across, was open, but just couldn't squeeze it, and it almost landed in Mitch Picton's arms.
You've got to catch
incomplete.
This is a 1st down throw. I'm telling you, man, I'm putting it right on there. There's no way that Jack Cohn cannot be your 3rd-string quarterback on this ride. This kid is coming out. He's playing with confidence. He's throwing the ball. He's got the velocity. He knows where he's going to go with it. He's making good decisions. He needs some help. Missouri needs to catch that.
8 of 14 for 87 yards on the night for Jack Cohn thus far. The incompletion, though, forces Joe Couch to come out to kick this one away. He stands at his 2-yard line on this. 5 minutes and counting to go here in the fourth quarter. Bombers have one back to return. Couch. Kick is a high wobbler, but it's taken by the Bombers inside their 49-yard line. Dancing towards the outside and eventually into the sideline, and the bench is the returner, and not much there, but the Bombers will go back to work. It is going to be a 1st down with 4:46 to go here in the fourth quarter.
And here's the other thing, right? Like, there are guys that are like, oh man, I know I'm next up. I've been in this situation, right? Where when I was very young in my career, 1st, 2nd year, I remember saying, okay, hey, Luke, you got the last part, you got the rest of the fourth quarter. And then I remember being in a situation watching our offense put together a drive. And you're like, no, we need you to fumble it or something so I can get on the field.
Cheering against the team.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to get your opportunity to put some film together.
Handoff through the middle for the Bombers on 1st down. Going to be good for a gain of maybe 2, potentially 3. Quentin Cooley on the carry once again for the Bombers.
This starts with Eric Black understanding where his gap is moving to, and then seeing a blocker coming around. So he's getting a puller. He knows he has to get underneath the puller, because what that's going to do is it's going to bubble the running back, and when it bubbles the running back, that's where the rest of the defense understand. That's how it's supposed to design to go. Now your linebackers are flowing over the top, making a tackle.
2nd down and 6 after a run of 4 for Quentin Cooley on 1st down. 3 receivers, 2 in motion, far side for Wilson on 2nd down. He'll swing it underneath, and that's going to be caught. It looked like it skipped on the carpet. Oh, and indeed it did.
Yeah.
The official on the near side rules incomplete as it was intended for Bryson Daughtry.
I think if we had more cameras going in the regular season, what you would have saw is the catch. But as he caught it, the ball he then secured it because the ball was between the grass and his gloves, which forced the ball up into his gloves, right? So you can't have three hands as a wide receiver.
No. True.
It'd be nice.
So Evan James will come on to punt now for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. 3:47 and counting to go here in the fourth quarter. A 2-and-out for the Saskatchewan Roughrider defense and a high spiraling kick that Daniel Weeb is going to take down at his 10, up to the 15. Speed burst near the 19, but he runs into a couple of Winnipeg Blue Bombers in their white jerseys. They'll haul him down, and it'll be a gain of about 9 on that Ibarassa and Sons punt return. Ibarassa and Sons cut grass like a pro with Tower mowers from Ibarassa and Sons. Unmatched power, proven performance. Your perfect lawn starts here. Visit your local Ibarassa and Sons location today. 9 on the return there for Daniel Weeb with 3:36 left in the fourth quarter.
All right. Now, 3-minute drill situation, right? You always rep in these situations. More importantly, it's a nice opportunity for Mark Mueller as well. Like, hey, I have my 3-minute offense. I want to pare it down. I don't want to show too much. But, hey, I got this system of plays right here that I want to see if Jack Cohn can execute with.
Well, Cohn has Trent Penix in the backfield beside him. First down. Shotgun snap is good. Cohn slings near side. That's complete near the Rider bench at the 32-yard line. Knocked out of bounds was Jana Jr. And it'll be a first down for Bazandowski Agencies.
This is a great catch by Jana Jr., right? I mean, you got to get your feet in bounds, right? You can see him gearing down. He knows where the sideline is, so it's great awareness. Jack Cohn puts it on him. You got a strong catch, but more importantly, you're moving the sticks. Clock's moving, but again, that's a ton of time in the CFL.
3:08 to go now. Cohn in the gun. Going to sneak in a play before the 3-minute warning, it would appear. Calls the receivers to the line, gets it off. Cohn looks to pass over the middle. That ball complete again. Down to the 42-yard line as Nasiri has it. A gain of about 8 with 2:54 remaining.
Nasiri coming across the field. You know, that's one of the more successful pieces of this offense we saw last year out of Mueller. He did a good job of freeing up guys coming across the field. Cohn, very patient here. He sees the crosser. He's just waiting until that crosser creates some space between himself and the defender to put the ball on him.
3-minute warning being given, brought to you by Brett Young. More bushels per acre. We can get behind that. Visit brettyoung.ca for canola hybrids that are the best fit for your farm. And if you missed us earlier, of course, on the Rider Nation pregame show, Luke, I know that you are dealing with the absolute worst-case scenario for community and for people in northern Saskatchewan and northern Manitoba when it comes to the wildfire fight. Again, how can we help people? Because I know there's firefighters on the ground, there's volunteers, it's so much and so many things that are working right now.
Yeah, I think that's been the biggest thing, right? You've got the SPSA, you've got community chiefs, PBCN, PAGC here in Saskatchewan. Right, everybody's got a role to play, right? Red Cross is playing a role. But more importantly, people are calling us and saying, how can we get involved, right? We're not the experts. We're not involved in actual operations. How can we support? Redcross.ca, we do have an appeal open to support the gaps that are going to exist in this response if you do want to get involved, right? And it's been great to see, but again, right, acknowledgement to our First Nation communities, acknowledgement to PBCN, acknowledgement to PAGC, to the chiefs, to council, and to our communities that are in the worst situation they could possibly imagine. None of us are able to comprehend the situation they're in, right?
No.
But it's nice to see that people from all over the province, and also in the province of Manitoba with the communities there, do want to help.
And again, go to redcross.ca for your help today as the Riders try to help themselves on second down and short. They need 2, and Trent Penix tries to twist his way towards the 45-yard line, which should be good for the first down.
Yeah, I think he did get it out. You know, I've noticed that Penix is another guy, and I'm not sure. I mean, when I was in the Canadian Football League, we were always taught it seems the running backs are holding the ball just a little bit differently than we got to ask Trent Penix or one of these guys.
So first down for the Riders. Cone back to pass. Has time. Looks to the far side. Little timing route and a nice job of coming back to it. And they're going to rule that a catch on the far side. Joe Robicelli.
Robicelli is battling for this football. So I think that right now on film, if we're Rider Nation, if you and I, we've been following the journey, I think that it's good. I would predict that Robicelli's done enough. You never know, right, how this depth chart, but Robicelli, maybe not done enough. Robicelli is making it exceptionally hard on the coaching staff when it comes to him.
First down for the Riders. Cone feels the pressure, and it comes from the Bombers through the middle. They'll wrap up Cone for a sack of about 7 yards.
Yeah.
And that's a tough one to take with 2.5 to go.
You're just seeing a stunt in the middle, right? So you got one defensive tackle going to his left who's starting from the right. You got the other crossing underneath them. And what happened here is the defensive tackle that looped first essentially ricocheted back up and was the one who caused the pressure.
Cone in the gun, second and long, back to pass, throws it, and that's knocked down as he gets hammered. You're right, in the backfield, and it'll be incomplete third down.
Well, it was a great spin move from the right defensive tackle, and Robicelli just gets hit just as he's releasing the ball.
So they'll bring up a 3rd and 16 now as Dawson Hodge will get an opportunity to punt. He's kicked and punted. And again, the last Rough Rider to do that was your guy, Luca Conji, in a game.
Luca. I tell you what, man, we could tell some stories. Rider broadcast after hours. Boy.
Good snap. Nice kick there by Hodge. Boy, does he hammer it and down inside the numbers on this near side of the 15. And then great downfield coverage by the Riders to boot. Nice job as Ajay gets down there quickly. The draft pick out of the University of Calgary wraps up the returner for Winnipeg. Really no measurable return. Nice job by the Saskatchewan Roughriders. And here comes the Bombers offense with 2:12 to go. 36-yard punt, 5 yards on the return.
Again, your return teams, right? And that's when you look at the decisions this coaching staff has to make, a big part of this goes into the special teams production, and there hasn't been any drop-off. Guys have been in the right position. Guys have wrapped guys up, right? So the cover units on both sides have looked great.
Wilson still in the game for the Bombers at quarterback. It's 1st and 10 from the Winnipeg 20-yard line. Wilson. Little handoff underneath, going the far side, going to get to the 20, dancing around, still on his feet. Is the ball carrier. Is Wallace has got it. Going to be tackled on the play by Straker. And it's a gain of about 4, second down coming up.
I'll tell you what, we saw some phenomenal blocking from Cooley.
Yeah,
he's carried the ball well, but Cooley absolutely obliterates as the lead blocker. 2 guys in green and white.
Robert Javier was one of them.
This is the identity of the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. It's the reason why they've been in so many Grey Cups as of late. They are a physical football team. That's where their foundation is, right? You're seeing them in their game preservation offense right now. This offense right here that they're running is designed to run out the clock. It's designed to take out the physical will of their opponent by pounding and pounding. And that's why you have Brady Oliveira, who's been such a massive success. Not only is he a fantastic running back, he is tough as nails, right? And his offensive line, they are founded in being tough. And when you get to these situations where they're closing you down and you're behind, you go and it's tough to be on that field, just being grinded out.
Wow, Quentin Cooley, tough run there as he gets near the line of scrimmage, but no more, as the Riders do a nice job of getting up and stopping up that running lane very quickly. And now the Bombers are going to kick with 1:59 to go in the fourth quarter. Winnipeg leading 27-12.
Cooley just gets off the tackle. Of number 74, Liam Hoskins, who I think has appeared a couple times.
Yeah, we talked about him.
I think that he's done a great job too, right? But just a strong back, manages to get off the tackle of Hoskins, gets what he can, but still we're keeping him in a punt situation.
High spiraling kick to Daniel Weeb. Goes back to return for Eberas and Sons. Bobbles it initially. Now he's going to take off to the near side. Tries to get to the corner and then turns it back up to the 41 yard line is Daniel Weeb. A little excitement on that return as he was able to find a seam when there seemingly was none. And he gets back to the middle of the field. And here comes Jack Cohn in the offense.
Well, one of the things I loved about that play, it wasn't spectacular, but what you did see was the ability to accelerate, right? That's what makes all great returners. Right, when you're in traffic, right, you've got guys hanging over, and all of a sudden you get a little bit of space. And we saw that acceleration that is incredibly valuable to returners. So that's a good sign for young Daniel Weeb.
1st and 10, Saskatchewan ball on their 41-yard line. 1:41 to go. Here in the fourth quarter, Winnipeg in front 27-12. 3 receivers to this near side of the formation for Jack Cohn. Trent Penix, the lone back in the backfield. Some pre-motion or pre-movement before the snap. No whistle down. Completion to the far side of the field. His bodies are flying. His guys refusing to go down and fighting for yards on a little wide receiver screen on that far side.
That was a quick out that should have been called offside, but hey. The refs didn't blow the whistle. Keep on going. Abdul Janae.
Yeah. So 7 yards on the reception. 2nd and 3. Ball moves up to the 48-yard line with 1:32 to go in the ball game. Football's on the left-hand far hash. 5 receiver look for Cohn. Low snap. He picks it up, though, and now he'll fire over the middle. Mitch Picton has it up to the 50-yard line, and that'll be good for another Bazandowski Agency's first down. Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance. It's Cooperators Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services.
One of the biggest qualities for a receiver is toughness, right? You got to be able to take a licking and keep on ticking. Robustelli was banged up, comes back in, still playing hard.
Cohn back to pass, first down, ball complete inside the Winnipeg 40 to the 39-yard line. Nice job by Picton to make the catch and then get down with 1:14 and counting to go on the clock.
I'm going to stop talking about Cohn. I'm just going to let everybody else just keep watching, watching, because I've been trying to tell everybody. Nobody wanted to listen to me.
Make them make a decision,
totally.
right?
You got to make it hard on the coaching staff, right? I think Robustelli's done that, and Cohn's out here doing it now.
First down, going to throw it far side. That is complete up near the 29-yard line. As bringing it in was Robustelli on the far side.
It's the confidence. Look, he knows he's in the 1-minute drill. Look, getting his guys together. Hey, here's what we're running. Right? Making sure everybody knows where they're going. Talking to the running back, making sure he knows where his blocking assignment is or where he's going if he's in the pass.
2nd and 3 after the 7-yard gain. Cohn looking, throws it far side. That's complete. Coming out of the backfield to make the catch. That looked like it might have been Mario Anderson that made the play, and indeed it was good to see him back into the game after being shaken up earlier.
And here's again, so the Bombers do a great job. Nobody really opened downfield, right? But again, you saw that communication pre-snap with Cohn and Anderson. As soon as Anderson realizes there's no Bombers that he needs to block, he gets out into the flat and gets the football.
1st and 10 Riders, ball on the 26 of Winnipeg. 47 seconds and counting. Cohn is in the gun. 3 receivers far side. Back to pass. Pressure coming. He throws it to Anderson, who's got a lane. 15, 10, down to the 5-yard line before finally being tackled up with 36 seconds left on the clock.
It's a good job. You've got the underneath route, or sorry, not the underneath, the out route from depth from Anderson. You've got 2 Riders receivers running deeper routes, trying to occupy the eyes of the defensive back. Good throw, good catch, first down and goal.
Inside the Ashdown Furniture and Interiors red zone. Handoff. Anderson. Goal line. Touchdown. Riders score.
Good job.
Finally they do it. Getting into the end zone is the offense for the first time in 2025. And it's Mario Anderson with a 4-yard scamper.
Jack Cohn engineers a perfect 1-minute drill. Mario Anderson finishes the drive off. He had 2 critical catches in that drive, so he was a big part of it before it got down to the 5-yard line. Then he does the rest by breaking a couple tackles, getting into the end zone, and he could have probably ran for another 15 yards the way he was running with the football. That is a great job, especially for a young man who had a fumble earlier that led to a touchdown, right? We talked about it. This is preseason. You can't make mistakes like that, and it was a great job. He's resilient, comes back, keeps the things that he can control as the priority, and now he finds the end zone. Great
Riders
job.
Going for 2 with Jack Cohn on the right-hand hash. Extra bodies inside. He'll pull it back down near side to the goal line and in. Daniel Weeb spins the ball and gets into the end zone for 2.
Yeah, and Daniel Weeb had to get through some traffic there. It wasn't like he had a walk in the park to get that 2-point conversion. There was about 4 guys, 2 green and white jerseys, 2 blue and gold jerseys, and he ran through all 4 of them.
Touchdown drive brought to you by Nelson GM and Assiniboine Avonlea. They'll find a vehicle to match your lifestyle. Proudly serving Southern Saskatchewan for over 65 years. The Saskatchewan Roughriders do a nice job of taking the football after a 2-and-out by the defense, marching it down the field, capping it off with a 4-yard touchdown run by Mario Anderson. And then the 2-point convert added by Daniel Weeb.
Well, and the other thing is, too, right, I know that I was incredibly complimentary of Jack Cohn in the last 2 drives here, and he engineered that, but again, that was a complete offensive effort, right? The offensive line blocked things up right. When needed, you had a running back that understood where he needed to be on the field, gave a couple nice outlet routes to his quarterback because nothing else was open downfield, right? The offensive line giving Jack Cohn time, that was really a complete offensive drive led by Jack Cohn, getting guys in and out of the huddle, getting guys in the right spot, helping guys understand where they need to go. Obviously, the Bombers weren't blitzing as much. They're a team that lets you kind of chip your way down the field and then tries to take the goal line away from you in the regular season. Didn't see a ton of blitzes, but again, you got to control what you can control, and that was a great drive by that offensive unit.
7-play, 69-yard drive, 6 throws, 1 run for the Saskatchewan Roughriders offense. As we now get set for a kickoff from Dawson Hodge, and the Riders look like they've lined up something maybe for an onside kick. Now,
nope.
Hodge approaches, nails it down to the 15 of Winnipeg with 25 seconds left on the clock. Dancing is the returner to the 30. 35 going to step out of bounds at the 37-yard line, and no more. Nice return there for the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, David Wallace. And here comes the Bombers offense with 21 seconds remaining. Winnipeg leads Saskatchewan 27-20.
I would assume this is going to be victory formation here. You got 21 seconds. Can't see the timeout a lot. I mean, no, the Riders don't have a timeout, right? So
no, they lost their timeout.
Yeah, you really can't put up a fight here. If the Bombers come up here, they take a couple knees, game's over.
And that looks exactly what the Bombers are going to do with Terry Wilson at the quarterback. Steps in under center. Victory formation for the Bombers here at Mosaic Stadium from their own 37. Wilson takes a knee with exactly 20 seconds left to go. I think that Tim Croker, the referee, was hoping that the 1 second would drift off the clock so that
so you
could go ahead and put one more knee down.
Croker's like, get me out of here. Hey, listen, not the result the Riders want in the win, in the win and loss column, obviously, and I think that the last time I heard us losing in the preseason last week, right, I think that Mace did a good job of holding the team accountable to the desired result. But I think guys got some good film work here. Some guys didn't, some guys did.
So the final score, 27-20. We're going to go downstairs momentarily before we head to break, but the Saskatchewan Roughriders will wrap up the preseason 0-2, dropping 2 consecutive to the Blue Bombers, but it will be a much different looking roster when the Saskatchewan Roughriders kick it off for real, if you will, with the regular season opener next Thursday night here at Mosaic Stadium against the Ottawa Red Blacks. As we watch downfield, and we'll be joining Teagan Witko momentarily. 27-20, the final score is a game that was delayed by an hour due to the smoky conditions. Fortunately, cleared out nicely, and once it did, we were in for a pretty good night of football. The Winnipeg Blue Bombers enjoyed it a little bit more as really Zach Caleros came in and put the game away, going 2 for 2 for 80 yards and a touchdown.
Caleros came in, he's like, fine. I guess I got to do something in the preseason if they really want me to. I'll just go through 2 touchdown passes and get out of there.
Yeah, absolutely. And 2 for 2, 80 yards for Zach Caleros. Chris Strevler went 8 of 10 for 76 yards, threw a touchdown, but also threw an interception in the football game here tonight. So that was the quarterbacks, and all 4 Winnipeg Blue Bomber quarterbacks were able to get in and on the field. Let's go downstairs to field level. That's where Teagan Witko is standing by with a special guest. Teagan?
Well, I'm down here with Saskatoon native Daniel Weeb, and I first and foremost just want to know, as a rookie, what does it feel like walking into this stadium with that song playing, all the fireworks, all the fans? What's it like?
Yeah, I mean, it's a dream come true to be out here, and just to have this opportunity, it means everything to me. I've grown up wanting to play professional football, another step on the journey, and now we just got to kind of wait to see what happens tomorrow and see if we'll be playing it this year. But yeah, it was great.
You said to Dave Thomas earlier this week that you were going to be locked in, loaded, ready to go. Do you feel like you left anything on the field?
There's always things you kind of want back, but overall, I feel like I gave my best effort every play, and I'm happy with how that went. And like I kind of said earlier, not trying to focus too much on the outcome, just kind of how I'm feeling with effort-wise. And I felt effort was there. Things to clean up for sure, but I'm happy with the performance.
Thanks for this, Daniel.
Thank you very much.
Back to you.
Thanks so much, Teagan Witko, down at field level here at Mosaic Stadium. Of course, her sideline updates brought to you by Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers. On the Quality Tire scoreboard, the final score tonight, Winnipeg 27, Saskatchewan 20. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, qualitytire.ca. Hang tight, Saskatchewan. We're going to break it down for you, and you can chime in too. The 5th quarter postgame show is coming up next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you're looking to clear the land, scrape, demolish, or lift, come on down to Redhead Equipment, where we've got 0% financing for 60 months on Case compact track loaders, Case skid steer loaders, and 2.9% financing for 60 months on Case wheel loaders OAC. Certain conditions apply. This deal lasts now through June 30th, 2025. See store for details or visit us online at redheadequipment.ca. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
Premier Scott Moe.
Your Saskatchewan party government is delivering for you. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world today, but Saskatchewan's economy remains strong and steady. Our strong and steady economy means more jobs. It means we can lower taxes, build more schools, recruit more doctors and nurses, and shorten our wait times, and deliver all of the services you expect and deserve from your government. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Here at Cooperators, we can help you invest in a way that's right for you. Like the starting to invest later has to be better than never plan. Talk to us today about how we can turn the investing goals you've made into investing realities.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Tom Bamford in Regina a call at 306-949-6633 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
It's time to upgrade to Kloss during the Kloss limited inventory sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Kloss Axion tractors, or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arion tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Kloss dealer about the limited inventory sale or visit kloss.com. Kloss, made for more.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. The time clock isn't stopping, and on the field, Delero Complete Fungicide from Bayer has not disappointed its Prairie Pulse grower fans. Outstanding defense. 3 modes of action deliver powerful broad-spectrum disease control. Dominating O-line. Managing both anthracnose and Ascochyta Group 11 resistant biotypes. For powerful pulse performance and bin-boasting yields, put Delero Complete in your starting lineup this season. Ask your local retailer today. Always read and follow label directions.
The final gun is sounded, the outcome is in the books. Now it's time to break it down with analysts who have been in the trenches. See our game stars live from the Roughriders locker room, and head coach Corey Mace will join us with his thoughts. This is the fifth quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Have something to say? Text 306-546-6262 to share your analysis with our team. Now back to Justin Dunn, Teagan Witko, Dave Thomas, and Luc Mullinder.
That's it. That does it for your Saskatchewan Roughriders preseason as the Riders fall 27-20 to the rival Winnipeg Blue Bombers at Mosaic Stadium. We're waiting on our game stars and our coach's comments from Corey Mace. It's the fifth quarter post-game show in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. And it's time to rewind the game with the post-game rewind, which is brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs, visit prairieguntraders.ca.
As Streveler's back to pass, looking far side, has a man in the end zone. Touchdown, Winnipeg. Nice play by the Blue Bombers, and all alone in the end zone was Carrick Wheatfall. First down play for the Bombers. Back to pass. Big throw going deep far side. It's complete down inside Saskatchewan territory. All the way down to the 40-yard line. Is hauling it in there. Wow, welcome back. Is making the catch was Dalton Schoen on a rocket. Caleros throwing it up again. Has a man behind coverage. And he's got a touchdown. Caleros another 40 yards into the end zone and into the backfield from this left side of the field. Mayer to pass. Feels the pressure. Finds Picton across the 25. 15 down to the 10-yard line. First down as Mitch Picton hit on the numbers by Jake Mayer. Brett Lother is going to come out and attempt a 16-yard field goal. Good snap. Nice hold by Joe Couch. And the ball goes through the upright. Bombers have 5 receivers in motion far side. He's Streveler loading up, throws it up, and it's picked off. The Riders have it on an Olympic RTM's turnover and bring it back the other way to the 50. Down inside Winnipeg territory all the way down to the 10-yard line. They hand the ball off, but it pops loose, and it's going to be scooped up by the Blue Bombers. They'll bring it back the other way. It's a foot race to midfield. Down the far sideline, still going. Down to the 20, 10, 5, touchdown. At their own 5-yard line, Artopius pumps once, feels the pressure, and he'll get brought down inside the 5-yard line. The Riders get home, and a big sack. First down play. Fake the handoff. Mayer rolls near side, down near the goal line, and that's intercepted. The Bombers have it at the goal line, and they come up, step up, and make a huge play. Well, Jake Mayer will be tasked with that. He's got 5 receivers at his disposal, 3 near side. He's back to pass, looking deep, has a man, far side, it's caught down inside the 20 to the 15-yard line, Joe Robicelli. So now just inside the 25-yard line is where Joe Couch will take his knee, gets a clean snap. Lother doesn't miss this time and makes it 21-6. Terry Wilson fakes the handoff, drops the football, picks it up, and is sacked. 53 for Brett Lother. It's a good hold. The kick is up, end over end, and he nails it. 53 for Brett Lother. It's a good hold. The kick is up, end over end, and he nails it. Joe Couch, the holder. Hughes with the snap, that's clean. The hold is good. Kick up, good. Dawson Hodge makes his first Canadian Football League field goal attempt as it's first down. Fake the handoff to Cooley, and back in the backfield, wrapped up Terry Wilson. Another quarterback sack by your Saskatchewan Roughriders as Liam Hoskins gets home. This one will be from the left hash into the north end zone. Good snap, clean hold. The kick is up and through from Castillo, and he's 2 for 2, extending the Winnipeg lead to 27-12. Cone is in the gun. 3 receivers far side. Back to pass. Pressure coming. He throws it to Anderson, who's got a lane. 15, 10, down to the 5-yard line before finally being tackled up with 36 seconds left on the clock. Handoff. Anderson. Goal line. Touchdown. Riders score. The final score tonight, Winnipeg 27, Saskatchewan 20.
Those were the highlights from the Riders' final preseason game, as now we can look towards the regular season. Make sure you stick with us. We're going to have our Game Star selections live outside the Roughriders locker room, and also Corey Mace's comments coming up. Make sure you stick with us. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
B&A Petroleum is a Southern Saskatchewan family-owned business that's there for you. They've been supporting their clients for over 30 years with locations in several communities throughout the southern part of the province. B&A Petroleum is available for all your bulk fuel and lubricant needs, with propane at selected locations Monday to Friday. And don't forget, their Cardlock location is accessible 24 hours for your convenience. B&A Petroleum. Fuel you once, fuel you forever.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Revolutionize your operation and get more power with a Fendt 1100 Vario MT. The Fendt 1100 Vario MT not only touts the highest horsepower in the industry, but is the only track tractor of this size to feature the revolutionary Vario CVT transmission. Get uncompromising performance and reliability with Fendt. See the Fendt 1100 track tractors at Ag World Equipment in Kinistino.
Here at Cooperators, we can help you invest in a way that's right for you. Like the starting to invest later has to be better than never plan. Talk to us today about how we can turn the investing goals you've made into investing realities.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Kirsty Griffiths in Regina a call at 306-359-2667 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Start counting the days. Country Thunder Saskatchewan is almost here with Jason Aldean, Def Leppard, and Bailey Zimmerman.
You're the last thing that
Plus Nate Smith, Tyler Hubbard, Kip Moore, Tim Hicks, and many more. All your favorite artists together on one stage. Experience Country Thunder Saskatchewan in Craven, July 10th to 13th. Tickets at countrythunder.com.
We know what happened. Now let's talk about how it happened. Watch our analysts live at sportscage.com. This is the fifth quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
We're back on the fifth quarter post-game show, and let's go to Mosaic Stadium with Dave Thomas for our unsung hero of the game.
Well, and, you know, I'm going to – you talk about making the most of the situation that you have at hand, right? And Daniel Weeb, whom we heard from with Teagan Witko on the field, he made the most of the situation. Of course, the punt returners were banged up. He wants to make this roster, knows he has to do it on special teams. He's likely not going to be on a cover team, being at 5'11", but he did what he had to do on special teams, stepped in with punt return after punt return, showed some flair, and Luc, I think, nailed it right on the head when he said that right off the bat, you can see that burst of speed that he possesses. Now, he was in on offense, had an opportunity to make some plays, which he did when those came about, and then, of course, capped his evening off with that two-point convert. So the unsung hero tonight is rookie Daniel Weeb, the 8th-round selection.
Great choice, and we were being told that head coach Corey Mace is ready down outside the Roughriders locker room and with us. Dave, why don't you kick us off with the first question?
Well, Coach, give me your impression on this game. It was anything but a typical football game with the late start and all. What did you see?
Yeah, you know, I think certainly it was, you know, a little bit of a hurry up and wait for you know, both teams. But, you know, luckily we were able to get the game going and, you know, give these guys an opportunity for us to evaluate, you know, as they went out there. So, you know, obviously at the end of it, you know, we go into every game hoping to come out with a W. I thought, you know, we found ourselves in a hole pretty early and throughout the majority of the game, but proud of the way the guys kept fighting.
Coach, what did you tell the guys as that situation was unfolding with the smoke, the air quality, ultimately the game being delayed 1 hour?
Yeah, Duncan, we had kind of inkling, early in the day. I just told them, hey, business as usual until we get more updates. Guys were in here warming up inside in the locker room and in the weight room. And then, we just kept them up to date as we were getting information from the league. But, the guys, kudos to them for staying locked in. You don't want to tell them that, hey, we're not going, and then we do go, from a mental standpoint. So we just rolled with prepare to play. Whenever that is, we'll spot the ball, we'll get it going.
Joe Robustelli did not seem to be affected by the delay, had a massive game for the Riders, 6 catches for 119 yards. His story's unbelievable. The fact that he's kind of just young as a football player, Coach Mace. How quickly has he come along, and what does his performance do tonight for him in terms of the roster in the regular season?
Yeah, I think for Joe, having the experience being with us last year on the PR, he all the things that, I think people saw today is things we've seen from him on the practice field. We just wanted to see it translate to the game. So really proud of the way that he went out there and performed. And, he battled through it a little bit. I know he got banged up a little bit, but he just kept on trucking, man. So, none of that stuff is kind of a surprise to us when it comes to Joe. He's been shown to be that kind of player for quite some time. So, we asked these guys to put their best foot forward. I believe he did that.
Joe was catching passes from both quarterbacks that played in this football game. You pretty much stuck to your plan, Coach. Jake Mayer playing a half, and then Jack Cohn playing the second half. How do you assess each guy, Jake and Jack, from the performance today?
Yeah, I think, ultimately they both had some good drives. Some passes I thought that were there that we couldn't quite snag, but I thought the quarterbacks read it out fairly well. And then, I know Jake, I thought the DB made a good play there on the interception from Winnipeg, which is unfortunate as we were driving down the field there. And then, Jack had good command, got to run some no-huddle situations. So it's good to see them evaluate. So again, it's one of those things where, we'll go back and look at the details of everything once we get to the tape, and, we'll have to put ourselves in lock ourselves in a room and make some decisions. But, again, same with Joe, this is no surprise from either of those guys. Obviously Jake's background in this league and certainly what we've seen in Jack to this point. So just pleased again with the depth that we have in the quarterback room.
Coach, week over week, I know how high you hold your players to a standard, and there's accountability in achieving that standard. Did you see progression week over week?
A little bit. There was a couple things. I thought we had some bonehead mistakes as far as penalties are concerned. That was, that's just kind of disheartening. Post-play penalties and, lining up offsides and stuff, things we can control. So I thought we were doing okay there for a minute. And then, there was a couple that certainly was not pleased with. But overall, I think just the will to fight to the very, the last play. That's kind of the culture that I believe we have in the locker room, and certainly it showed as the guys that were out there today. They kind of jumped into the culture right away.
You articulated it extremely well yesterday, Coach. The amount of effort, the amount of time, and really the amount of all around when you're you look at the grand scope of things with your athletes and what they have done over the last 4 weeks to make now decisions tougher for you. Can you explain to the fans what these players have put on the line to try to make this team?
Yeah, it's we just talked about it there at the locker room. It's a tough situation because ultimately, we're going to have to put together a team, and that's going to leave some guys, out of a job, man. And it's hard for these guys. It's a tough pill to swallow. You give everything, whether it's your time, you're sacrificing away from your loved ones, or physically your body, the hours that we require from these guys during training camp, from a mental aspect. It's a lot, man. It's full commit. And, unfortunately, there's going to be some guys that are going to be left without a job, and this is, what they've chosen to be their career path. ultimately to feed and support their families, right? So, we don't lose sight of that. I think within the organization, we understand that there's definitely a human element to it. I just wanted to make sure that, that those guys knew how much we appreciate everything. And then, ultimately things will shake out the way they will tomorrow.
Coach Mace, we'll get you out on this. Did the team come out healthy from this last preseason game?
Yeah, I'll get some more information. I did see, there was a few guys that got dinged early that, we just kind of removed to not make it any worse. And, some other guys that were, really pushing through it there. Some guys are coming out, they're going back in. So, it is a physical game, man. And, obviously, we want to prepare ourselves to get ready for the season and have as many healthy bodies as possible. But, you can't ignore the physicality of the game. And, hopefully it's just nothing serious.
Thanks for the time, Coach. Next time we'll talk to you, regular season football.
Let's go, baby. Appreciate you, boys.
That's head coach Corey Mace with his post-game comments. Sounds like, at least on first blush, that the Riders came out fairly healthy. Couple, nicks and dings, Wes Cates that you pick up along the way. Didn't seem like anything stood out from an injury perspective tonight. But how about Joe Robustelli balling out, man?
He looked like a stud tonight. I'm like, is this dude not in the starting lineup? Why not? I mean, he was getting off the line. The first catch he had, great separation. Then, he had several targets, almost 10 targets. And you're talking about offense that was struggling and sputtering a little bit early. But obviously he was one of the guys that was getting open, creating some separation and giving the quarterbacks the confidence to get the ball to him. And to get over 100 in the game is always a plus, right? So I think he definitely showed improvement and showed that he deserves some reps in the regular season. I mean, obviously he's a young guy and the receiving core is deep, so maybe that won't happen off the hop, but if he keeps just working the way he's working, I'm sure we'll see him down the line sometime this season.
Let's see what shakes out. We're still awaiting our game stars, both offensively and defensively, outside of the Roughriders locker room. Don't go anywhere. Exclusive interviews coming up. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscades.com. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See how Western Ag professional agronomy can help your farm at growmoreprofit.com.
Choosing what restaurant to go to? Difficult. Choosing a wireless deal at SaskTel? Easy. When you switch to SaskTel and choose your savings, you'll have no regrets. Switch to SaskTel and choose to save $10 a month for 24 months or get up to $250 off a new phone. Visit SaskTel.com/choice for details. Conditions apply.
It's game time on the field and in the field. New 2025 Selford models are priced to move till June 30th, but your best deals end June 9th. Or score big with low-rate financing and lease options on select in-stock 2024 and earlier tillage and application equipment, as low as 0% with no payments for 12 months. See your dealer before the clock runs out. Selford, tough tools built for Saskatchewan producers. See them at your local Pattison Ag dealer with 18 locations.
All right, give me something big.
The Ford It's a Big Deal event is on.
Bigger.
Get a big truck and an even bigger deal.
Love it. Now the details.
Right now, lease a 2025 F-150 STX with the Black Appearance Package from $220 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 24 months with $43.75 down. That's like $110 weekly.
Now bring it home.
Plus, there's a $750 bonus for eligible Ford owners. Hurry into your local Ford store or visit Ford.ca today.
How has AgDirect Hail become one of the largest and fastest growing crop hail insurance providers on the prairies? Is it our competitive rates, our superior customer service and professional claims handling, or maybe it's our easy-to-use online application? I'm Bruce Lowe with AgDirect Hail Insurance, and I want to thank hard-working farm families for your support. Whatever your reason is for choosing AgDirect Hail, we appreciate your business. Please visit agdirecthail.com or call us toll-free.
Snap goes back to
Breaking down the game film with you riding shotgun. This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Join our analysts now. Watch at sportscades.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders finish off the preseason with a 27-20 loss to Winnipeg Blue Bombers, but the star of the game for the Riders joins us now, Joe Robustelli. 6 receptions, 119 yards in this game. He's outside the Roughriders locker room. Joe, how did you make this breakout performance happen?
Just a lot of work that I put in, in the training camp, just trusting my athletic ability and trusting Coach Mueller to call the plays and just let us go out there and have fun.
What's it like for you to be productive with 2 different quarterbacks throwing to you in the game? Jake Mayer in the first half, Jack Cohn in the second half.
Yeah, both of them, been with them for the past 3 weeks, Jack all last year. They're both very, very talented quarterbacks. So as long as I go out there and do my job, they're going to find us and let us make plays.
Joe, congratulations on the effort tonight. It's something that you kind of have progressively built upon, right? Starting up in Saskatoon through training camp. Can you tell me, you mentioned the offseason, how much studying of the game you did. How much did that help tonight?
Oh, it helped tremendously. This is only really my third year playing, so there's a lot that I still have to learn. And, just having guys helping me out, watching film, and just really going through the film and figuring out, how to work different leverages, stuff like that, how to read defenses, and just getting comfortable out on the field.
Did you see the game slower than maybe what you had last year?
Definitely. I think last year it was my first professional game when I played in last year, and the breaks were a little light. I think as the game went on, it settled down. But with training camp, playing in preseason last game, everything has definitely calmed down and allowed me to play more smooth and just let the athletic ability take over.
Joe Robustelli, the star of the Riders' final preseason game, joins us live outside the Roughriders locker room. Joe, your story is unbelievable. For fans that don't know, can you give us the Coles Notes version of you being in and out of football and then now taking advantage of your opportunity with the Riders?
Yeah, it's definitely a long, very unique story. But so basically, played Pop Warner until I was 13, and when I got to high school, I was really small, so I kind of gave up on it really, really early. And went to college, came back home during COVID, and kind of realized I had this athletic ability and felt like I was wasting it. And just started working out and training, just kind of see what would happen. And one thing led to another, and luckily I've ended up here and just trying to make the most of this opportunity.
From what I understand, there's a Canadian connection there. You were working out with some talented NFL players, including Javon Holland, who hails from British Columbia, and he encouraged you to continue pursuing pro football. What was that conversation like?
He actually was trying to get me to play safety. He was like, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know why you're playing wide receiver, but you're built like a safety. But, I stuck to being a wide receiver. But, having people like Javon just give me all that confidence and be like, listen, you're doing something right. You need to continue doing this. It means the world, and really allowed me to just keep my head down and keep working.
Your starting quarterback, Trevor Harris, compared you to one of his former receivers in Greg Ellingson. Have you studied his game at all?
Honest, no, not really. It's just something that Trev and I joke about every time I see him. He calls me Jelly Man. But he said he was an elite athlete. And one thing that I do try and take from his game is he said that Greg played quarterback before, so he was a quarterback at the wide receiver position. So just knowing what defenses are what and being able to find the soft spaces and stuff like that, and trying to emulate that into my game.
Can we call you Jellyman 2.0, or do we need an original nickname?
I mean, that's up to you guys. If you guys want to, do it by all means necessary. But I don't mind.
Joe getting a lot of cheers from his teammates there for the game that he had. 6 catches, 119 yards. I'll get you out on this, Joe. What are the next 24 to 48 hours going to be like for you as roster cutdowns loom?
Just, first thing, taking care of my body and, just sitting back and waiting and seeing what happens, seeing what decisions they make, and whatever those decisions are, just roll with the punches.
Thanks for the time, Joe. Appreciate it, and enjoy your breakout performance.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You guys have a good one.
That's Joe Robustelli, who had a heck of a game for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. 6 catches in this ball game for 119 yards from 2 different quarterbacks. Jake Mayer in the first half, Jack Cohn in the second half. Coming up on the other side, we'll have our defensive game star exclusive interview you do not want to miss. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Power through your busy season with Redhead Equipment. It's time to save on all the parts you need to keep you up and running. Save on lubricants, OEM and fleet guard filters, hay and forage parts, precision farming products, hand tool sets, air compressors, and so much more. Select items are on sale now through August 31st, 2025. Visit your local Redhead Equipment or visit us online at redheadequipment.ca.
Our man is down after that hard tackle. Looks like the medic's saying it's heat exhaustion. He's been moved off the field. Just been handed an update that they've taken him to the locker room where they apparently have a Napoleon Canadian-made air conditioner from Regina Plumbing and Heating running in there. Okay, fans, I know a Napoleon is the best AC there is, but I don't think that... And he's back on the field.
When the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to stay cool, they call Regina Plumbing and Heating to take care of all their air conditioning needs.
Here at Cooperators, we can help you invest in a way that's right for you. Like the starting to invest later has to be better than never plan. Talk to us today about how we can turn the investing goals you've made into investing realities.
Looking for a local Cooperators advisor? Give Tom Bamford in Regina a call at 306-949-6633 and see the difference a personalized plan makes. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Employee pricing has arrived at Crestview Chrysler with the 100 Years in Canada event. That means $99 per week on a new 2025 Jeep Compass. Financing as low as 0% for 72 months on select Ram 1500s. Save up to $26,000 on the new Dodge Durango Hellcat. Or get into a new 2024 Dodge Hornet for as low as $38,995. Take your pick, boss. It's employee pricing. Only for a limited time at Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
This is the Fifth Quarter Postgame Show. Watch the live stream and get the latest on your Saskatchewan Roughriders at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's the Fifth Quarter Postgame Show, and we have your defensive game star, Braxton Hill, was tied among some other riders with 4 tackles, a game high in the game. Actually, just one other rider, Phelan Sanford, he tied with from that middle linebacker position. Braxton joins us live now. What's it been like getting acclimated to the CFL game and then translating that on the field in the preseason?
Yeah, it's been a fun process, I'd say. Got up here last year in September, so that's when I kind of got my feet wet. And then I had an off season to kind of meet with the vets, talk about things like that. And then, all of training camp, we've had time to get acclimated into it. And then, these last 2 preseason games are the ultimate test for you to go out there and play live and go against someone. So it's been a lot of fun.
Can you take us behind the scenes, Braxton? What's it like to have Corey Mace, not only as a head coach, but specifically a defensive coordinator?
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, for sure, man. You got some guys hooting and hollering back there. What's it like to have Corey Mace as a defensive coordinator? How does he approach the game and teach the players?
Yeah, no doubt. Coach Mace is awesome. He's definitely a defensive guy. He's hard-nosed, tough, physical. You know, I came from Montana. I played for Bobby Houck, who's a similar coach. He's a defensive guy as well, so that's kind of all that I've known. But, you know, love playing for Coach Mace and just everything that he preaches defensively, and then kind of translates to the entire team, honestly.
Dave, over to you.
Seen you playing in the box, outside of the box, covering guys. Where do you fit in this defense?
Yeah, I'd say, you know, whether I'm coming off the edge, in the box, out of the box, in coverage, you know, pressuring, whatever they need me to do, that's what I'm going to do to the best of my ability. So I would say, you know, just being able to kind of be a Swiss Army knife out there, similar to how I was in college, you know, not necessarily one gig for me. Wherever they want to put me, I think I can execute whatever my job is.
I thought Tim Mayer stated it perfectly yesterday when we were talking with him. He said, I'm a competitor. I want to win at absolutely everything that I do. Rider Nation is going to see an 0-2 preseason record. What is your takeaway, though, from the last two games against Winnipeg?
Yeah, no doubt. I think Jake said that great. You know, we kind of preach that as a team. A lot of our coaches preach that, especially Coach Kent, special teams. You know, we want to win in everything we do. We want to compete in everything we do, whether it's the film room, on the field, weight room, anything like that. So, you know, obviously these last two games didn't get the win, which we were really hoping for. You know, you could say it's preseason and a lot of new faces out there. So there's definitely that aspect to it. But moving forward, I think definitely we're going to be looking to go 1-0 this Thursday.
I'm curious from your standpoint, with roster cutdown day looming less than 24 hours away, what are some of the emotions and thoughts, and how will you, for lack of a better term, pass the time?
Yeah, no doubt. Definitely a lot of thoughts and emotions running through my head, running through everyone else's head, really this whole week, especially right now. But, you know, with anything you do, I'd say you just got to stay present, enjoy the moment, you know, and I've kind of surrendered to the outcome personally, you know, just doing my best day to day. You know, whatever the outcome is, that's what the outcome is. You know, I'll put my best foot forward no matter what that is. It's all good.
Braxton, thanks for the time, and enjoy your performance from the last preseason game. 4 tackles on the day.
Appreciate it, man. Take care. Go Riders.
Thank you. That's your defensive game star in the 5th quarter post-game show. Braxton Hill balling out from the middle linebacker position. And Dave, I know you have something to tie up over there for us.
Well, you know what? Coming up, get your horns ready, because the Happy Honker Award is going to be handed out. But we did do the Unsung Hero Award. Of course, Daniel Weeb, 3 receptions, 21 yards today, was in on the punt return when he was deemed necessary. The Unsung Hero is brought to you by SEIU West. No benefits in your workplace? Get a union. Get Service Employees International Union West. Visit sunwest.seiuwest.ca and click join.
There we go. The unsung hero, Daniel Weeb, in this football game, the Saskatoon native. Dave, any final comments before we get into the Sports Cage Radio Roundtable and see if the phone lines are lit up?
Well, we do need to do the Happy Honker Award, so do we have another break before we do that?
Right. Okay, we'll take a quick break and get ready, get loaded up for the Happy Honker Award. We might have a sound effect this week, so stay tuned for it, okay? No switching. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you're looking for an efficient, reliable tractor that works as hard as you do, Massey Ferguson has your answer. From row crops to dairy operations, the Massey Ferguson 7S Series is a perfect match for your farm. Don't let another season pass by without the straightforward, dependable equipment you need to succeed. Stop by Owens & Schweitzer in Eston today, or visit MasseyFerguson.com to learn more about the Massey Ferguson 7S Series.
Whether you're going down the road or spend your days down on the farm, you've got a lot to get done and a lot of miles to go. Knowing that UFA has you covered with one of Western Canada's largest card lock networks, bulk fuel delivery where you need it, a range of premium lubricants, and our exclusive Diesel X Gold fuel means you have less to worry about. Visit one of over 100 convenient locations or ufapetro.com to find out more. From fleet to farm, we've got you covered.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
At the cabin or on the farm, Access Rural Internet gives you speed and service you can rely on. Right now, get Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 a month for 24 months, including free service calls by our local techs, a free Wi-Fi router, and a strong, reliable signal matched by our strong, reliable customer service. Great service is never far away with Access Rural Internet. Visit myaccess.ca to book your free site survey.
You know them as TM Auctions, but Terry McDougall and Tam Kostanek would like to introduce their new name, McBids. Now known as McBids, they will continue to proudly serve Saskatchewan. With over 50 years combined experience in the auction and appraisal industry, experience, trust, and transparency are words they live by, and they will continue to do so as they invite you to join them as they continue their journey as McBids. Give them a call at 306-262-6327 or visit mcbids.ca. McBids, same trusted team, bold new brand.
We know what happened. Now let's talk about how it happened. Watch our analysts live at sportscage.com. This is the fifth quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Your Saskatchewan Roughriders preseason has come to an end, but we still have one more honk to go. Dave Thomas?
Oh, yeah. I am so ready for this. Of course, McBids is proud to bring you the Happy Honker Award, a new name in auctions powered by experienced professionals. List your next auction at mcbids.ca. Of course, we're going to be turning things over to you and the radio roundtable momentarily, but let's start the conversation with your horn. It's very simple. We're going to ask you the question. If you agree, we're going to count to 3 and you honk your horn. So whether you're sitting on Louvain Drive, maybe you're headed to Southie on Highway number 6, maybe you're going south towards Weyburn on Highway 39, we want to hear from you, Rider Nation. So get ready. No matter where you are, if you agree, you're going to honk your horn on the count of 3. The question this evening for the McBids Happy Honker Award: is Jack Cohn going to be on the Roughriders roster? Did he do enough to get on the Rider roster? Are you ready?
Ready.
Okay, here we go. I can hear you here, folks. On the count of 3, if you think Jack Cohn is going to be on the Rider roster and did enough to earn a job tonight, honk your horn on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Dave, was that your horn?
No, it wasn't. It was over there on Saskatchewan Drive.
Sounds like we have some people agreeing with you.
Jack Cohn, you know, what can you say? He made the most of his opportunity tonight, and he's going to make it a decision for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. It will need to be made tomorrow, right?
Indeed. We heard the happy honker, but we actually want to hear from you. Give us a call or text in to the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262, or toll-free 1-866-767-0620. Your calls and texts coming up next. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, thanks for the call. Next time we talk to you, regular season football. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, streaming on our YouTube channel at sportscage.com, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's time to upgrade to Kloss during the Kloss limited inventory sale. Now through June 30th. Get 0% financing for 60 months on select Kloss Axion tractors, or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arion tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Kloss dealer about the limited inventory sale or visit kloss.com. Kloss, made for more.
Start counting the days. Country Thunder Saskatchewan is almost here with Jason Aldean, Def Leppard, and Bailey Zimmerman.
You're the last thing that
Plus Nate Smith, Tyler Hubbard, Kip Moore, Tim Hicks, and many more. All your favorite artists together on one stage. Experience Country Thunder Saskatchewan in Craven, July 10th to 13th. Tickets at countrythunder.com.
The Gleaner S9 Series combines are designed for farmers in the business of farming. A harvest is successful when a crop is harvested as quickly and efficiently as possible and produces a clean grain sample with little loss. The Gleaner combine offers levels of harvesting performance and efficiency other combines are unable to achieve. Simply put, Gleaner combines save more and cost less. See the Gleaner S9 at Nick's Service in Emerald Park or go to nickservice.com. The Gleaner S9, built with the farmer in mind.
The time clock isn't stopping, and on the field, Delero Complete Fungicide from Bayer has not disappointed its Prairie Pulse grower fans. Outstanding defense. 3 modes of action deliver powerful broad-spectrum disease control. Dominating O-line. Managing both anthracnose and Ascochyta Group 11 resistant biotypes. For powerful pulse performance and bin-boasting yields, put Delero Complete in your starting lineup this season. Ask your local retailer today. Always read and follow label directions.
Croft Electric. You've probably heard of us because we've been around for over 27 years. We do commercial and residential work? Yes. We do permanent holiday lighting? Yes. We do cabins? Yes. And farms? Yes and yes. We're an authorized Generac generator dealer. We are a full-service electrical company with the experience and the people to service all of your electrical needs. We are Croft Electric. We will be here when you need us. Do it right, do it once. Follow us on all social and call 306-586-1333 to book.
Calling all skilled heavy-duty mechanics. Core Industrial Services has an exciting opportunity for you. They're hiring a full-time heavy-duty mechanic to join them at their 9,000-square-foot shop in Rocanville, Saskatchewan. As a heavy-duty mechanic, you're responsible for performing maintenance and repairs on a wide range of equipment, from heavy machinery to light trucks and more. At Core Industrial Services, they believe in the power of teamwork. Apply today on their website at coreindustrial.ca or call them at 306-745-4844. Core Industrial Services, where expertise meets opportunity. Apply now.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
The only thing more iconic than Saskatchewan Roughrider football is your calls. Rider Nation, it's time to have your say. Be part of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable. Text 306-936-6262 or call the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620 to join our team of analysts. The Echo Sound Radio Roundtable starts now on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Yes, welcome back. Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates, fresh off that final preseason game. And now we are asking for your calls, your texts, your opinions. This is the Echo Sound Roundtable. If you don't have that number handy, call or text us on the Echo Sound hotline at 306-936-6262 or toll free at 1-866-767-0620. By the way, we're also feeling a little bit generous today, so if you do join in that conversation, maybe we'll hook you up with some weekend passes to Country Thunder. How's that sound? Ooh. Yeah, they got Bailey Zimmerman, Jason Aldean, Def Leppard coming in this July. So, again, 306-936-6262. So, do we have anybody on the line ready to rock and roll over there, Alan? We got someone on the line here, so let's load them up and see what they thought about the game. It looks like we have Dwayne from Carrot River.
Hello.
Dwayne, how's it going?
Well, I think when it takes you 119 and a half minutes to score your first touchdown in 2 games, and at that moment the opposition is starting to take the shoulder pads and helmets off and head to the locker, we don't have much to cheer about right now, and this is going to be a long, long season. And the only highlight for me was that I complained last week they didn't try a 2-point conversion, and at least at the end of the game this time they did. But what really bothers me is not the play out in the field, but I watch what's going on, and I just don't see the spirit and the eagerness that we were promised it was going to happen this year. And that's pretty worrisome.
Dwayne, you sound like Wes Cates. He was counting down the time until the Riders were going to score a touchdown.
Yeah, I was with you on that. Beta definitely wasn't holding my breath, Dwayne. But, man, you've been coming in with, I don't know if your energy is right, Dwayne. We need to work on this energy, man. Are you a true fan, or are you just like the Riders always been your favorite team? I'm questioning that right now.
I've been a Rider fan since the day I was born. I grew up 10 miles south of Regina, and I've cheered for them, and I'm honest with myself and my team.
Right.
And I'm just saying that at this time of year, you have to be able to score a few touchdowns. Anyone can kick field goals, and that's not going to win you a season game. And we've been listening to coaches and everybody talking about this is our year. We're going to the Grey Cup. We're going to complete the season. We're going to win that last game this year. And I'm telling you, I coach football, and I've lots of teams, and I'm watching what's going on the sidelines, and it's like that's not what I'm getting. It's what I was promised, and I'm worried that for some unknown reason I'm hoping I'm wrong, and I know I'm not wrong right now, but I'm hoping that we see some life come into this team, and because I sure want them to win.
The Riders are saving the touchdowns for the regular season. That's all, Dwayne.
Well, let's hope so.
Yeah, they got off to a slow start today, but you got to admit, Dwayne, they did drive the ball well. They had a couple turnovers that ended some drives kind of in the red zone or in pretty much scoring position, and then they finished the game strong, right? I mean, they started off giving up a couple scores early, but then they were one score out of it at the end of it all. You didn't like how they didn't quit. They battled and finished the game strong. Nothing. You didn't see any spark there?
Well, when you get down 21 points in a few minutes of the beginning of the game, you've got an uphill battle all the way. And I just didn't see like you're going to have to play twice as hard as you did in the first quarter if you're going to catch that back up. And sure, there were some nice plays and whatever, but when you've got to score touchdowns and you've got to look like you really want to win that game, and they had home advantage and everything else.
Right.
I was expecting them to march out on that field, and maybe it would have been 21-0 for them, and they were just not doing what they needed to do, and we'll see. I could be wrong.
Well, how about individually? What individual did you see some good energy and spark from?
I wouldn't say it was just individuals. I would just seem to say that that was one of the problems I had. It wasn't mistakes made by any individual. What it was it just wasn't the effort that
Yeah.
And you watch them running on and off the field and what's going on the sidelines when you get a chance, and nobody was ripping their helmet off and fired it on the ground and promised themselves the next time they got out on that field they were going to make somebody hurt. I didn't see any of that, and I hope that they'll take some time this week. And the other positive thing is that my God, we haven't taken any penalties, and that killed us last year. And so I'm not saying it's not some positives, but we've got a long way to go.
Is it fair to say that we can make up our minds after, the final score counts towards our regular season?
Oh, these games count for nothing in the final picture. But I hope they come out with a lot more spirit, and what I'm hoping is that these two games make them madder than hell. And when they come out with the Red Blacks next week, they put on a show that shows that they really want to be in the game.
Absolutely. Well, we'll have a better idea of what that roster looks like next week, so we'll talk to you then. How about that, Dwayne?
For sure.
All right. Thanks so much, man.
Thank you.
Have a good night. All right, up next on the Echo Sound hotline at 306-936-6262 or toll free at 1-866-767-0620. Let's jump in and grab Robin's call from Surrey, BC.
Hello. Yeah,
watched the game. I was not too impressed by the way the Riders were playing. And yet, Braxton Hall, four tackles, he played good, and I like the way he plays. Young guy, doesn't really have much experience in the CFL. Is Cohen playing for the second spot or the third spot? Because the way he played that last half, he looks like he should be the second guy, not the third. But, you got to put Mayers in there somewhere. So, and what Anderson did, he recuperated, and he got himself back going again. It didn't get him upset, the fact he dropped the ball and got a touchdown scored on him, but he came back and scored one himself. So, we have to look at these little things. And also, that lineup today, I looked at it as people playing for spots. There was no KSB. There was no ambulance. Rub Telly was awesome out there, and you just have to look at the lineup, and it told you basically it was for playing people that wanted to play for a spot on the team. The regulars were sitting, so that's the way I look at it.
It's a great perspective. I think if you talk about Jake Mayer and Jack Cohn in terms of the backup quarterback race, financially it's Jake Mayer. He's on the books for $165,000 in hard money. The Riders also gave up some capital to get his negotiating rights in a trade from the Stampeders. I agree. Jack Cohn looked really good. I think that makes that position in particular intriguing to watch as roster cut-down day looms. Can the Riders keep 4 quarterbacks? Are they worried that if they put Jack Cohn on the practice roster that another team will come and take him and put it on an active roster? I think these are some of the questions that will be talked about, as Corey Mace said, when they lock themselves away and make these hard decisions.
Yeah, and I can understand that, and you got Tommy Stevens, but you got to look at the fact that he didn't really show that much. Yeah, he's good at third downs and stuff, but Cohen looks good on third down. In fact, he put the last drive together, and you've got to give that guy credit. That, you can't really say, I'll put him on the practice roster. If anybody's going on the practice roster, I'd say Stevens would be the one going on.
All right. Yeah, I'd agree. I totally agree. If you're looking at just the preseason games, I'd say Jack Cohn won out of the guys that got reps, right? But, there's way more to take into account as Justin was talking about. So, yeah, we'll see. But, good take, Robin.
Yeah, and and like I said, today's game was an evaluation game, and the players that were out there were young, and they didn't have any postseason players out there. And, last week they didn't have too many postseason games. I think that Mulligan was defense. And, Sanford got beat twice, and both times they scored touchdowns on them. And that is not very good to look at your resume, wanting on the team and have that hanging on you. So that's the other point I looked at, too.
All fair points there, Robin. Thanks so much for calling in.
All right. Yeah, have a good day.
Bye. Yeah, you too, man. So a couple of other messages that we're getting here on the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262, toll free, 1-866-767-0620. We do have some other people chiming in here. Let me just see. Yeah, people are talking about the fact that we would need a dome on the stadium for such unpredictable weather events in Saskatchewan. Now, I understand that has been a controversial topic in Regina for quite some time. Why didn't we get a dome placed on Mosaic Stadium?11 would that have really stopped the smoke?
I don't know how these facilities, air filtration systems work, but I'm guessing it probably wouldn't affect the air quality enough. I don't know if it would be allowed to play in a dome as opposed to an open air stadium. I don't know. Maybe you could get away with it in a dome. I don't know if that's something that's ever come up before, but that's pretty big investment for something that's hasn't really happened a ton over the last It's something we're just now dealing with in the last couple of years, I would say, or last few years maybe. But yeah.
Well, you mentioned that even on the countdown to kickoff, right? Like this wasn't something that you experienced in your playing career, the wildfire situation, right? Like maybe lightning and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I digress. It was only an hour delay. It could have been a lot longer.
Yeah, weather actually cooperated. It cleared up quite nicely once that smoke kind of passed on through. So, hey, look on the bright side. We got the game in.
Got to stay positive, right? And I must admit, it was actually quite calm later once the game actually kicked off. Probably why we saw so many field goals, right? All right. So, gentlemen, we have another caller, it appears, on the Echo Sound hotline. And this one is going to be Brian from Vernon, BC. Hi, Brian.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. What'd you think about the game?
Hey, you know what? Okay, here's my story. Here's my rant. I've been watching the Riders since I was like 5 years old. I've been watching them for years. I love the Riders. I moved to BC. I bleed green. I live with them whether they win or lose. And I've been trying to phone in, and here's my story. People in Saskatchewan have to, like the first couple of callers, I'm not going to base it on 2 preseason games. If we got all our starters in and we're losing games, but don't get so negative on 2 preseason games when your starters aren't playing and people are vying for jobs. We're going to have a good team. Be more positive. I listen to your show. I really get upset with the negativity. If we win, life's great. If we lose, the world's coming to an end. The Riders are just fine, and that's my soapbox for today.
Get him, Brian. That's right. Tell him.
Anyways,
no, sure.
I don't want to appear negative. I just figured that, like the first caller, he's worried. You're worried about losing 2 preseason games? Wait till the starters are in. Like, the world's not coming to end. I love the Riders. You guys are doing a good job. The Riders will just be fine. Just be more optimistic, Saskatchewan.
Yeah, and I mean...
And the stories.
Yeah, for sure. And I would say that the coaches, obviously Coach Mace, they definitely weren't really worried about putting all the starters out there at any particular time. I don't think we really saw the number ones on offense and defense really get much playing time at all this preseason. So if you're looking at it from that standpoint, I mean, we barely saw Trevor Harrison. They had Caleres out there, doing his best deep balls. You know what I mean? And then you got veteran guys in Winnipeg that were running around all over the place, whereas a lot of guys that were dressing for the Riders are people that, maybe we know them because they're local, college stars. But as far as CFL, there wasn't a lot of experience out there today on the Rider side of the ball. So, yeah, it's an unfair assessment at this point. And I don't think anybody remembers if a team went whatever in the preseason when they won a championship. I've never heard anybody talk about the preseason stats of a championship team. So, yeah, we can throw that out the window. It's time to get ready for the regular season.
Just one quick thing on Jack Cohen. Jack Cohen's got a place, too. It might not be now, though. I think we're set with the 3 for a reason. Mm-hmm. We got a short yardage guy, we have a proven backup, and we got a starter. Jack, hang in there. He'll get his chance down the road. It just might not be right now. He'll be fine as well. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Awesome. Appreciate the call.
Okay, take care.
That is the interesting thing about the preseason, isn't it? You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Like, if you put in all your starters, you win the game, people are happy. Mm-hmm. If you put in all your starters, then they're not happy. Because what if someone gets injured?
Right.
Like, there's no pleasing everybody, I think, in this situation. No. So I don't know. I don't think you're ever going to make everybody happy, but I think ultimately we are getting closer to the regular season. So this is what we should be, excited for next week. Not only opening up the regular season for the Riders at home, but opening up the entire CFL regular season. So I think that's definitely something worth looking forward to. The Echo Sound hotline, by the way, if you want to chime in, like our last few callers have, you can either call or text us at 306-936-6262 or toll free 1-866-767-0620. Ultimately, I feel like there's been mostly positive feedback, at least on the text line, and a couple of people who maybe aren't very thrilled with the outcome of the game today. Your takes, ultimately.
Well, I would say I was a little disappointed at the start of this game. I really thought that they did come out with a little low energy, but I thought that they kind of rallied and made a game of it, made it interesting. Some guys made some plays, and obviously we saw some young guys that really stood out, like Robustelli and a couple other guys that, really took advantage of their opportunity. So that's the bright spot from it. When you see a young guy, even despite the team not doing well, just going out there making plays, handling their business, and being somebody that we can look to maybe, in middle of the season, if we're dealing with some injuries, to come in and be ready to go and to become a star in this league. So all this other stuff that happens in the preseason is kind of, pomp and circumstance, or whatever the term is. These coaches got to be getting plenty of opportunity to evaluate them in practice. So these preseason games are really just live action, and see how guys respond with refs and lights and fans and, a real opponent or another team coming into the arena.
It's preseason, man. Does anybody remember last year the Riders went 2-0 in the preseason? No,
I can't
you're talking about the regular season record, 9-8-1, hosting a West semifinal playoff game, winning that, and a lot of people remember the West final loss probably more than anything else. So I think it's meaningless. You want your guys to compete. Yes, you're going out there to try to win, but let's get to the regular season and see how they perform.
Couldn't agree more. And that's coming up as early as next week. So, we are going to take a quick little break here. Coming up, more of your calls and your texts on the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable postgame show.
You know something? It's like selling a six-pack with only 5 beers in it. Wood Country Woody here, reminding you that unlike some other places, Wood Country Garage Packages contains everything you need, right from the start, including appearance-grade lumber, all your nails and screws, and walk-in doors with cladded jambs. Building a garage? It's one and done with Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Shop online. wood-country.com.
With coverage that goes where you go, GMS ensures the power and potential of the human spirit. Our health and travel insurance is designed to have your back through action and adversity, resilience and roadblocks, success and setbacks. So go, humans, go. We'll be here when you need us. GMS, coverage Canadians have counted on since 1949.
Introducing the next generation of the RCH Hydro Mower from Highline, now more compact with exceptional maneuverability. Equipped with a unique hydraulic drive system, the RCH mower offers minimal maintenance, longer blade life, and increased cutting efficiency. With piston-style motors and a low pull-point hitch, you'll experience better flotation and smoother performance. Ready to cut smarter? Available at Young's Equipment, your local Case IH and Highline dealer. Visit youngs.ca and experience the Highline RCH mower today. Highline, designed with purpose.
Spring is here and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioners. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
It's time for Play Now. Play Now is Saskatchewan's only safe and secure gambling site. Operated by SIGA, Play Now offers over 600 slot games, your favorite live table games, and the Play Now Sportsbook. For a limited time, enter promo code SASKAG100 for $100 in casino free play with a $25 deposit and playthrough. That's SASKAG100 for $100 of free play on your favorite slot games.
Must be 19 plus. Use your game sense.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportscage.com. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And we are live from the Sports Cage studio. Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates. Right now, time for the moment of the game. The Keg Steakhouse and Bar is bringing you this one. The keg-size moment of the game, in fact. It's brought to you by the Kegs in Regina and Saskatoon. Book your reservation today at thekeg.com.
Well, Jake Mayer will be tasked with that. He's got 5 receivers at his disposal, 3 near side. He's back to pass. Looking deep. Has a man. Far side. It's caught down inside the 20 to the 15-yard line. Joe Robicelli.
Riders.
Yeah, moment of the game. So now that we've been able to recap that for you, we are going to take more of your calls and texts here in just a moment. A reminder, the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262, or toll free, 1-866-767-0620. This is 620 CKRM Cooperators Rough Rider Broadcast Network.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here. I've always thought that deck railings should be a little more than a way to keep yourself from falling into the hydrangeas. They should add style and class. They should be regal aluminum railings from Wood Country. These bad boys come with LED lighting options that allow you to change the color and the mood at the touch of a button and at the best price around. Regal aluminum railings from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Teasdale. Wood-country.com.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
Whether you're going down the road or spend your days down on the farm, you've got a lot to get done and a lot of miles to go. Knowing that UFA has you covered with one of Western Canada's largest card lock networks, bulk fuel delivery where you need it, a range of premium lubricants, and our exclusive Diesel X Gold fuel means you have less to worry about. Visit one of over 100 convenient locations or ufapetro.com to find out more. From fleet to farm, we've got you covered.
Spring is here and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioners. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Oh, our man is down after that hard tackle. Looks like the medic's saying it's heat exhaustion. He's been moved off the field. Just been handed an update that they've taken him to the locker room where they apparently have a Napoleon Canadian-made air conditioner from Regina Plumbing and Heating running in there. Okay, fans, I know a Napoleon is the best AC there is, but I don't think that... And he's back on the field.
When the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to stay cool, they call Regina Plumbing and Heating to take care of all their air conditioning needs.
Gear up with Salford this season. New 2025 Salford tillage and application equipment is on sale until June 30th, but your best price ends June 9th. Plus, selected 2024 and earlier machines have 0% financing and no payments for 12 months. Tackle the season strong. Stop by your local dealer now. Salford, tough tools built for Saskatchewan producers. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and E. Barassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn.
SaskToday.ca is your local news source, proudly serving communities all across Saskatchewan. Sask Today's team of local journalists are on the ground focusing on local topics that matter to you. From agriculture, local community news, sports, and more. Find it all at SaskToday.ca. Sign up for our daily news digest at SaskToday.ca. From Harvard Media, everywhere.
Have your say on the latest news from Riderville. Check out sportscage.com or call us right now on the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Of course, it is for Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. I'm Teagan Witko with Justin Dunk and Wes Cates. And you can call us on the Echo Sound hotline or text us 306-936-6262 or toll free 1-866-767-0620. We are also streaming at sportscage.com and, of course, our YouTube channel. Let's hit the phone line. Terry from Waldheim. Hi, Terry.
Hi there.
How's it going? What'd you think of the game?
Comment. Good. I mean, it's a preseason game, and I didn't put a whole lot of thought into, it's going to be a great game, looking to see who's going to really shine. And I was really happy with a couple of guys, especially Rubicelli. I thought he's phenomenal. He'll be a great fit for the Riders. Picton, as always, just comes out so clean, and it's good to see a nice local guy like that do well. And then, of course, Cohen as well. So I didn't see much light from the defensive side, but again, preseason, it's what it is.
Fair enough. No, I mean, those are basically the game stars. I think Mitch Picton is one person that we kind of overlooked as far as giving him some kudos. He's been a solid, just a solid team guy for the last several years. He's one of the older receivers, if not the oldest receiver on the roster, right? And then whenever he's called upon, he comes in, he catches the ball, makes plays, and does his part to help the team win. So he had 7 catches for 77 yards, 9 targets. He's like the slant specialist. Mick Picton, he catches every slant, and it looks like he's unguardable on the slants as well. So I think he was one guy that, we could talk about more. But for sure, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, it was really just about who was going to have those standout performances, and I think there were some young Canadians that did that.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think it's going to be, it's too early to tell who's going to be really shining until we have all the main players on the field. But I was happy what I saw. I'm okay with them losing. It gives them a good chance to, cut some guys who aren't going to be in for the long haul. But then the ones who did shine, I think will make it well.
I love that. Love the positivity. You know what? We're not pulling out the pitchforks yet, nor are we planning the parade. Let's get to the regular season first, right?
Yep.
Awesome. Thanks so much for the call, Terry. Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
And just a reminder, if you want to give us a call, 306-936-6262. That's the Echo Sound hotline, or toll free 1-866-767-0620. Another quick break. We'll be right back with Saskatchewan Roughrider football, the roundtable discussion on the home of Rider Nation, 620 CKRM Cooperators Roughrider Radio Network.
Oh, our man is down after that hard tackle. Looks like the medic's saying it's heat exhaustion. He's been moved off the field. Just been handed an update that they've taken him to the locker room where they apparently have a Napoleon Canadian-made air conditioner from Regina Plumbing and Heating running in there. Okay, fans, I know a Napoleon is the best AC there is, but I don't think that... And he's back on the field.
When the Saskatchewan Roughriders need to stay cool, they call Regina Plumbing and Heating to take care of all their air conditioning needs.
Seed Hawk air drills and precision delivery air carts from Vaterstad combine precision, capacity, and flexibility to maximize your growing potential. Experience seamless control with the Icon wireless control system. Achieve precise seed and fertilizer placement with Phoenix 3 metering. And with sectional control, optimize your inputs and reduce waste for maximum efficiency. See your Vaterstad dealer or visit vaterstad.com to learn more.
Premier Scott Moe.
Your Saskatchewan party government is delivering for you. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world today, but Saskatchewan's economy remains strong and steady. Our strong and steady economy means more jobs. It means we can lower taxes, build more schools, recruit more doctors and nurses, and shorten our wait times, and deliver all of the services you expect and deserve from your government. Your Saskatchewan party government, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Employee pricing has arrived at Crestview Chrysler with the 100 Years in Canada event. That means $99 per week on a new 2025 Jeep Compass. Financing as low as 0% for 72 months on select Ram 1500s. Save up to $26,000 on the new Dodge Durango Hellcat. Or get into a new 2024 Dodge Hornet for as low as $38,995. Take your pick, boss. It's employee pricing. Only for a limited time at Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Choosing what restaurant to go to? Difficult. Choosing a wireless deal at SaskTel? Easy. When you switch to SaskTel and choose your savings, you'll have no regrets. Switch to SaskTel and choose to save $10 a month for 24 months, or get up to $250 off a new phone. Visit SaskTel.com/choice for details. Conditions apply.
When we look out over the vast horizon of our province, we see potential. At Nutrien, we help feed the future right here in Saskatchewan to farms around the world by providing the resources farmers need to grow healthy, sustainable, and resilient crops. As a global leader in agriculture, we work every day to strengthen food security and drive innovation in farming. Because when farmers thrive, so do communities everywhere. Nutrien, from mine to farm to you. Nutrien.com/future.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportsgates.com. This is the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Yes, it is Teagan Witko, Justin Duncan, Wes Cates back here in the Sports Cage studio. So I want to read this text from the Echo Sound hotline from Steven in Regina. Says, I realize it's just a preseason. It's just preseason. It's all about evaluation. However, I'm a bit jealous of the Bombers tonight. So Steven says they came in with a lot of rookies as well, and I thought they dominated in the trenches and they were sneaky in the play calling in the first half to jump out to a quick lead. They threw in some cheesy defensive blitzes that actually worked, and Caleros got a couple of quick touchdowns working on some newbies. We could never get into a rhythm. There were very few players on the team that stood out as far as really showing that they wanted to make the team. Joe Robustelli did okay. Jack Cohn looked ahead of Mayer, but I was disappointed with the lack of energy. I thought a few guys would try to stand out more and hype up some momentum. Instead, just the goofy Bombers stole our thunder at home tonight, quote unquote. That is not me. That is not my take. That is Steven in Regina.
The rivalry runs deep even in the preseason.
Well, what's up with the rushing stats? So that fumble that Mario Anderson had, did that stick? Does that included in all the rushing stats that we're looking at? Because right now it says Riders have 50 yards rushing, right? Minus 50, yeah. So they basically had about, I think that was a 70-yard return. So they had about 20 yards rushing, but I mean they were.
Man, that just comes down to CFL stats.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Come on,
anyway, I'm looking at
the rushing yards for a running back.
I'm just thinking about the text. I'm looking at the stats. Really, the stats say that it was a kind of even game. It was just the Winnipeg Bombers had the turnovers and made some bigger plays in the game. So it wasn't that much of a domination. So let's just relax, calm down a little bit. It is preseason, and hey, maybe they had a couple more guys that made the difference. But at the end of the day, Riders did have some good plays. There were some guys that came out, had some success. They didn't get dusted. If you look at the scoreboard, it was fairly close. So just relax, please, can we?
Well, I think that's fair. And with that, we do actually have to take one more quick break here, okay? It's the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262. Toll free, 1-866-767-0620. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
The new Saskatchewan budget is delivering for you. It makes life more affordable with lower taxes for students, seniors, homeowners, families, and everyone. It delivers new funding to improve access to health care and shorten wait times. The new budget will improve education for our students and make our communities safer. And it's a balanced budget, so we are in a stronger position than other provinces to respond to tariffs. The Saskatchewan budget, delivering for you.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody again. You know, you and me ain't so different. We both love to sit on a sunny deck with a cool beverage instead of sanding the thing all the time. And when I heard TimberTech composite decking material is super low maintenance, well, that sold me right there. They didn't even need to mention that it features a sweet little hidden fastener system or that they also have the treated lumber that goes underneath. It's easy, it's purty, it's TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale, wood-country.com.
Whether you're going down the road or spend your days down on the farm, you've got a lot to get done and a lot of miles to go. Knowing that UFA has you covered with one of Western Canada's largest card lock networks, bulk fuel delivery where you need it, a range of premium lubricants, and our exclusive Diesel X Gold fuel means you have less to worry about. Visit one of over 100 convenient locations or ufapetro.com to find out more. From fleet to farm, we've got you covered.
All right, give me something big.
The Ford It's a Big Deal event is on.
Bigger.
Get a big truck and an even bigger deal.
Love it. Now the details.
Right now, lease a 2025 F-150 STX with the black appearance package from $220 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 24 months with $43.75 down. That's like $110 weekly.
Now bring it home.
Plus, there's a $750 bonus for eligible Ford owners. Hurry into your local Ford store or visit Ford.ca today.
Gear up with Salford this season. New 2025 Salford Diligent application equipment is on sale until June 30th, but your best price ends June 9th. Plus, selected 2020 Ford earlier machines have 0% financing and no payments for 12 months. Tackle the season strong. Stop by your local dealer now. Salford, tough tools built for Saskatchewan producers. See them at RJ Sales in Wadena and E. Barassa in Assiniboia, Carlisle, Radville, and Weyburn.
Sask Lotteries has 50 years of winning behind us. And you know what that means? Lots of winning numbers. Numbers like over 1,200 organizations funded and 12,000 plus groups supported. $6 million given away annually in community grants. And the winningest number of all? $1.4 billion given back to the people of Saskatchewan through sport, culture, and recreation. And we're just getting started. Help us grow the next 50. Learn more at sasklotteries.ca.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See how Western Ag Professional Agronomy can help your farm at growmoreprofit.com.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportscage.com. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Here in the Sports Cage studio, tying a nice little bow on the preseason for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. I'm Teagan Witko with Justin Dunk and Wes Cates. And on the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262 or toll free, 1-866-767-0620. Sounds like we have Jason from Regina on standby right now. Jason.
Hello, Jason from Saskatoon.
Oh.
I'm Jason from Saskatoon, not from Regina. No problem.
Okay, you're still a Rider fan, I assume.
I'm a diehard Rider fan. I'm a diehard Rider fan. I just want to okay, it's preseason, doesn't really matter. It hurts that we got beat by Winnipeg 2 weeks in a row. That always hurts me, a lot, because I'm not a Bomber fan at all. I'm a diehard Rider fan. I honestly, you know what? Next week when we have our starters in the lineup, I think it's going to be a different game. It's going to be a different game.
I couldn't agree more. Did you think that the players on the field did a decent job, Jason, from Saskatoon?
Honestly, I think everybody did decently tonight. I watched it for a little bit here and there on the CFL Plus, which the streaming was not that great, but I mean, I have nothing against that. But no, I watched it on CFL Plus, listened to it on the radio, and honestly, I'm looking so forward to next week. Finally get to see somebody other than like an East Division team come in and play us in the first week, you know.
There will be plenty more opportunities to see the Bombers this season.
Yeah, we play them, I think it's five times, including the 2 preseason games. Is that what it is, I think?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a healthy amount. So at least we got a good look at their preseason roster.
Yeah. No, I just want to say it's gonna be an awesome game next week. So let's go Riders. Let's start the season off right, and hopefully come the West Division final, we will be winning the West Division final against, let's say, Calgary. Maybe.
Hell yeah.
No.
I'll take the prediction,
Edmonton.
buddy.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks so much for the call, Jason.
Either Calgary or Edmonton. I don't know. Winnipeg might be there. I'd like to see it like Riders Calgary in the Western.
Sounds like he's gone.
And we lost Jason, unfortunately. Well, thank you so much for the call, Jason, from Saskatoon. Sure appreciate it. We do still have those Country Thunder tickets to give away a little bit later on here. So we'll do that in a little bit, okay? We're going to take a quick break in the meantime. Remember, Echo Sound Hotline, 306-936-6262, or toll free, 1-866-767-0620.
Hey football fans, Carla Beck here, leader of the Saskatchewan NDP, MLA for Regina Lakeview. I love this province, and I love this country, and there's nothing more Canadian than the CFL. 3 downs, not 4, wearing a watermelon on your head and cold beer on a hot summer day. We're working hard for a better future, but like you, I'll always make time for the green and white. And I can't wait for us to bring a certain cup back home. Call me at 306-522-1333.
A successful crop requires each plant to be seeded at the same depth, regardless of soil conditions and terrain. Vaderstad Seedhawk's independent opener design follows the ground independently. The consistent contour following allows each seed the best possible start, across the entire toolbar evenly. The result is quick, uniform crop emergence, better quality, and higher yields for a better return on investment on your farm. Precise, reliable. See Young's Equipment or visit vaderstad.com to learn more.
All right, give me something big.
The Ford It's a Big Deal event is on.
Bigger.
Get a big truck and an even bigger deal.
Love it. Now the details.
Right now, lease a 2025 F-150 STX with the Black Appearance Package from $220 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 24 months with $43.75 down. That's like $110 weekly.
Now bring it home.
Plus, there's a $750 bonus for eligible Ford owners. Hurry into your local Ford store or visit Ford.ca today.
Never get tired of tire talk? Neither do we. We banter about balance, rave about rolling resistance, and we could tell you all about traction long before social media. Yeah, here at Quality Tire, we care about tires and, well, quality. There's a reason it's our name. This summer, trouble-free driving starts with quality service from Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. Thanks for coming to our Tread Talk.
QualityTire.ca. Whether you're going down the road or spend your days down on the farm, you've got a lot to get done and a lot of miles to go. Knowing that UFA has you covered with one of Western Canada's largest card lock networks, bulk fuel delivery where you need it, a range of premium lubricants, and our exclusive Diesel X Gold fuel, means you have less to worry about. Visit one of over 100 convenient locations or UFApetro.com to find out more. From fleet to farm, we've got you covered.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Calling all skilled heavy-duty mechanics. Core Industrial Services has an exciting opportunity for you. They're hiring a full-time heavy-duty mechanic to join them at their 9,000-square-foot shop in Rocanville, Saskatchewan. As a heavy-duty mechanic, you're responsible for performing maintenance and repairs on a wide range of equipment, from heavy machinery to light trucks and more. At Core Industrial Services, they believe in the power of teamwork. Apply today on their website at coreindustrial.ca or call them at 306-745-4844. Core Industrial Services, where expertise meets opportunity. Apply now.
Have your say on the latest news from Riderville. Check out sportscage.com or call us right now on the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Indeed it is. Justin Dunk alongside Teagan Witko and Wes Cates. It's time for the Point After segment, brought to you by Regina Plumbing and Heating, home of Canadian-made Napoleon air conditioners and furnaces. We could use an air conditioner in the studio tonight. It is hot. We've had some hot takes on the Echo Sound hotline. And Teagan, I believe we have a caller.
We do. Yeah. Chili Willie from Regina. What do you got for us, Chili Willie? How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. It's a little past my bedtime, though, so I'm going to make this short.
Chili Willie, first, though, how did you get the nickname Chili Willie?
Well, I'm from here, born and raised in Regina, but my Mexican wife named me that, and God rest her soul. She's been in the ground for 10 years now. But, yeah, I'm her hot jalapeno. I'm Willie, but I'm her Chili Willie.
That's awesome. R.I.P., by the way. Prayers up.
All right. So I had to call in because I don't know what it is with most of the callers. I mean, as far as our football team is concerned, the cupboards are stacked full. Between O'Day and Coach Mace, I think they did a fabulous job, not just last year, but heading into this season. We're in great shape. But I do not, for the life of me, after following this football team for 53 seasons now, 27-plus years as a season ticket holder, I do not know where these people come from and if they've even passed 6th grade before they call in. Or is it the liquid courage that they've been drinking on for the last 3 to 5 hours that leads them to dial up and then voice these outlandishly negative opinions? But here it is. Let's increase our IQ points by saying that we have to beat the best teams to be the best. And who's been the best in the West the last 5 seasons? Well, it's them stinky Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And if we're going to do a litmus test and use ourselves as a measuring stick or anybody, why not the Winnipeg Blue Bombers? Yes, we're all hoping for a terrific season, but it is preseason. Guys who are third string and possibly even practice roster are trying to make this team. That's all it is. It was sports entertainment tonight. It was a great game. Cohen did an outstanding job. Mayer surprised us. No, he didn't surprise us. We've seen him do that in Calgary for the last 3 years. What did he do when he got in the league 3-4 years ago? He went his first 6 games with 300 yards, something no CFL quarterback has ever done. We're set. I believe in Trevor Harris. But if Trevor goes down, we don't have to hold our collective breath like, oh, my God, what happened to the season? We're in good shape. Everybody needs to stop panicking, either stop drinking the bottle or stop hitting that medical green, whatever it is. Everybody just take a chill pill, grab onto your underwear, and relax. Now, Justin Dunk, I want to thank you personally as a CFL fan for 53 years for creating the 3 Down Nation. because I am a CFL junkie. I don't give a rat's behind about the NHL, the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball. I am CFL through and through, and I appreciate you greatly, Mr. Justin Dunk, so thank you.
Thanks, Chili
Wes
Willie,
Cates?
man, but I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the whole team there, man, for real. John
Absolutely.
Hodge, J.C. Abbott, those guys are absolute monsters, plus our
Absolutely.
contributors,
And
Joel
see,
Gaston, Brendan
That's
McGuire.
a true leader. That's a true leader, my friend. You don't just take the accolades. You tell who the rest of the team, because it's a team effort, and I appreciate that.
It is,
I appreciate that, sir.
I appreciate the kudos, and just like it is here at the Roundtable.
And Teagan, I don't know where they found you, but you are just what the doctor ordered for us at the Rider Nation. You, my sweet doll, your broadcasting skills and your pronunciation is immaculate. So thank you to the football gods and the broadcasting at CKRM for bringing you on the team, because, it's like a Beauty and the Beast with those two guys, okay? We finally have the beauty back. So God bless all three of you. Thank you very much.
Are you just saying that because we're giving away? I mean,
Yeah.
we are giving away Country Thunder tickets. Is he just saying that? I'm not sure.
I've only gone to Country Thunder 3 times in like 35 or 40 years because it wasn't my cup of tea. But if you give me Country Thunder, I'll jump up on the stage and dance with them this year.
Ooh, we need
And
video
I'm
or it didn't
serious.
happen, Chili Willie.
What's that?
Video or it didn't happen, Chili Willie.
Tell you what, I'm not about to set that precedent in the preseason. That's way too early for that, but we'll definitely put you in the draw. How about that, Chili Willie?
Oh, it's a draw. Okay, thanks very much. I really appreciate the blessing.
No, thanks for the kudos, man. Thank you for your take as well. Really appreciate that.
Go, Riders, go. It's going to be a terrific season.
Attaboy. You take care, Chili Willie. We'll talk soon.
That was a mic drop comment right there.
That was a mic drop comment right there. I think there's no better way to end it than to say that, yes, we will be making that draw for those Country Thunder weekend passes tomorrow. You also can pick the score with CKRM and SaskTel. Tune in for your chance to win tickets to the next Rider home game, which is this Thursday, gentlemen. SaskTel, stay connected. So on behalf of everybody here in the studio, Colson, the sheriff, the other C, our buddy Curtis there, Wes Cates, we got Justin Dunk, and on behalf of myself and, of course, Dave and Luke, who are probably well fast asleep by now, good night from the Sports Cage studio.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in Rider Nation. Rider season is in full swing. Check out sportscage.com for the full Rider schedule and all Rider updates. It's time to bleed green. Catch The Sports Cage weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan. 620